Chapter 301 Contact Bartholomew Bear. Anything else? Now that Thousand Sunny has already flown, do they need to find another place to land? Just contact one person, you can continue to control Thousand Sunny and move forward. Hearing Nami's question, Luffy shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to stop. There is no hurry for the transparent fruit person, there are still 4 days before Marine publicly executes Ace, as long as the other party can arrive within 4 days. With the ability of Bartholomew Bear, it is not difficult to do this, when the time comes, as long as you tell him the agreed location. Seeing what Luffy said, Nami nodded and continued to control Thousand Sunny's movement. Then Mr. Rayleigh, excuse me for a moment. Luffy turned and spoke to Rayleigh. Haha, don't worry about me, it's rare to experience the feeling of flying in the air, I'll just take a look at it myself, you can do your own thing. 35. Luffy nodded and turned to Thousand Sunny's library. The ship was previously equipped with telephone bugs, which were kept in the library. When he came to the library, Luffy took his own phone bug, then turned on the black anti-eavesdropping phone bug, and then dialed the phone bug code left by Bartholomew Bear last time. Blue. Hey! Soon, a certain voice rang from the other end of the phone bug. The voice was succinct, with no intention of saying a single word at all. And, listening to the voice, it doesn't seem to be Bartholomew Bear's voice either. But this is normal, after all, no one knows who the phone bug will be. The phone bug in the pirate world does not have the function of caller ID. Even though the Bartholomew Bear may have only coded his phone bug to specific people, to prevent possible surprises. I'm Luffy. But Luffy doesn't care much about revealing his identity, no matter who the phone bug is, what if he knows it's him? As long as you don't say things out, can the other party still perceive your thoughts through the phone bug? What's the matter? The same words are like gold, but this time the other party's voice has returned to normal, and the phone bug also imitates the other party's appearance. Exactly how Bartholomew Bear sounds and looks. I need someone with transparent fruit ability, do me a favor. Luffy is equally concise and purposeful. For someone like Bartholomew Bear, there's no need to go round him. I need to tell the boss, 3 minutes. 35. Pop. The sound of the phone worm being hung up rang, and Luffy didn't care, put down the phone worm and waited for the other party's call back. Since Bartholomew Bear said 3 minutes, just wait. Blue. Soon, the voice of the phone bug rang, and Luffy picked up the phone bug again. People can borrow you, but you need to ensure her safety. Although you gave the transparent fruit, she does have a very important meaning to us. The voice of Bartholomew Bear sounded again. The other party did not refuse Luffy's request, but also made a request to protect the transparent fruit ability. I won't let him do anything dangerous, I just need to help me hide the ship and crew when the time comes. It should be able to do it, right? Even if the other party has not obtained the transparent fruit for a long time, there should be considerable progress in the development of the transparent fruit when Durag is here. Time and location. For Luffy's words, Bartholomew Bears believe it, and with Luffy's strength, it's not easy for someone to hurt someone in his hands. So, Bartholomew Bear asked Luffy when he wanted someone and where to meet. 3 days later, the mangrove bridge at 41 Sabayati Archipelago. After meeting the pirate queen Boya Hancock, Luffy and the others will still return to Sabayati Archipelago, and then depart from Sabayati Archipelago to Marineford. At that time, Thousand Sunny doesn't need to land, just stand by in the air. There is myself and Nami to pick up each other, relying on the transparent fruit ability of the other party, there is no need to worry about being discovered. You're going to put out Fire Fist Ace? At this point 3 days later, it's easy to think of Marine's public execution of Ace. Plus Luffy's relationship with Ace is no secret to the bears, so Luffy's purpose is immediately apparent. Although in principle, you shouldn't ask too much, but this is no small matter. At that time, the naval headquarters was full of elites, and there were 3 admiral, marine marshal, and others sitting in the town. Even if there were transparent fruits, it was impossible to hide from those strong men. When it comes to transparent fruit, Bartholomew Bear has to say more. The lion fruit is in my hands, and when the time comes, they'll stay in the air. 6699. Bartholomew Bear shut up with Luffy's bluntness. Transparent fruit, lion fruit, and the slow fruit learned from the bounty. At this moment, Bartholomew Bear had to think of something. 66 I see. Leaving a line I got it, Bartholomew, the bear just hung up the bug. Since there is lion fruit, their safety should not be a concern. Luffy also said that as long as someone helps to hide the boat and the people, I think they will all stay in the sky. As long as it doesn't appear on the frontal battlefield, no one will have the time to use observation haki to perceive the sky at that time. However, so many devil fruits are still devil fruits that were reborn after killing the capable ones. Straw Hat Boy, how many secrets do you hide? In a corner of Sabayati Archipelago, the tall figure of Bartholomew Bear stood there. He put away the ordinary phone bugs and the anti-eavesdropping phone bugs, and he couldn't help falling into contemplation. If it is just a transparent fruit, it can be said that it was just obtained by them because of luck. But the current lion fruit, of Wang Qian's, the munch fruit of modified Frankie, and the slow fruit of Angel. Lion fruit aside, the other 2 fruits have owners in the Revolutionary Army's intelligence. Whether it was Wapol, the former king of the Drum Kingdom, or Foxy the Silver Fox, they all died after encountering the Straw Hat Pirates. And just after they died, these 2 fruits were in the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates? Maybe other people haven't paid much attention to this kind of thing, but if there are people who pay attention to the Straw Hat Pirates, they should have noticed this. Is this really a word that can be summed up by luck? However, Bartholomew Bear didn't think too much. It's useless to think too much about this kind of thing. Since Luffy can speak out, he obviously has enough confidence to face the coveted by others. As for how strong this confidence is, perhaps in the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, Gu can be seen. Chapter 302. Luffy naturally understood what kind of conjecture the bear would have caused by what he said. Well, then you'll know. Although it was not good to hide it from Sanji, Nami's sons and daughters didn't have the slightest sense of shame, and even praised Luffy for being beautiful. As for what he thinks of the Revolutionary Army founded by his cheap father, Luffy himself supports it. However, the next headache is after meeting Boya Hancock. Especially Sanji, Luffy doubted he would stop his heart outright. But listening to Luffy now, it doesn't seem to be the case. If only the stunned celestial dragons had been reported, it might have saved a lot of time. Judging from the performance of the original book, Luffy doubts that the other party will send a Mero Mello as soon as he sees Luffy and others. Moreover, the speed is much faster than sailing at sea. At the current speed, it only takes less than half a day to arrive. If you want to watch the battle live, Lion Fruit's ability alone is not enough. This guy has not yet arrived at 9 Snake Island, and he is already like this. If he is allowed to see the women on the island again, I am afraid it will not be over. But since Rayleigh chose to go to 9 Snake Island at this time, it shouldn't take much time to come. However, there is no need to be so careful. The first thing everyone thought of was the people on the floating sky island. After all, it was specially arranged by Luffy, and there might be something to explain. At that time, there will definitely be someone who will be able to discover the secret, so it's not a big deal for Luffy to tell Bartholomew Bear now. Moreover, once he has exposed his strength in this summit war, more and more people will pay attention to him. It couldn't be free help, though, or Luffy wouldn't need to get the message through the mouth of the Bartholomew Bear. A world like that might not be a worse world than the world ruled by the original Celestial Dragons. After all, this is the first time Luffy has used the phone bug to contact people. Everyone is very curious about who Luffy will contact. Boro? Who? That's not confidence, it's stupid. Is that so? That looks like plenty of time. These people on her own ship, except herself, no one should be able to stop her sweet fruit ability. But now it is in the air, neither sea kings nor wind power are needed, so as long as there is no stormy weather, lion fruit's ability will not be affected at all. Even if Rayleigh followed himself and others, it might not be useful. Do you expect a group of pirates who burn, kill, loot, and do all kinds of evil to restore order? If you fly too close, it will be easy to be found, but if you fly too high, you will not be able to see anything at all. Therefore, the ability of transparent fruit is very necessary. Hearing this voice, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched, as expected. Let's go down by himself. Why don't you just go to see people by yourself, and no one else will bring them? Don't talk about it, let's not say that it is impossible for these pirates to unite. In fact, the road to Nine Snake Island is not too far. What really takes time is in the waters of the calm belt. As Bartholomew Bear guessed, Luffy now has enough confidence. Luffy didn't reveal about the transparent fruit, although several girls knew about the transparent fruit, but Sanji didn't. However, if you use lion fruit's ability to travel now, at the current speed, it should only take half a day to arrive. Maybe when his strength stands at the top of the world that day, he will directly kill the celestial dragons. Seeing Luffy coming out, Nami couldn't help but speak. It took less than 10 minutes for Luffy to enter the library, but he didn't expect to come out so quickly. But it was only near evening today when I and others arrived at Nine Snake Island. At that time, even the newspaper that took the photo would not be able to publish it so quickly. Rayleigh, who was looking down from the edge of the boat with his hands on his back, didn't look back and replied directly. It's not a big deal, it's just borrowing someone from someone else, and the other party agrees, that's all. 99. According to normal sailing, it should take a day. If it is a sailboat, not only do you need to row manually, but you also need to keep an eye on the sea kings, so the speed will appear very slow. I forgot to ask just now, and Luffy just remembered that, going back and forth from Sabayati Archipelago and Nine Snake Island, I don't know if there is enough time. At that time, as long as Nami pays a little attention to the large-scale attack of Admiral's Logia Devil Fruit, he can basically watch the entire battle. But to rule or even rebuild the world, Luffy says he doesn't have the talent for it. Are you in touch so soon? By the way, Mr. Rayleigh, how long will it take us to get to Nine Snakes Island? As for those 680 pirates? Moreover, even if the pirates all unite and let them overthrow the world government, who will restore order? Although the other sprays are each enjoying the different scenery, their ears are listening to the conversation between Luffy and Nami all the time. And just then, a murmur of a meeting entered Luffy's ears. Don't say it now, when the time comes, Nami and a few people will naturally know, and they will definitely keep their mouths shut about it. Out of the library, Luffy returned to the bow of Thousand Sunny. After all, the world government in this world, and only this revolutionary army may be able to completely overthrow it. Luffy knew that, in this case, it would only take one day to come and go, and the time was completely in time. When we arrive at Nine Snake Island, Luffy and I will go to negotiate, and the others will wait for us in the open sea. However, support is support, and Luffy has no intention of getting involved. The reason why I disclosed this to Bartholomew Young is to give my cheap father a little information. If there is a devil fruit in need in the future, he can come to me with a spray. However, since it is a borrower, it should be because the other party has some special ability, but is there anything else Luffy needs help with now? Borrowing? Is there such a thing? After I came to this world, my dream has always been to travel around the world and settle the injustices I have seen. Luffy stroked his chin and started to think subconsciously. Maybe even get a lot of benefits from the Revolutionary Army. However, this does not mean that he can directly go out and announce loudly that he can obtain Devil Fruit 100% from the killed ability person. Daughter country, Daughter country, hehe, daughter country. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 303 Familiarity. Just when Luffy was about to speak, Rayleigh, who was lying on the edge of the boat, turned around and spoke first. Sure enough, after hearing Rayleigh's words, a certain curly eyebrow was the first to overreact. Why don't you let us go together? I'm going to the daughter country too. Sanji hurriedly ran to Rayleigh, cheek against Rayleigh's cheek, with an expression like you try it without giving an explanation. Don't care if Rayleigh is the legendary Pluton Rayleigh. It can only be said that when it comes to women, Sanji is really hopeless. Is there something wrong with Germa's technology? This weakness has not been removed, remember the same with several of his brothers? But his brothers are okay, after all, there is no such thing as feelings, but Sanji's words are not like this. Snapped. Rayleigh grabbed Sanji's cheek and pushed Sanji away. Although the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates is really good, he is already so old, but he doesn't have the interest to post with others, let alone a man. Because Amazon Lily forbids men, even Luffy and I will have to meet people outside the city. Although Rayleigh has some friendship with the old king of Amazon Lily, it is not that old king now. Damn it, I'm going to my daughter's country soon, but you won't let me in. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Sanji shouted unwillingly. You're such a sexy cook, you really don't have any self-awareness at all. Is it natural that you are in estrus when you see a woman? Oh, it's wrong, you haven't seen a woman from 9 Snake Island yet. 5. Galtino folded his arms around his chest, now sneering aside. Huh? What do you know, Candle Man? You have an idiot hairstyle on your head every day, I really don't know what kind of bad taste you have. Men are forbidden to enter, so why not let us in too, we are women. The legendary daughter country, even Nami and others who are women are curious. Hey, are we going to 9 Snake Island? At this time, a certain mermaid lady suddenly asked a question. 66.99. Girl, are your nerves too thick? Or do mermaids all have such slow reactions? Yes, we are indeed going to 9 Snake Island. No way, Nami still answered Kami's unusual delay. Otherwise, no one would answer her words, wouldn't it look pitiful if she didn't reply? She was already so nervous. Island of 9 Snakes, I heard that the king there is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is also known as the most beautiful woman in the world. 5. Kami said with a somewhat yearning expression. 7 warlords of the sea. The most beautiful woman in the world. When they heard Kami's words, everyone reacted differently. Naturally, Nami and the others were attracted by the name of 7 warlords of the sea. Although the title of the world's #1 beauty is also very bluffing, but at this juncture, it is obvious that the title of 7 warlords of the sea deserves more attention. But naturally there are people who pay more attention to the name of the world's most beautiful women, obviously, Sanji and Brook are like this. If I remember correctly, the current 7 warlords of the sea should be recruited by Marine to fight the Whitebeard pirates? In theory, shouldn't we be enemies? Is it really okay to go to the enemy's country for 2 years of cultivation? Don't worry, the so-called 7 warlords of the sea, although they are called up by the world government in name, are still a group of pirates in the final analysis. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea, in Rayleigh's view, is just a group of careerists who want to use this name to achieve their goals. It is obviously impossible to say that they will reach an agreement with Marine or the world government. Pirates will never be with Marine or world government. Of course, except for spies, I remember that the original world destroyer, Burndy World, was captured by destroyer because the crew members were spies of the world government. Up to now, he is still locked up on the 6th floor of the great underwater prison. The most beautiful woman in the world, the most beautiful woman in the world. However, as much as Rayleigh explained, it's clear that some people don't pay attention to these things. However, no one pays any attention to him, anyway, this guy can't see anyone, let him be delusional. Wake up, even if the other party is the most beautiful woman in the world, you can't see anyone else, so hurry up and cook, I'm hungry after a fight with you. 5. Flowers 0. Oh, wrong, on this boat, even Luffy could be ignored by everyone, but not Sanji. Because there will always be some green algae head and candle man who will mock him. Damn canned lemon, starve you to death. Despite what he said, Sanji obediently walked towards the kitchen. No matter how upset Galtino and Zoro are, he will still cook what needs to be done, which is Sanji's consistent code of conduct. Hey, apart from being lustful, he's surprisingly a good person. Rayleigh saw that Sanji heard his nemesis say he was hungry, and he would still cook no matter how fierce his mouth was. Sure enough, the three of them are the same as Shanks and Buggy at the beginning. Although they don't like each other, their relationship with each other is very good. Humph, he deserves credit for that. Zoro also said rudely. He, there is another delicious meal to eat, I can't wait. For Brook, being able to come back to life as a skeleton is already a very fortunate thing. Now, whenever I have the chance, I will enjoy the feeling of being alive. Without a doubt, eating a delicious meal was one of the things that kept him alive the most. In this case, everyone should have a meal first. It is estimated that after the meal, the 9 Snake Island will be almost the same. Anyway, there are no reefs or waves in the sky other than storms. Even in the restaurant, Nami only needs to pay attention to the direction of the pointer. And the only weather issue to be aware of, even in the restaurant, with Nami's extraordinary talent, can you feel it as long as you don't close the door? Moreover, even if there are other dangers, with the strength of observation haki of Luffy and Rayleigh, they can also be sensed in advance. Okay, it's time to eat. When it comes to eating, everyone gets excited all of a sudden. After all, the food that Sanji cooks is quite delicious. Seeing your expressions, even I am looking forward to that chef's craftsmanship. Looking at the excited expressions of everyone on the boat, Rayleigh smiled slightly and said with a little anticipation. Chapter 304 The Pirate Empress. Sister, Rayleigh brought a man to 9 Snake Island. 9 Snake Island, in the palace of Amazon Lily, a tall, sturdy green-haired woman reported to the beautiful woman sitting in the center. Rayleigh? What is that old guy doing here? And with a man? Boya Hancock asked while stroking the head of the python wrapped around the throne with one hand. He said that the man he brought with him wanted to see you, and that there were some things that required your consent. Sander Sonia relays Rayleigh's words to Boya Hancock. That damn old guy, don't you know that men are not allowed to enter here? If the old woman hadn't died, I must forbid him from coming here. Although he only stayed on the outskirts of 9 Snake Island, Rayleigh's behavior of coming to 9 Snake Island casually still made Boya Hancock 683 very uncomfortable. However, Boya Hancock was still a little puzzled at this time. At this time, did Rayleigh come here for something? Or with a man? Take me to meet you. Boya Hancock bit his thumb in his mouth, thought for a long time, and decided to meet him. As a result, Rayleigh's face is really not easy to dismiss. Although he is rude in words, he still has to give the face that should be given. Secondly, the man that Rayleigh can bring is not a simple role, so it shouldn't hurt to meet him. Although he is the 7 warlords of the sea, Boya Hancock has always been wary of Marine, especially now that Marine has mastered the technique of crossing the calm belt. You have to prepare in advance. If the world government or Marine turns against the 9 Snake Island one day, it will not be destroyed. The person that Rayleigh can bring should have some skills. Let's take a look first. If the other party is worth making friends, maybe it will bring some benefits to 9 Snake Island. Of course, if the other party is disrespectful to him, then he will be petrified and thrown into the sea, and the people that Rayleigh brought are useless. Don't let them in, though. Amazon Lily's rules can't be broken. Sander Sonia, take me there. Thinking of this, Boya Hancock said to his sister. Yes, Sister. Hey, is that a man? Does it look just like us? But the old man has hair on his face. This should be the characteristic of a man when he is old, right? Outside the Nine Snake Island, Luffy and Rayleigh stood there quietly, waiting for the green-haired woman who had just left to report. Around, the female soldiers who followed the green-haired woman on patrol did not leave, they were responsible for staying here to watch Luffy and Rayleigh. However, it was obvious that these female warriors were not qualified. At this time, they were pointing at Luffy and Rayleigh. These female warriors were not the ones who went to sea with Boya Hancock. For them, it was the first time they saw a creature like a man. If Sandersonia hadn't said before they left that they were men, these female warriors would have thought they were just two strange-looking women. Luffy and Rayleigh didn't care about the scrutiny of these female warriors and just stood there quietly. But Rayleigh was a little weird about Luffy's calm attitude. Logically speaking, it is the first time that a man comes to a country full of women, and he should be curious, right? Why isn't this guy reacting at all? To say that Luffy doesn't like women, but on the boat, Rayleigh's eyes can naturally see the relationship between Luffy and Nami. In other words, Luffy is indeed a normal man, but he is completely indifferent to Nine Snake Island, which makes Rayleigh quite curious. I don't know if Luffy will be able to keep calm when he sees Boya Hancock. Rayleigh glanced at the calm Luffy, thinking expectantly. Naturally, Luffy had no idea what Rayleigh was thinking at this moment. But it's not that Luffy is not interested in Nine Snake Island. Although he has learned some from the comics, Luffy is still very interested when he gets here. The reason why it is so calm now is that Luffy's character is like this now. Moreover, although these female warriors don't wear much, what should I say, it does not meet Luffy's aesthetics. Luffy was able to remain calm despite being scrutinized and pointed by them all the time. However, this scene did not last long, and soon two figures came from a distance. One of them was naturally Sandersonia, a green-haired woman who had just left to report. And the other, must be the pirate empress, Boya Hancock, the woman who is known as the world's most beautiful woman. From a distance alone, the woman's figure is indeed perfect, slender and moving, and with a cheongsam, the figure is outlined in a concave and convex shape. He has black hair, and snake-shaped earrings hang around his ears. The skin is better than the snow, the face is delicate, and she is indeed a beauty. However, the arrogance between the eyebrows seems to have damaged the kind of face that should have been quite soft. But in this way, it gives a different kind of beauty. Ah, it's the Empress! The first time that woman appeared, the female warriors who were still pointing at Luffy and Rayleigh screamed and looked at the woman who appeared. Seeing this situation, the corners of Luffy's eyes twitched, just seeing the king of his own country, what's with this excited expression? Luffy admits he was a little surprised when he saw Boya Hancock for the first time, but not so exaggerated, right? Humph, it's so embarrassing to show your eyes, let the concubine dodge it, it's really annoying to stay here. As soon as Boya Hancock approached, he shouted angrily at these chattering female warriors. Originally, this kind of scolding from superiors to inferiors should make these female warriors tremble, but here it is the opposite. The female warriors who were reprimanded by Boya Hancock were inexplicably surprised, and some were even so excited that they needed to be supported by their companions. Ah, Lady Empress scolded us, so happy. Looking at the situation in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but be speechless. What is going on with these people? Is it really such an exaggeration? This Boya Hancock is really pretty, but it doesn't need to be that much, right? Are you the man who wants to meet his concubine? Ignoring the fascinated female warriors around him, Boya Hancock turned his gaze to Luffy. The man in front of him did not show the same disgusting eyes as other men. See you? Luffy's mouth twitched and he didn't refute it. Luffy, who knew a little about this woman's character, knew that it wasn't the time to get entangled in this kind of issue. It's me. Chapter 305 Sudden Decision. You want your concubine's approval to let your crew train on Ruskina Island. Boya Hancock frowned slightly, and asked Luffy in dissatisfaction. This man, who came here to see himself, was just to let his crew go to that island full of beasts to cultivate? For this kind of thing, he specially asked that old guy from Rayleigh to bring it over? Luffy ignored Boya Hancock's words of approval, and although Ruskina was indeed near 9 snakes, it would be totally fine if Luffy didn't inform her. This is indeed the case, but if possible, I also hope that 9 Snake Island can plant my pirate flag. As soon as Luffy said this, he immediately caused a huge reaction. The first was Rayleigh, who had no idea that Luffy would suddenly say such a thing. Before coming here, Luffy had never told him about it. You know, planting a pirate flag in a country means that the country belongs to that pirate group in name. For such a thing, in other countries that are not members of the world government, perhaps some kings will agree to it under pressure. But what is the situation of Amazon Lily 14? The king is the dignified 7 warlords of the sea. Why do you need the protection of a supernova who just went to sea? Although your strength, Luffy, is indeed very strong, but people don't know, how can you say such a thing when you come up? Rayleigh glanced at Luffy, then at Boya Hancock opposite, and sure enough, the woman's face was covered in frost. What? Is that man going to plant a flag on our 9 Snake Island? Are all men so reckless? They want to plant a pirate flag here? Although 9 Snake Island has little contact with the outside world, some basic things are still known. Hearing what Luffy said at this time, these female warriors all showed incredible faces. Shut your mouth for everything. Listening to the discussions of the subordinates around him, Boya Hancock shouted loudly and stopped these subordinates from making random speeches. Although the words of the man in front of him were a bit abrupt, judging from the tone of the other party and Rayleigh's performance, the other party should have the strength to say this. Boya Hancock always looks aloof in front of outsiders and doesn't look down on anyone. But his heart is very transparent, and he can say such things even when he knows his identity, obviously because he thinks he has enough strength to do such a thing. And looking at Rayleigh's appearance, he obviously didn't expect the other party to say such a thing, but even so, Rayleigh didn't stop it. It can be seen from this that Rayleigh obviously thinks that the other party has the strength to do it. Besides, this man seems to be a little familiar. Where have you seen it? Rude man, you should know that your concubine is the 7 warlords of the sea? How dare you say such things to your concubine? 99. However, although the opponent's strength may be really strong, Boya Hancock will not let other pirate groups settle in his country just because of Luffy's words. Also, tell your concubine your name. My name is Monkey-d-Luffy, and I'm the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for the name of the pirate queen, of course I know it. Luffy stared straight at Boya Hancock in front of him. It was Luffy's whim to plant his own pirate flag on 9 Snakes Island, and it was a move for possible future situations. Similarly, where the Fishmen Island, Luffy will plant the flag. It doesn't matter if he might have a bad relationship with the Big Mom Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates. Knowing the identity of the concubine, you dare to say such a thing, but it's just a supernova. What is it that gives you such confidence? After hearing Luffy's self-introduction and seeing the straw hat on his head, Boya Hancock finally confirmed Luffy's identity. And it was this confirmation that made Boya Hancock a little angry. A mere supernova actually dared to say something like planting a flag in his own country. What a powerful pirate he thought the other party would be. Thinking of this, Boya Hancock couldn't help being a little disappointed. Originally, Luffy looked at him with clear eyes and thought he would be a different person. But he didn't expect that he was just an arrogant person, just like ordinary pirates. Hey, Hancock, don't underestimate Luffy, it might be a good thing to let Luffy plant a flag here. At this time, Rayleigh suddenly stood up and said. Although Luffy's decision was a bit abrupt, Rayleigh thought it might be a good thing. The name of the pirate queen is indeed very loud, but when it comes to the strength of the 9 snake pirates, it can only be regarded as ordinary. Excluding Boya Hancock's own sweet fruit ability may be a bit difficult, although others say master haki of the whole people, but that's all. For ordinary pirates, the Nine Snake Island or the Nine Snake Pirates may be a giant, but for a pirate group like Marine or the Four Emperors, it is really not worth mentioning. Rayleigh can be sure that after Marine and the Whitebeard pirates battle, this sea will definitely set off unprecedented waves. Although Hydra Island is located in the calm belt, Marine has mastered the method of crossing the calm belt. Others don't say, once Marine wants to do something to Jushi Island, Jushi-deo will definitely not be able to please him. But if Nine Snake Island is planted with Luffy's 683 flag, it will be in terms of Luffy's strength and Luffy's identity. If Marine wants to do something about Nine Snake Island, he has to think carefully. Although Marine doesn't seem to have any intention of moving the 7 warlords of the sea right now, Rayleigh has a hunch that this kind of thing won't be far away. Therefore, even in terms of friendship with the old king of Nine Snake Island, Rayleigh has to remind Boya Hancock. Hey? Who allowed you to be called a concubine like that? Old man, don't think that if you have a little friendship with the old woman, you can point fingers at the concubine. Boya Hancock raised his eyebrows and scolded Rayleigh angrily, but he began to think in his heart. This Rayleigh, who is still speaking for the Straw Hat at this time, thinks that the Straw Hat has enough strength to surpass the 7 warlords of the sea? Obviously it's just a supernova. But, Monkey-d-Luffy, look at his last name, does it have something to do with that old fellow at Marine? Man, concubine asks you, who is Monkey-d-Garp? Ignoring the old guy from Rayleigh, Boya Hancock looked at Luffy and asked. Her trademark arrogance was once again on the eyebrows. If he is really related to the Marine hero, maybe it's not impossible for him to plant the flag here. Chapter 306 Fame. It's my grandfather. There's no need to deny this matter, and Garp's identity needn't be used in vain, it might save him a lot of trouble. Luffy didn't have the idea that he had to rely on himself. In terms of strength, he may only rely on himself, but in terms of identity, whether it is Garp or Durag, Luffy will not give up the convenience brought by their names. However, having convenience can also have troubles, but compared to the convenience they provide, that trouble is nothing to mention. Is that so? Although there was speculation, Boya Hancock was a little surprised when he confirmed it from Luffy's mouth. I didn't expect that the grandson of the old guy would actually become a pirate, which is really incredible. If that's the case, it's not that your proposal is unacceptable, but... Boya Hancock thought for a while, then looked up. If you want to plant your pirate flag in your concubine's country, you have to show your strength. 35. Otherwise, if Nine Snake Island is planted with your flag, but you don't know where you died, it would be a big laugh. Although itself as the 7 warlords of the sea, it already has a layer of protective clothing of the world government. However, Marine's attitude never changed for the pirates. What's more, the 7 warlords of the sea themselves will not pretend to Marine. It can be said that the ambiguous relationship between Marine and the 7 warlords of the sea could be destroyed at any time. Originally located in the Nine Snake Island of the Calm Belt, even if Boya Hancock and Marine turned their faces, there would be no problem. But now that Marine has the skills to cross the Calm Belt, he's going to be passive. In a situation where he can't easily turn his face, he also needs to beware that Marine might turn his face. At this time, if there is a relationship with Garp, as long as he doesn't do too much, Marine may not easily turn his back on himself. However, even if Luffy has the identity of Garp's grandson, if Luffy's own strength is not strong enough, it will be of no use. On the contrary, those enemies of Garp may also take out their hatred on those associated with Garp. At that time, the gains outweighed the losses, so even if he really wanted to agree to Luffy's request, he had to have enough strength. I have no opinion on this matter, but there is no need to do it. Naturally, Luffy wouldn't make sense for Boya Hancock's question of strength. No matter how awesome Garp's identity is, as long as Garp is not the king of the world, there will always be someone who dares to shoot at Luffy and others. At this time, the only thing he can rely on is his own strength. Status and status are guaranteed by the strength of rivalry. And as long as Luffy has the corresponding strength, with the coat of Garp's grandson, Luffy's flag will definitely be the best umbrella. As for whether Luffy's own deterrence is more powerful, or Garp's name is more powerful. First, it depends on Luffy's own strength. Second, it depends on whether the person facing him is a marine or a pirate. No need to do anything. Boya Hancock frowned slightly, whether the other party looked down on him or thought he was not his opponent. And no matter which kind, Boya Hancock can't let such a Luffy plant the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates on Nine Snakes Island. What do you mean? Are you joking about your concubine? No, you misunderstood. Marine and the Whitebeard pirates battled 4 days later. Presumably in that war, Marine also launched a mandatory recruitment for you? Seeing Boya Hancock like this, Luffy knew that the other party already had the intention of agreeing, and he only needed to show enough strength, then this matter could be finalized. That's right. What? Are you going to stir this muddy water? Hearing Luffy talking about what happened 4 days later, Boya Hancock immediately guessed Luffy's purpose. However, Boya Hancock glanced at Luffy. It's not that she looks down on Luffy, but does a supernova like Luffy really have the strength to stir up the murky waters of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates? Ace is my brother in name, and he is going to be publicly executed, so I naturally want to take a look. I won't immediately ask you to plant my flag on Nine Snake Island. In this war, I will let the world see my strength. At that time, you will decide whether to agree or not. If you want to plant your own flags in various countries on this sea, strength alone is not enough. If there is not enough fame, then the flag planted will not have any power. Although Luffy is now the leader of the supernova this year, for those big pirates who are fighting in the New World, this reputation is not enough. However, this summit war is a good opportunity to show our strength to the world. Moreover, the matter of dealing with celestial dragons before must be known to the world soon. At that time, 2 things spread at the same time, and Luffy's fame will definitely resound throughout the sea. At that time, the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates would be a real umbrella for some countries. Although Luffy's tone was flat, the opposite Boya Hancock believed that Luffy might indeed have that kind of strength. But it is about his own country. Before he has real insight into Luffy's strength, Boya Hancock cannot easily agree to Luffy. And, with Boya Hancock's pride, Marine would have developed the technology to traverse the Calm Belt. Otherwise, no matter how amazing the strength of Luffy's pirate group, it is impossible to agree. After all, who knows, will this pirate group that may be stationed in one's own country cause harm to one's own country? After all, everyone is a pirate. Isn't the drama of invading, Wang Qunhao, a little familiar? 66 I didn't expect you to have such courage as a man, but it made my concubine believe your words. However, whether you really have that kind of strength, as you said, let's see on the battlefield 4 days later. 35. Now, the concubine is tired, go back from where you came from, Sander Sonia, see off. 35. Saying that, Boya Hancock didn't wait for Luffy and Rayleigh to answer and turned and left. As for what Luffy said about his crew wanting to practice on Ruskina, if Luffy's strength is really strong enough, even Nine Snake Island has already planted the opponent's flag, what's wrong with this? On the contrary, if Luffy's strength was not as strong as he showed, he might die in that war. Then, what else are we talking about next? Neighbor. Chapter 307 Curious. You two, please get out of here. Everyone looked at Luffy, waiting for Luffy to make a decision. Since the other party has agreed to the matter here, it is time to consider where to go next. Now let Sanji and the others get acquainted with the beasts on that island, so as not to be in a hurry. Otherwise, how could it be this time in 3 days? Luffy didn't say that the other party needed to see his own strength before agreeing to this matter. After all, in Luffy's view, it was basically a sure thing. Well, yes, the other party's ability is very helpful for our operation, so I borrowed people from that force. The supernova name, and the upcoming hijacking of celestial dragons, can only give the world an initial impression of Luffy. In that case, let's go, Luffy. It's a pity, it's the first time I've seen a man. Hey, Luffy, Uncle Rayleigh, are you back so soon? But these two men don't seem to be scary. Those sisters who have seen men outside aren't lying to us, are they? 99. Although the transparent fruit was originally provided by Luffy, it was also a deal with the Revolutionary Army. Although I am really curious about whether the Pirate Queen is as beautiful as rumored, but now is obviously not the time to care about that. There are still less than 4 days before Marine publicly executes the Whitebeard pirates, and now is not a good time to go to Marineford. For this, Luffy is confident enough to satisfy the other party. Although that seems to be fine. He, is that so? Great. Now can you tell me if the Pirate Queen is really beautiful? On Thousand Sunny, Usopp, who was bored thinking about fishing, saw Luffy and Rayleigh who had walked to the shore, and asked curiously. And, presumably Luffy also has his own ideas, and wants to make a big splash in that war to improve his reputation? After Boya Hancock left, Sandersonia stepped forward and spoke to both Luffy and Rayleigh. Since you're here, let's take a look at Ruscana Island first, so that you can be mentally prepared. 35. Nami's words were asked, and the others were waiting curiously for Luffy's answer. Hey? Go now? 35. Is it the time to care about this? Do you still want to cultivate? I just didn't expect that Luffy and Rayleigh would come back after I just baited the hook. Luffy didn't refuse either, since Boya Hancock had already agreed with him. 683 only needed to show enough strength when the time came. Of course, Rayleigh understands that Luffy wants to make his pirate flag have enough deterrence, fame, and strength are indispensable. But for the real strong, they will never be afraid of the enemy's targeting. How about it? Is that Pirate Queen really as beautiful as she is rumored to be? After Luffy and Rayleigh left, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island looked at each other, and then chatted again. Rayleigh didn't hesitate and turned to Luffy. Hey? Yes, Sister Sandersonia. Hearing Luffy saying to pick up someone, everyone immediately thought about what Luffy said about borrowing someone. I thought it would take a long time for the two of them, after all, they were going to see the king of a country, and the various processes would definitely take a lot of time. Marine will definitely be in a tight formation. Has he and others been staying at an altitude of 10,000 meters for the past few days? Boom. But that war was different. Once Luffy made a big fuss in that war, then, whether it was Luffy's strength or Luffy's identity, it would be fully revealed before the eyes of the world. Because, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks are useless. Hearing the remarks of his own subordinates, Sandersonia couldn't help but twitch, giving her a headache. However, he still scolded them in a stern tone. Boom. So, where are we going next? Just like humans look at various animals, there is no difference at all. Perona floated in the air, looking at the two of them with disdain. However, the first person to ask was Sanji, whose eyes were shining and his nose was snorting. Now, Luffy's strength is enough, so all he lacks is fame. Two idiots. The two turned away and walked towards the shore, where Thousand Sunny stopped. Okay, are you busy? You're still noisy here, so why don't you go on patrol? In that case, it's good to follow Rayleigh's words. This is what Brook said, but soon, a bag was put on top of Brook's skull. Bia. There is really nothing to do next. Since we are going to Marineford together, it is naturally impossible to sway around in the past few days. There is basically no problem with the practice. After the battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates is over, we can start. Although other people are also a little curious about what kind of person the pirate empress who is known as the world's most beautiful woman is, these two people are purely lustful. Although for some people, revealing strength may make it easier for others to target themselves. The people from the Revolutionary Army will not arrive until 3 days later, so there is no rush to return to Sabaody Archipelago now. Therefore, Usopp even has fishing gear ready. I don't know why he is a skeleton, why he still has a long bag. Should I go straight to Marineford? It's strange, aren't all human women the same? Luffy and Rayleigh returned to Thousand Sunny, and the crowd gathered around. Hey? Pick up someone? Is that the person you contacted before? Okay, there's nothing to do in the next few days anyway, so let's go there first and let Sanji and the others get acquainted. After 3 days, we'll return to Sabaody Archipelago to pick up someone. When you get to Marineford, you'll see it all, and now no matter what I say, you can't see anyone. Now that Luffy and Boya Hancock have agreed, there is no point in staying here. This is what Rayleigh said. Although he doesn't know Luffy's next plan, he still has time to come. Pick up someone in 3 days, which means that person will also go to Marineford with himself and others. For Chopper, don't all humans look alike in his eyes? Hey? The men are gone. Luffy did not explicitly say that even the few people who knew that Luffy had traded the transparent fruit would never have thought that the person Luffy borrowed was the one who ate the transparent fruit. Chapter 308 Ruskina Island. Under Rayleigh's instructions, Thousand Sunny quickly flew to Ruskina Island. Is this the place where we will practice in the future? Just after walking off Thousand Sunny, Usopp looked at his surroundings and found that this place seemed to be no different from the islands he usually visited. It looks very ordinary. Is this really the place where we will practice for the next 2 years? From the outside, Ruskina is indeed similar to an ordinary island. Even because no animal was found on the shore, Usopp felt that it was not as adventurous as the original little garden. Haha, don't underestimate this island. Now we are just on the shore, of course we can't see the peculiarities of this island. Hearing Usopp's words, Rayleigh laughed. This long nose is really simple, just looking at the outermost edge, it defines the island. Go in a little further, and we will soon meet the animals on this island, then don't be frightened. Hey, come whatever you want, the brave sea warrior Usopp won't be afraid. When Rayleigh said this, Usopp immediately raised his head and looked fearless. But Usopp isn't as oblivious to Rayleigh's words as it seems. Without him, although Usopp's upper body looked like he had his head held high, his legs could not help shaking. Although he did not see anything strange, since Rayleigh said so, then the animals on this island must have his uniqueness. The reason why the dead duck has a tough mouth is because Usopp's character is like this. Great, Usopp, I'll leave you alone for my safety. Although he was short, Chopper obviously didn't see Usopp shaking his legs, and looked at Usopp with his head held high and his body jumping. Obviously, the current Chopper is much stronger than Usopp, but it looks like Usopp's big brother is protecting Chopper's younger brother. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Chopper. Listening to Chopper's flowers, Usopp had to bite the bullet and respond with a trembling voice. Ha ha ha, you guys are really funny. Everyone did not expose Usopp. The fact that the two have been like this all the time is also a sign of their exceptionally good relationship. The long-nosed boy is amazing. Cammy stood on the edge of Thousand Sunny's boat, watching Usopp's performance. She only felt that Usopp was really not afraid. Hey Cammy, stop talking. Cammy didn't pay attention to Usopp's trembling legs, but Papaku saw it. They're holding on right now. Can't you save face, brother? Sure enough, after hearing Cammy's voice again, Papago clearly saw Usopp's body stiffen. Cammy and Papago didn't disembark at Luffy's request. After all, the two have no ability. If they are accidentally attacked by some animal, it will be troublesome. Staying on Thousand Sunny, there is Mary's presence, but there is no need to worry about the safety of the two. As for the others, Luffy didn't let them stay on the boat, not even Marianu. Luffy let her go down with her at night. Although he used to be an agent of the Baroque Work Club, he was still there after all. Moreover, she was also a partner with Galtino before, and all the dirty work was Galtino, she just did some auxiliary work. Therefore, Luffy also hopes that Marianu can see the huge animals on this island. Don't be overwhelmed when you encounter it later. Although I have encountered many strange things along the way, compared with the animals on this island, it is slightly inferior. Remember to turn on observation haki, so don't get hurt because of carelessness. Luffy reminded and walked towards a certain direction inside the island. Hey, are they already master haki? I haven't seen the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates do it before, so really didn't find out that they have mastered haki. Now that I hear Luffy's words, I know that Straw Hat crew has already mastered haki. Also, I didn't notice it before, and now I look closely, and the physical fitness of these people seems to be very good for Kabuto. Now that he has mastered observation haki, relatively speaking, armament haki, who only needs to pass the physical fitness level, should also be master, right? Marianu's ability can lead others to awaken haki, so they are considered to have mastered two-color haki. Seeking flowers. Luffy wasn't hiding that from Rayleigh. But it's just a preliminary master. If you want to use it proficiently or take a step closer to the quality, it's still far behind 5. It's a fact that even Zoro can't fight with haki for long at this time. Otherwise, why does it need 2 years of cultivation? So that's the case, does that little girl actually have such an ability? Rayleigh glanced at Marianu unexpectedly, and he was able to help people awaken haki, which was undoubtedly a strategic resource for a faction. However, for Rayleigh, this is not very attractive. After all, it's an old guy who has retired, and he still cares about what to do. Hold head high. Just as Luffy and Rayleigh were talking, a roar came from a distance. Luffy and Rayleigh didn't change their faces and moved on, while the others were startled by the sound. Thinking of what Rayleigh said before, he didn't dare to be careless, and he was alert to the surrounding environment. And Usopp, who was not afraid of the sky just now, looked left and right with extreme caution, for fear that something would suddenly jump out and attack him. There are quite a few trees on the island, but it is not that dense forest. After walking a lot of distance, a lot of roars have been heard. The surrounding leaves also rustled under the power of these roars. Soon, the first animal appeared in front of everyone. Good, what a big elephant! Looking at the huge elephant staring straight at him and others not far away, Usopp couldn't help swallowing. Judging by the size alone, this elephant may not be as big as the sea kings I met before. But the sturdy body of the elephant and the fierce eyes made everyone dare not have any underestimation. You can go and test the strength of this elephant. Luffy turned his head and said to Sanji and the others behind him. Although it may not have been beaten, the Sanji people who have observation haki are not likely to be injured. After all, this elephant is only one of the weaker ones on this island. But even so, with the current level of armament haki of Sanji and others, it is not necessarily able to break the defense of this elephant. Chapter 310 Expectation. Seeing that the giant elephant, who couldn't even break the defense, was easily knocked to the ground by Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the others couldn't help being silent for a while. Despite knowing that Luffy is strong, whether it is fighting the Golden Lion or the Marine Admiral, Luffy can keep his face intact. But neither Golden Lion nor Marine Admiral, Zoro, and others have played against them. Even the battle between Hawkeye and Zoro is over. But at this moment, facing the same enemy, everyone discovered for the first time how far apart they were from Luffy. Okay, that's awesome. Usopp and Chopper were completely stunned, and Nami and other women were also full of brilliance in their eyes. How do you feel your own inadequacy? This is only the outermost animal on this island, and in the depths of this island, there are still several more powerful breaths. In Luffy's observation haki perception, the strength of the animals in the depths of the island is many times stronger than this elephant. If we compare the enemies that Luffy and others have seen before, they are almost as powerful as the Golden Lion, who has not taken off the rudder. Of course, it's just that the aura emanating is so strong. If the Golden Lion was really compared to these animals, then the Lion Fruit's ability and the Golden Lion's swordsmanship would be very easy to deal with these animals. However, these animals are stronger in their physical strength and resilience. Therefore, cultivating on this island is undoubtedly very suitable for Sanji and others. The animals on this island are so strong. Are all the islands in the New World so scary? This has not yet reached the New World, there are already such terrible islands, then when the New World is reached, isn't it all islands like this? Usopp couldn't help shivering. If he couldn't become strong enough within 2 years, then it would be really difficult to get to New World. Not really, after all, there are only a few islands like this, but there are many pirates in the New World that are much stronger than the animals here. Regardless of the 4 emperors for the time being, none of their subordinate cotters are weak. Even judging from the information that Luffy learned before crossing the road, there are many people who are more hip, but it is also because they met the protagonist team. If you really think they're rubbish, you'd be dead wrong. Although it was still the same for Luffy, it was different for Zoro, Sanji and the others. Therefore, if they want to continue to follow Luffy's adventure in the New World, Zoro and the others need to be able to at least reach the level of those cotters, even the deputy. Luffy is right, the strength of New World is not something you can compete with now. At this time, Rayleigh stepped forward and took Luffy's words. If you don't want to hide behind Luffy in everything, it's very necessary to practice silently for a while. After all, not everyone can have such exaggerated strength at a young age like Luffy and Auntie. In other words, there are not many people who can look like Luffy and Aunt Ma, even if you look at the whole sea. Even the original Self and Roger, at Luffy's age, did not have such exaggerated strength. However, since these people can be selected by Luffy, they must have their specialties. Rayleigh would like to see, after 2 years of training, whether these people can reach the level of going to the New World as Luffy said. Then, for the next 2 years, it's time to trouble Uncle Rayleigh. Sanji and others no longer hesitate, such an opportunity is not available to everyone. Most pirate captains don't care about the strength of their subordinates. In their eyes, if their subordinates are dead, then it's good to change another one. Therefore, these pirates cannot sail in the New World for too long. Or, even if some pirate captains, like Luffy, completely treat the crew as their companions, they will not have the strength and vision of Luffy. At the juncture of arriving in the New World, many people will enter the New World without hesitation under the heat of excitement. And those pirates who can't clearly recognize their own strength, in New World, are often the fastest group to die. In Rayleigh's view, it is undoubtedly a very lucky thing for these young people to board Luffy's pirate ship. The captain's strength is incomparably powerful, even if he looks at the sea, he can be said to be the top group. And such captains are always thinking about their crew members, constantly trying to improve their strength. How many such pirate captains are there? I also really want to see what level you can achieve in the future, so I will train you well in the past 2 years. Rayleigh nodded, looking at the little ones who were going to stay here, oh, and an old one. On the way here, Luffy had already told Rayleigh that they were on fitness-enhancing drugs. And this also made Rayleigh understand why these people are not so strong, but their physical fitness is much higher than ordinary people. It's okay to be alone, but the people on Luffy's boat, including the girls. Despite their slender bodies, Rayleigh's observation haki should be able to sense the power hidden within them. Such a situation cannot be summed up in one sentence with Luffy's extraordinary vision. So, after learning about the kind of drug that Chopper developed, Rayleigh has the feeling that these people are so lucky. In the face of such a treasure, few people can share it, even subordinates, partners and even relatives are not necessarily willing to share. But Luffy allowed these crew members from all over the world to get such treatment. However, also because of this drug, these people are now like jade waiting to be carved, just waiting for Rayleigh to carve them. With such favorable conditions, perhaps, these 2 years can really make these people change upside down. And it is precisely because of such unique conditions that Rayleigh is looking forward to their future even more. At this moment, Rayleigh can be sure that the person Roger is waiting for must be Luffy. Rayleigh is now eager to see how what Roger wants to do and can't do will be done. And the person who did it would undoubtedly be Luffy. The so-called era of pirates may soon come to an end, and a new era will surely come under the leadership of Luffy. Chapter 311 Experience. Su. The air swept through, and many leaves on the branches fell with it. Boom! In the woods of Ruscana Island, there was a sudden sound of heavy objects colliding. Roar! With a beast roar, an invisible airflow rolled up, and the rustling leaves were rolled up in a mess. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit flew out of the forest. Sanji, who was hammered by the beast again, suddenly grabbed a branch beside him when he flew upside down in the air. Then, the body that had been flying upside down stopped instantly, and Sanji fell steadily from the air back to the ground with the force of his arms. Sanji, who landed smoothly on the ground, rubbed his toes slightly. During the brief confrontation with the big black bear just now, Sanji not only flew back upside down, but even his right foot that collided with the big black bear couldn't stop going numb. It's so powerful! Sanji couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had already taken the pills developed by Kirin Lion's Horn, and his physical fitness had been greatly improved. However, in the face of the animals on this island, it is still completely incomparable. Even if you use armament haki, you can only resist a little bit, and then you will be sent back just like before. However, that's what makes it interesting. Only by constantly fighting in this way can you become stronger. The animals on this island have various levels of strength, but even the weakest are much stronger than the current self and others. It seems that the 2 years of cultivation will not be so boring. Although it may be 2 years without a woman, even Sanji, after seeing the strength of Luffy and Marine Admiral, can't help but focus most of his thoughts on becoming stronger. After muttering, Sanji shook his right foot, which had already improved, and ran in the direction he just flew out of. There, that big black bear is still waiting for him. While it may be trying to eat himself, Sanji also wants to kill it himself and eat it. Bang! The smell of gunpowder spread in the air, and it was also in the woods, not far from Sanji, where Usopp was chasing a leopard. Suffice it to say, Usopp is quite gifted at escaping. Even in this forest, facing the leopards with home field advantage, Usopp could still use the surrounding trees as cover, and while running, he would occasionally shoot with a slingshot toward the leopards chasing him behind him. However, although the gunpowder did hit the leopard, it did not cause any damage to the leopard. Except that the smoke from the explosion disturbed the sight of the leopard and slightly slowed down the speed of the leopard, it did not have any other impact on the leopard. Ow! Facing the short man who was running faster than himself, the giant leopard didn't have any intention of giving up the pursuit, and still persevered and followed behind Usopp. With his usual hunting experience, these creatures that are smaller than himself, while rushing like this, have to attack at the same time, they can't last long. So the leopard was patiently chasing Usopp in the back. Ah, why is this pack of leopards still chasing? Who will help me? Ah! As Usopp ran, he kept shouting and shouting, but the movements in his hands did not stop. After all, before the chase started, Luffy and Rayleigh had said that they would not save themselves and others until the last minute. Therefore, in the current situation, Usopp can only bite the bullet and continue to attack. If he didn't attack, he would soon be caught up by the leopard behind him. In that case, my practice today would be over. Although he shouted for help, Usopp had no plans to let Luffy and Rayleigh come to his rescue. If it doesn't last until the end today, Usopp doesn't think he can last another 2 years. So, Even if he gritted his teeth, Usopp had to hold on for a while. Moreover, thanks to the pill he took before, Usopp's physical strength is now more abundant than before. Otherwise, with a run like this, Usopp would have already collapsed from exhaustion. How can it be like this? Although it is difficult and dangerous, it is still easy to handle. He, you wolves of damn it, why are you chasing a skeleton like this? Brook's lower body's skeleton legs run like a spinning wheel, running with his signature laughter from his mouth. He was obviously complaining, and he didn't know why he was still laughing. Just as Brook jumped over a big tree, Brook twisted his body and used the thick branches of the tree to block the sight of the 3 giant wolves chasing him. Then, at a faster speed, from the other side of the tree trunk, it rushed towards the 3 giant wolves who had not fully reacted. Holding the sword in his left hand and the hilt of the sword's crutch in his right hand, Brook suddenly pulled out the sword and swung it when he was about to reach the 3 giant wolves. The body also flashed in a breath and appeared behind the 3 giant wolves. Then, Brook and the 3 giant wolves slowed down at the same time, pacing back to back for a few steps. Nose song san ding, knocking. 35. Brook groaned softly, then slowly retracted the sword into its sheath. Chong! The rapier was sheathed, and Brook ran again without looking back. He. No way, the feeling of slashing with a knife is completely different. Brook can be sure that his own move has not been able to slash the 3 giant wolves at all. If you don't run at this time, you may not even have the last bones left. Ow! The 3 giant wolves turned around and gave a long whistle, chasing after Brook who was running. Wow, those guys are really passionate. Damn, how can these animals be so outrageous? Wang Qianzhao. On a certain tree, Galtino hid among the dense leaves, secretly looking at a huge lion not far away. The lion was sniffing the ground low at this time, as if looking for something. The sounds coming from all around were completely unattractive to this huge lion. Suddenly, the huge lion raised its head and looked towards the big tree where Galtino was. Galtino was not surprised when he saw the huge lion and found his tracks. He had hid in a tree several times and wanted to sneak up on the lion. But it seems to be found every time by that huge lion. Obviously I have covered my body with a layer of candles to keep out the smell, how can this lion still smell it? Galtino was speechless, and since that's the case, let's have a straight face-to-face fight. Thinking of this, the candle warmer in Mr. 3's right hand condensed, and his eyes flickered at the huge lion. G. Chapter 312 Experience, continued. The white candle hammer is attached to the arm, and the hammer head has been covered with a layer of dark armament haki. But Mr. 3 doesn't have armament haki for candle warmer. Boom! One fell, one flew into the air, one person and one lion, the 2 figures collided quickly. It seems that everyone is adapting well. That green-haired swordsman, are you going to let him go to Hawkeye? Only under this kind of strong pressure can I continue to become stronger, but I can't lose to this mere gorilla. But the huge lion that landed on the ground did not give up chasing after Galtino, and turned to chase after Galtino's escape. It seems that he still has a long way to go from his goal of becoming the #1 swordsman in the world. The azure blue slashes kept waving out, Zoro's head was wrapped in a dark green turban, and the 3 knives had all been unsheathed. As for the Hedayi text in the mouth, Zoro doesn't know how to use the mouth to cover the Hedayi text with armament haki. Facing Zoro's continuous slashes, the orangutan just kept waving its fists, smashing those slashes one by one. However, although they can't use weapons, the orangutans here are equally powerful. Although it is said that the orangutans here do not use weapons. While waving his hands and heads, he continued to slash at the giant orangutan not far in front of him. Unlike Sanji Zoro, they don't need to practice here. The fist of the giant orangutan bombarded at the end of the 3-knife cross, and one person and one orangutan had the most violent collision. Then, he glanced at the huge lion that was still in the process of rushing forward, turned and ran in a certain direction. Boom! Without hesitation, Galtino decisively separated the candle warmer from his arm. The black armament haki began to spread from both hands at the same time, eventually covering the class Qingxuan and the third-generation ghost. During the surging air, the surrounding leaves were blown to the ground. Zoro didn't retreat at all. The third-generation Gitu and Qingxuan in his hands were raised in front, and the word Hedeo was biting in his mouth behind the third-generation Gitu and Qingxuan. Invisible air waves spread out, blowing off many twigs and dead trees around. But it should be said that Zoro does have a relationship with orangutans. In the original book, the island where Hawkeye is located is practiced, and it is to compete with orangutans. Finally, Zoro used both hands to slam the fist that collided with the three knives to the side. Zoro's eyes were solemn, the Qingxuan third-generation ghost in his hands, and the word Hedeo in his mouth crossed in front of him, leaning forward, ready to take the gorilla's charge. Although the front end of the candle hammer is covered with armament haki, it will not be easily bitten off. The candle warmer attached to Galtino's arm slammed into the lion's open mouth and collided with the huge fangs. Knowing that ordinary slashes have no effect on the gorilla, Zoro stopped trying to block the gorilla's charge with flying slashes. If you continue to push hard, the candle hammer will soon break from where it does not cover the armament haki. And here, it is also a battle with orangutans, which can be said to be experienced in advance. But even Zoro couldn't resist for too long in the face of this peripheral animal. Although they also want to become stronger, the way to become stronger is completely different. The moment after the contact, Zoro clenched his teeth, and the ground under his feet began to crack, and even his feet had fallen into the mud. How much can Luffy do now? It's not that Luffy is putting gold on his face, it's the fact that it is. However, although this collision seemed to be extremely powerful, it only lasted for a short while, and I saw the huge lion slamming its mouth with force, as if it wanted to bite the candle warmer to pieces. But the huge lion may continue to attack, and at that time, he can't bear it at all. And Galtino, who turned into candle liquid, returned to human form after falling to the ground. The giant orangutan's huge fist slammed towards Zoro. 687. This is just an animal on an island before New World. Although the physical strength has been significantly improved due to the pill, Galtino does not believe that he can withstand the bite force of this huge lion directly. Well, Hawkeye's side should not refuse Zoro to follow him to practice, whether it is his optimism for Zoro, or for the sake of my relationship with Shanks. Nami and other girls and Frankie, Chopper are back on Thousand Sunny. Although because of Devil Fruit's ability, even if the candle warmer breaks, it will not have any effect on itself. The giant orangutan's fist collided with the ground, making a loud noise again. Taking this opportunity, Zoro used his feet to lift his feet from the soil and jumped to the side, temporarily out of the attack range of the orangutan's arms. A huge collision sounded, and invisible fluctuations emanated from the collision. Then if it comes to the New World, how strong should those really powerful pirates be? At the same time, the whole person also melted, and the liquid candle that turned into white was scattered on the ground. Swish! Then he ran wildly under his feet, rushing towards Zoro's position, shaking the earthquake. The huge lion, which had lost its confrontation strength, continued to leap forward under the action of inertia. Zoro, who retreated to the side, did not choose to leave directly, but continued to put on a fighting posture, preparing for another attack by the giant gorilla. Although Zoro did not practice here afterward, during the 2 days on Ruskina Island, Zoro also experienced the powerful animals on this island. Rayleigh and Luffy stood on the periphery of the woods, using observation haki to sense the situation of Sanji and others, ready to be rescued at any time. The huge lion leaped towards the falling Galdino, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Galdino. But even so, Zoro was able to block the giant gorilla's punch. Galdino's eyes narrowed, and he jumped down from the big tree. The candle warmer attached to his arm was raised high, and the whole person smashed towards the huge lion. However, because Qingxuan itself is already a black knife, Zoro covered most of his few armament haki on the third-generation ghost. When the huge lion's mouth exerted force, Galdino's expression couldn't help changing. And after Zoro stopped using the flying slash attack, the giant orangutan beat his chest with both hands and let out a roar. Just before Galdino appeared, he had already spotted his huge lion, leaned forward slightly, and then jumped up likewise. This power is too strong. Chapter 313 The Villagers of Windmill Village. This is really big news. Some villagers immediately retorted, saying that Garp is also the pride of the village, and he is also a marine hero. The villagers still believe in Garp's strength. Although Garp doesn't care about the so-called celestial dragons, he doesn't give any face to those celestial dragons at all. And the villager obviously knew this, so he shouted to the proprietress who had not yet come out of the bar. What nonsense! Luffy can at best be tied with Garp, but Garp doesn't want to be Marine Admiral himself. But soon, the villagers burst into cheers. Village chief, there is news from Luffy again. You guy, don't hurry up, be careful I beat you. Humph, I was worried that stinky boy Luffy would embarrass the village. As for the others, they just come to see the fun and get their own drinks when they want to order. With a hat on his head and a cane in his hand, the village chief kept preaching to the excited villagers around him. But don't look at him like this, the village chief's ears are straight, obviously very concerned about the news that the villager is going to say. The president of the World Economic News, known as the Big News Morgans, worked overnight to make up the big event that happened the day before in the Sabayati archipelago. Among them, many villagers began to urge the man with the newspaper. Although unfamiliar people may have respect for Garp, these villagers know what kind of person Garp is, so there is not much respect in their tone. But he still warned the villagers that if someone encounters celestial dragons when they go out to sea, try to stay away, and if they can't escape, don't resist. In the banquet bar, under the leadership of the villager who was running around with a newspaper, it was already full of people at this time. The Straw Hat Pirates Captain Straw Hat, Monkey-d-Luffy, hijacks 2 celestial dragons and battles Marine Admiral to a dead end. When the villagers on the road heard that the news about Luffy was published in the newspaper, they asked in surprise, and at the same time, they followed to the banquet bar unconsciously. In East Blue Windmill Village, some villagers held newspapers in their hands and ran and shouted on the streets of the village. They kept waving the newspapers in their hands and ran towards the banquet bar. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Straw Hat Boy Monkey-d-Luffy, hijacked 2 celestial dragons in Sabayati archipelago, and fought with Marine Admiral Kizaru who arrived after him. What a deal, return the celestial dragons, and leave safely. But even though he said so, the village chief suddenly nodded in the direction he was heading, and also walked towards the banquet bar in the village. Makina is naturally aware of the village chief's inconsistent performance, but she is gentle by nature and will not break it. Oh? Did that kid Luffy do something big? He's only been out at sea for 2 or 3 months, right? How about one news after another? Luffy. Seeing the villager holding the newspaper and taking a sip of wine unhurriedly, the village chief couldn't help but curse. As he said that, the village head still sped up his pace a little while living with a cane. Obviously, what the villagers said was the truth. The villagers in the bar couldn't wait, and some villagers even seemed to want to grab the newspaper and read it by themselves. And the villager who was holding the newspaper, after taking a sip of wine, stopped selling off and directly picked up the newspaper and read it. Luffy seems to have done something incredible again. And, she was just as eager to hear from Luffy. With a headscarf on his head, Makina with dark green hair came out of the back room. While Luffy and the others were still on the island of Ruskina. After the villager read the news out, a strange silence suddenly fell into the banquet bar. Although the villagers themselves can buy newspapers and watch the news, they are more willing to let the villager holding the newspaper read to themselves and others in this bar. However, the villagers of Windmill Village basically do not leave East Blue, so Garp is not too worried about this matter. Their family is real. They don't let anyone live in peace. I want to see what good things that stinky boy has done. If I find him doing bad things outside, I won't beat him when I come back next time. Just 2 days before Marine publicly executed Fire Fist Ace, a piece of news quickly spread all over the world thanks to the news bird. When Machina heard that Luffy was actually fighting Marine Admiral, he was a little worried about Luffy's safety. After all, a Marine hero Garp was born from here, and the villagers have more or less heard Garp talking about something outside. Although Windmill Village is only a small village in East Blue, and the villagers have never left East Blue, they are still somewhat heard of world nobles like celestial dragons. However, after hearing that Luffy had left safely at last, he breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became a little worried. Hey, hurry up, what did Luffy do? Remember the last time there was news about Luffy, it was only a few days ago? 35. A nearby villager who also went to the banquet bar didn't care about the village chief's preaching, but instead joked with a mocking expression. No hurry, Machina, get me a glass of champagne first. 35. Haha, village chief, don't be stubborn, who doesn't know that you are happier than anyone else after hearing the news from Luffy? The celestial dragons whom Garp had told them not to mess with, Luffy had hijacked them. For Flowers 0. Oh. As expected of Luffy, he was able to draw a tie with Marine Admiral. Could it be that Luffy is now stronger than old Garp? However, now that everyone hastily heard the news, they still don't know how to react. First, a glass of wine was served to the villager with the newspaper, and then Machina returned to the bar and poured a glass of juice for the village chief who had just arrived. Really, that Luffy guy is more and more like a pirate day by day, so are you happy? Machina's beautiful face was full of tenderness, and when he mentioned Luffy's name, a flash of longing flashed in his eyes. This stinky boy, he dares to sell himself, let's see if I won't take care of you next time. Sitting on the high round chair in front of the bar, the village chief supported the bar with one arm, took a sip of the juice with the other hand, and said angrily. But everyone is used to it, and no one will take it seriously. No. That guy Luffy took a shot at celestial dragons. After all, these villagers have no ability to deal with marine and world government agents. She also heard the movement outside just now, so she took the back room and prepared drinks in advance. Chapter 314 Influence. Machina knew that Ace was about to be publicly executed. The other villagers may not know who Ace is, but Machina has met Ace and knows about Ace and Luffy's relationship. Machina knew very well what kind of person Luffy was. If Luffy knew the news, he would definitely save Ace with his strength now enough to get out of Marine Admiral's hands. And this is what Machina is worried about, and now Machina can only hope that Luffy can be safe and sound. Mr. Luffy is amazing. In Qingxuan village, Kaya is wearing a pair of frameless glasses and is sitting at a desk looking at medical materials, giving people the feeling of an intellectual beautiful girl. The newspaper that Mary just brought, let Kaya know the current situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. The punch that Luffy 687 smashed at Crab Idol also hit Kaya's heart. Yeah, I heard that there are only 3 admirals in Marine, you can imagine how strong the Marine Admiral is, and Mr. Luffy is actually able to tie Marine Admiral, which is really shocking. The housekeeper Mary, who was standing by the side, echoed the words of his young lady. As for Kaya's mood, through this period of understanding, the housekeeper Mary also roughly understood what was going on. It was a kind of eldest lady who lived in seclusion all the year round, admiration for the unparalleled hero who fell from the sky. Although I don't know if there will be a result, but the housekeeper Mary will not stop this feeling of my young lady. Celestial dragons, Luffy actually shot celestial dragons? 39. In the palace of Alabasta, Vivi stood by the window, his hands resting on the edge of the window, his eyes fixed on the distance outside the window. gorgeous long blue hair wafting slightly under the blowing breeze. Vivi was a little surprised by the news of Luffy brought by Akalam, but also had some concerns. As the Princess of Alabasta, Vivi naturally knows what celestial dragons are like. And even with celestial dragons, Luffy doesn't mean to back down at all. Behind him, Akalam was standing with a newspaper. Actually, you don't need to worry so much, Princess Vivi, Mr. Luffy, didn't they leave safely in the end? As Alabastus Guard Captain, Akalam also knows what the celestial dragons are like. But he also knew what Marine Admiral meant. Although the newspapers may have exaggerated elements, it is an indisputable fact that Luffy and the others were safely evacuated from Kizaru in the end. Akalam knew about the relationship between Vivi and Luffy, so Akalam could understand that Vivi was so nervous at this time. However, Akalam was equally astonished, no matter what method, but Luffy they did leave safely. Does this mean that Luffy they already have the capital to compete with Marine Admiral? If that's the case, is it really possible for Princess Vivi and Luffy? One is the princess of the countries that joined the world government, and will be the Queen of Alabasta in the future. The other is a pirate whose name is gradually resounding in the sea. Does Vivi want to give up the identity of Alabasta to pursue each other? How is this possible? Even if Princess Vivi wanted to, the old king himself would not agree. The Nefertari royal family, but Vivi is the only descendant. Dad, there is new news that you may be interested in. On the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates are preparing for the battle in 2 days. Although it was an all-out war with Marine, the Whitebeard pirates showed no signs of fear. At this moment, the captain of the first team, Marco, walked to Whitebeard, who was lying on the reclining chair, with a newspaper in his hand. And Whitebeard, who was closing his eyes and resting, opened his eyes and looked at Marco after hearing Marco's words. That slightly old face, but at the moment when he opened his eyes, he was full of majesty. Hey, Marco, everyone is busy preparing to save Ace, why do you still have time to read the newspaper? The other captains who also heard Marco's voice looked at Marco somewhat unexpectedly. It shouldn't be a trivial matter that Marco can pay attention to at this juncture, right? Seeing his father open his eyes, Marco ignored the teasing of his brothers and said, "It's about Ace's little brother." Ace's younger brother? The supernova who has been very active recently and the bounty has risen to 350 million Baileys? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is no stranger to what Marco said about Ace's younger brother. Because when Ace was on the boat, he talked most about his younger brother, how he was so strong and how powerful he was. After hearing more, everyone naturally pays attention to the news of Ace's younger brother from time to time. Therefore, when Marco said this sentence, everyone reacted at once. That guy from Morgan's is still in the mood to report other news at this juncture. It seems that Ace's younger brother is making a lot of noise. Whitebeard naturally knew Luffy, even better than his sons. The last time that bastard from Shanks came to the ship, in addition to telling himself about Blackbeard, he also talked about that kid named Luffy. And to be able to say those words from the red-haired guy's mouth, it can be seen that the kid named Luffy must have something to be commended. The paper said that he hijacked 2 celestial dragons and had a fight with Kizalo who arrived. 99. Speaking of which, Marco's expression couldn't help being a little solemn, but more of a kind of thinking. Oh? Brother Ace actually got into a fight with Kizaru? Then he must have been repaired badly? Shouldn't he have been caught too? Hearing Marco's words, the other captains burst out laughing. Although it's a bit unkind, but the elder brother was just arrested, and the younger brother was also arrested. If something like 0.4 happened to someone else, it would be really interesting. However, he actually hijacked celestial dragons. That kid really dares to do anything. Won't he be killed directly by Kizaru? Let's just see if we can rescue him at that time. Anyway, 1 is rescued, 2 are also rescued. When the time comes, when Ace is rescued, maybe Ace will thank us very much. Ha ha ha. Unlike his own crew, Whitebeard didn't think so. If Luffy was just caught or killed, with Whitebeard's knowledge of Morgan's, that guy wouldn't be reporting such news at this juncture. No, on the contrary, the newspaper said that the Straw Hat Luffy and Kizaru had a dead end after a fight, and it seemed that the terms were finally negotiated, and Enron left. Chapter 315 Whitebeard Pirates. You said, it was a draw. Whitebeard sat up from the recliner, put his hands on his knees, looked at Marco and asked. If even the people like yourself can't solve this matter, will there be one more person and the result will change? That is Marine Admiral. Although it is a hostile force, I have to admit that the strength of my own people is not comparable to Marine Admiral. But what if they can't believe it? This is what their father said, can they still believe what their father said? Whitebeard, who was lying on the reclining chair, did not speak, but fell into deep thought. Ah! Daddy is Daddy, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest man in this sea, the father of all of us. When Whitebeard stood up, Marco and the others were stunned for a moment, and then they suddenly woke up when they heard Whitebeard's sentence that Lao Zi is Whitebeard. For some reason, Marco had a vague feeling that this man named Luffy might become a variable in this upcoming war. And now you tell me that a rookie pirate who is just 17 or 8 years old and has not been out to sea for a few months, can tie the highest combat power of naval headquarters? Dad, what do you think? Whitebeard came to his senses, although there might be some exaggeration in the newspapers. After all, if the two were really tied, it would be a question whether the Sabayati archipelago would still exist. On the contrary, maybe Kizaru also saw Luffy's strength, so the two didn't fight each other, just tried a few moves with each other. Whitebeard didn't ask about the final island, because he wasn't interested in it. I don't know. That's what the newspaper says. I just read the contents of the newspaper. But in their opinion, even if Luffy is better than Ace, how can he be better than Ace 14? Then, can we try to contact each other? After all, he is Ace's younger brother, and can draw a tie with Kizaru. If he can participate in this war, our chances of winning will undoubtedly increase a lot. 5. At first, Roger said that they had gone too early. For this reason, he chose to surrender himself when he was suffering from an incurable disease, which opened the era of the great pirate. Yes, the man in front of him, but Whitebeard, he is the strongest man in the world. The Whitebeard pirates are also the most powerful pirates in this sea. And now, suddenly there is a rookie pirate who can tie admiral at a young age. For a time, whether it was Marco or Josebista, it was a little unbelievable. He couldn't help but think of what Roger had told him when he arrived at the Island of the End to find him. But that doesn't mean Whitebeard doesn't believe that Luffy can match Marine Admiral. Goo la la la, what can I think? Silly sons, you have to do your best, but don't be left behind by the younger generation. 35. Whitebeard jerked up from the reclining chair, took it and leaned aside, cutting his own clouds. What's the problem, Dad? Not to mention them, even Marco himself, when he saw the news, his first reaction was that the newspapers were exaggerating the facts. Yeah, so, do you think we need help, Marco? You know, Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Who am I, your father? The others still looked disbelieving, and they looked at Whitebeard on the reclining chair, wanting to hear what their father thought. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, in addition to Marco and the others who were right next to him, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates who were preparing for each other also complied. Although still in disbelief, Marco came up with the idea of inviting Luffy to join the war. Moreover, it is true or false, when the time comes to the battlefield, you will know at a glance. Others' eyes lit up when they heard Marco's words. Could this person be the person Roger was waiting for? Is it because we are getting old and have bad ears, or is it that times have changed, and now the new pirates are already invincible? What happened to these people? You actually want to ask others for help in a fascination? Goo la la la, Marco, I have a question for you. Goo la la la, well, Now is not the time to be ashamed, are you all ready? We're leaving soon. Yes, I understand, I was confused just now, to have such an unsatisfactory idea. In order to be able to wait for a suitable person to arrive at the final island at the right time. Then they each found a reason to stop and leave, which also explains the point that Kizaru and Luffy finally negotiated a certain condition. Others are still a little unconvinced. After all, Kizaru is not a cat or a dog, although Ace has always said how powerful his brother is, and he has never beat him once. Marco replied without hesitation, and the others nodded in agreement. The tall body stands proudly, and the momentum around him is not anger and self-pretense. The handle of the knife shook the deck, and an invisible aura spread from Whitebeard's body. Maybe it's okay to hold Admiral down a little bit, but it's definitely impossible to draw a tie with Admiral. The corners of his mouth curved up, exactly like those 690 crescent moons. Facing the gazes of his sons, Whitebeard laughed and answered nonchalantly. At this time, Marco also came back to his senses, secretly feeling ashamed of what he had just thought. How can you make them believe this? Oh! If the other party is really that strong, it is indeed a good thing for the Whitebeard pirates. Marco spread his hands, of course he knew why these mates did this. Stop kidding! The Whitebeard pirates are not some third-rate pirates. The captains present, whether it was Marco, Kiazi, or Baista, were all in disbelief, and looked at Marco with suspicious eyes. But because it was related to Ace, Marco decided to tell Whitebeard the news. As soon as Marco finished speaking, there was an eerie calm on the deck. Whitebeard rolled his eyes, glanced at Marco and said. Whitebeard laughed loudly, not paying attention to Marco's gaffe, but with a big wave of his hand, he said loudly to everyone on the boat. But you're telling me now that he's good enough to tie Kizaru? Isn't that impossible? Is that guy Kizaru letting out water? You know that bastard Kizaru is the best at doing this kind of thing. However, it was this sentence that, in the ears of Marco and others, was undoubtedly Whitebeard's admission that Luffy did have that kind of strength. Taken aback by Whitebeard's question, Marco didn't understand what Whitebeard meant. Chapter 316. Mom, there's new news from Marine. Hey? 35. Sister, there seems to be news about the man who came 2 days ago from my mother-in-law. Would you like to take a look? I saw Charlotte Linlin turned around and looked at her eldest son in a side-lying position. Whether it's being a shit stick, or taking the opportunity to grab Whitebeard's turf, this is not what the Red Hair Pirates want to see. Hey? You mean, the Straw Hat and that stinky monkey from Kizaru are tied? Above is the news that Straw Hat Luffy has hijacked celestial dragons and drawn Marine Admiral Kizaru. Because of this, Wang knows, the Red Hair Pirates at this time did not receive the news that Luffy hijacked celestial dragons and drew Kizaru. See for yourself. The younger brother holding the newspaper was startled, but then he was relieved. The younger brother didn't answer right away, but looked left and right, trying to find Kaido's figure. The reason for that, must be that Guy Kizaru released the water again. As for those shivering desserts, she ignored them. As for the Straw Hat Boy, let's wait until he arrives in New World. The balance of the sea may soon be broken, but this broken balance cannot be taken advantage of by Kaido. Where's Kaido, boss? Big news. 35. Or even the Straw Hat Kid was caught. After all, he is the head of the supernova that has been in the limelight recently, and being caught is indeed something worth reporting. This is probably the Morgan's guy exaggerating for attention. Humph, no matter what, these are not important. The most important thing now is to see if we can get some benefits from this war. Charlotte Linlin knows Morgan's as well, which is to say, what has this Straw Hat done to deserve Morgan's coverage? Boss Kaido has already left. Listening to what he said before he flew away, he should be preparing to go to Marineford. After all, what's the matter, you are in such a hurry? ZZ. That's right, the paper says that the Straw Hats have just arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, rescued 2 celestial dragons, and tied with Admiral Kizaru who arrived later. Perhaps, after the Whitebeard pirates set off, they could grab his territory. At this time, the Red Hair pirates are also on their way to Marineford, and their goal is to stop Kaido's actions. I don't know how the newsbird passed through the comm belt. There is no airflow at all. Can it still fly? But apparently Charlotte Linlin had almost eaten, and after licking the last bite of the cream left on her fingers, Charlotte Linlin's fat body finally moved. Straw Hat? Is that the new guy who's been very active lately? It's not about this, Mom, it's about the Straw Hat. But Kaido's bastard must be staring at this, and he has to find a way to fool Kaido away. Boss Kaido, Boss Kaido. Even if my mother is in a hurry to eat dessert, even myself may not be able to eat Kabuto and go. Charlotte Linlin, who has just eaten enough, will not do anything to them. Charlotte Prospero shook his head and said to Charlotte Linlin. At this juncture, the news about Marine that could appear in the newspapers, Charlotte Linlin sees it, is the only thing. Corrosive saliva was still flowing from Charlotte Linlin's mouth. The first reaction was whether I heard it wrong, and then I laughed at myself. Hey, what's the matter, you're so nervous? The little brother who asked, took the newspaper thrown over and glanced curiously. Hey? Is that the man named Monkey-d-Luffy? You go and call that old woman over, the concubine is really interested in that man. 35. For this matter, Charlotte Prospero scoffed, just a rookie who just went to sea not long ago, and drew with Marine Admiral? At this time, the younger brother who was originally in this place saw this and asked curiously. For what the newspaper said, Prospero could only think of such a reason. Now that the Whitebeard pirates are about to start a full-scale war with Marine, how to gain benefits from this battle is what Charlotte Linlin has to consider now. For a rookie pirate, Charlotte Linlin didn't take it to heart. It can be seen that neither Marine nor 7 warlords of the sea are as harmonious as they seem on the surface. Charlotte Linlin was also a little surprised to hear what her eldest son said. Also, that guy from Morgan's, doesn't even have the eyesight? This little brother said that the newspaper in his hand was tossed, since Kaido was not there, he naturally didn't need to continue reporting, just let him read it himself. Is it because the battle is imminent that Kizaru doesn't want to waste time on Straw Hat? Although 9 Snake Island is in the comm belt, it still receives newspapers from Newsbird. Obviously Marine and the Whitebeard pirates are about to go to war, but Boya Hancock, the 7 warlords of the sea, has not yet set off. Charlotte Prospero is not in a hurry, because it is useless to be in a hurry. New World, Charlotte Prospero took a newspaper and came to Charlotte Linlin who was lying there eating dessert. Mom, 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 that bastard Kizaru seems to be getting more and more alive, and he will even be tied with a newcomer. Wano Kuni Ghost Island, one of Kaido's younger brothers is holding a newspaper and running towards the place where Kaido usually drinks. That old fritters, this is what I like to do the most. On the ground in front of Charlotte Linlin, there was a constant stream of smoke, which was formed by the erosion of the ground caused by Charlotte Linlin's saliva. In front of her, there were 2 sweets-like living creatures shivering, obviously afraid of something. Kaido had said before that he was going to mix the waters of the Marine and Whitebeard pirates, but now it seems that he can't wait to set off. Charlotte Linlin's eyes flickered, and she began to think about the coming war. Boss Kaido is gone. However, when he got there, Kaido did not find him. Otherwise, if the time is right, Shanks will definitely have another feast. Any news from Marine? Did that bastard Sengoku yell at the old Whitebeard? Charlotte Linlin is a little surprised. At this point in time, there will be other news in the newspapers? Like Prospero, Charlotte Linlin also doesn't believe Luffy can tie Kizaru. Chapter 317 The Storm is Surging, continued. Damn, what's going on with that guy at Morgan's? Why is this kind of thing reported without us discussing it? Holy Land Marie joys, among the powers, the 5 elders sit here as always. But obviously, they were not in a good mood at this time, and it could even be said that they were very angry. Generally speaking, with their Xingxing, it should be difficult for them to be influenced by external objects. However, this incident still made their perennial calm hearts ignite with anger. Although they are just 2 trash, they are celestial dragons anyway, representing the face of the world government. Now, the news of the kidnapping by the 2 junkies has spread all over the sea, and it can be said that it has smeared mud on the face of the world government. How long has it been since such a thing happened? The last time this happened was 3,40 years ago, something that Rox bastard did. But who was the Rox? That was the most powerful overlord in the sea at that time. His subordinates are the current 3 of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, Ant, and the great pirates Golden Lion, John, Akoku and the like. However, even such a lineup was destroyed by Marine. But what's the situation now? Marine Admiral was dispatched, but finally came back? The report submitted is still saying that the opponent's strength is unfathomable, and if they really fight, it will still be a tie, or even destroy Sabayati Archipelago. What are you kidding? Who is the other party? It's just a hairy boy who hasn't gone to sea for a long time. Who are you, Kizaru? Kizaru, one of the 3 most powerful admirals in naval headquarters, can you tell us that he can't beat a pirate who has just been out for 2 or 3 months? Do you dare to make it even more outrageous? And the guy from Morgan's, too. This kind of thing that hurts the world government's face is reported without the world government's approval. Do you not want to do it? You must know that even without one World Economic News Agency, the world government can still support another. Morgan's aside, what do you think of the Kizaru report? 5 elders with curly white hair asked. Although he originally did not believe that the Straw Hat Boy had the strength to tie with Kizaru. But what if? If the current Straw Hat Boy really has this kind of strength, then things will be troublesome. The strength of 17-year-old Marine Admiral is more troublesome than his fruit. If the other party really has the strength that Kizaru said, then the chances of him being able to awaken that fruit are very high. Although this is unlikely, we still have to guard against it, and send CP0 to try it out. 5 elders with long straight white hair and a long beard spoke. It was about the devil fruit, because no one could wake up for many years, the 5 elders almost forgot that there was such a fruit. But now, for some reason, the 5 elders always had a bad feeling in their hearts. And, do you want to report to Imam Sama? At the mention of Im, the 5 elders fell silent. Perhaps the time has come to report this matter to Lord Yim. It's better to wait, it's not too late to wait for the CPO to confirm the news. After all, it's a little inappropriate to disturb Lord Im for something that is not quite sure yet. Seconded. The other 5 elders nodded. After all, even they were not very willing to face the Lord. How could such a thing happen? That man, how dare he do such a thing? Boa Hancock sat on the throne, holding a newspaper in both hands, and murmured incredulously after reading it. In front of her stood her 2 younger sisters, Sander Sonia and Marie Gaudreau, and a rather small old woman. A remarkable man indeed, and, the papers say, he has enough strength to rival Marine Admiral. The old woman below said, even with, Bia, her age, no one other than the original Overlord Rox has done this kind of hijacking of celestial dragons again. And now, a rookie pirate who has just been out of the sea for 2 or 3 months has done such an earth-shattering event, which is really unbelievable. Boya Hancock ignored Gloriosa, the old woman's admiration, but blinked and thought about what Luffy had said before. To be able to escape from Marine Admiral's hands after doing this kind of thing is enough to see how strong Luffy is. Although it is not ruled out that the newspaper exaggerated or concealed something, but intuition told Boya Hancock that what the newspaper said was true. And in this way, Luffy said before that the proposal to put 9 Snake Island under his command may be a good thing for 9 Snake Island. Whether it is not afraid of the courage of the world government, or the strength enough to compete with Marine Admiral, and the identity of the heroic grandson of Marine. Under the superposition of layers, if 9 Snake Island is placed under his command, it will definitely be fully protected. Although Boya Hancock is also confident in his own strength, if he really competes with Marine Admiral, Boya Hancock still has self-knowledge. It may be able to fight for a while, but it is absolutely impossible for Marine Admiral to retreat. Sister, if that's the case, what about that man's proposal? Sonia, who was also present at the time, looked at Boya Hancock, knowing her sister's hatred of celestial dragons. So, after reading the paper, Sonia was skeptical that Boya Hancock would simply agree to Luffy's proposal. However, Sonia has no objection. After all, neither Boya Hancock, nor she and Marie Gaudreau, hated celestial dragons immensely. If 9 Snake Island is really under the command of the man who dared to do something to celestial dragons, Sonia is also very supportive. Proposal? Did you make any deal with this man? The old woman Gloriosa is a little incredible. This is not something that the snake girl she knows can do. As arrogant as she is, no matter what the other party proposes, she will reject it right away. And listening to Sonia's tone now, Boya Hancock doesn't seem to directly return to the absolute side. It's not that I can't tell you, after all, that man was brought over by your old lover, and, after all, it is the emperor of the previous generation. I can still tell you about this matter. Putting down the newspaper, Boya Hancock glanced at Gloriosa, and his expression returned to his previous arrogance. That man wants to plant his flag on the 9 Snake Island, in other words, he wants to put the 9 Snake Island under his command. Chapter 318 Back to Sabayati Archipelago. Okay, everyone, it's time for us to leave, let's continue after the war is over. Rayleigh didn't ask any further questions, nodded in agreement, then bent over and sat in the back seat of Mary's one with the hatch open. Open the hatch of Mary's tank 1, and the 3 of Luffy got out from inside. It was the first time Brook had seen Mary's tank 1, so he was just as excited. I'm not going to join in the fun. After the war is over, you can just send them to Ruskina Island, and then I'll go there by myself. This time, it is the first time that Mary's chariot number 1 is activated, although it can only be controlled by Nami's lion fruit. After Rayleigh left, the figure of the ship's spirit, Mary, appeared, looked thoughtfully at the direction where Rayleigh left, and said 4 to Luffy and Nami. After saying that, Rayleigh glanced in the direction of Mary's chariot 1 and turned to leave. Flowers 0. Although not as professional as Sanji, it is also extremely delicious. On the deck of Thousand Sunny, Luffy looked at Rayleigh and asked again. In the past 2 days, Zoro and others can be said to have woken up in the morning and began to fight with the animals on this island. And the Mary chariot number 1 in front of him uses metal, and Rayleigh can see the difference at a glance. Frankie released Mary's chariot number 1, which actually opened Thousand Sunny's side channel, and the operation of taking out was completed by Nami. Based on Luffy's plans, it would be unrealistic to return to the Sabayati archipelago after the war. Simply let them go directly to Ruskai when the time comes, and it won't take much trouble for them to go there. Although the Mary chariot number 1 is small, it is enough for 3 people to sit down. Although the strength is not afraid of anyone, there is no need to be too conspicuous. Now that he has retired, he should stop doing things that will make people misunderstood. It's an amazing design, and the material of this chariot seems to be a metal that has never been seen before. Mary Chariot 1 soon landed in an unoccupied place somewhere in the mangroves of Sabayati Archipelago 41. According to Rayleigh's knowledge, although it cannot be said that he has seen all the metals in this sea, he still understands all the common metals. On Ruskina Island, Luffy looked at Zoro and the others who had collapsed on the deck and said, "He seems to have spotted me. What's more, after taking the pills made from the horn of the unicorn lion, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Even if he doesn't sleep for a few days and nights, it is completely fine." Although the largest users are probably Marine and World Government, and it is very likely that Marine and World Government will have a monopoly on the metal. Under Frankie's professor, Nami quickly mastered the use of Mary's Chariot 1. Even Rayleigh couldn't help but be amazed when he saw Mary's Chariot 1 for the first time. "I'll wrap you up first. Is Mr. Rayleigh going to go back to the Sabayati archipelago until the war is over, or will he come with us to Marineford?" 99. Since Sanji was also in the training team, the food for these 2 days was prepared by Conies. As for the life and death of Ace, we can only see the Whitebeard pirates and Luffy. However, it is not a serious injury, a little bandage is enough, so it doesn't take much time. Then, I'll leave first, hoping to hear good news from you, but I'm looking forward to your bringing some different changes to this C5. Mr. Rayleigh, please. After all, it is high in the sky, so there is no place for Mary's Chariot number 1 to park, only Nami can control it with the ability of Lion Fruit. However, the time will soon come to the day when Ace will be executed, and this kind of cultivation can only be continued after this incident is over. Wow, I really want to sit up and try it. But in that case, the nature is completely different. Although it is controlled by Lion Fruit's ability in the air, you still need to know how to open and close the door. Then, under the envious eyes of Usopp and Chopper, Mary's Chariot 1 slowly floated up and landed towards the Sabayati archipelago. It was silent all night, and when everyone woke up, Thousand Sunny had stopped in the sky in the mangrove area of Sabayati archipelago number 41. However, Rayleigh paid more attention to the material of the Mary Chariot number 1. This is a new type of metal that Frankie has synthesized using the capabilities of the Munch Munch fruit, and I believe it will soon be widely used in this world. This will make them feel that the remnants of One Piece have the intention of making a comeback. If that's the case, then let's go down. But so what, the master of the source of goods is in his own hands, and the final right to speak will not be taken away by the world government. That's it. Luffy observation haki unfolds, giving Nami direction. And at night, Luffy and Rayleigh will bring them back to Thousand Sunny. It's only a half-day's journey, and Nami also insisted on staying completely. Although Ace is not his own fetters, but he is also Roger's heir. If it is really in front of him, Rayleigh can't be indifferent. Unlike Thousand Sunny, Mary's Chariot is not only small, it is also a land chariot, so it can basically stop anywhere, as long as it is on land. Dinner is ready everyone, let's eat something before resting. 35. At that time, Marine's aggressive search will undoubtedly put those old friends in trouble. After they had eaten and drank and everyone rested, Nami controlled Thousand Sunny to move. As for going to Marineford with Luffy and the others, Rayleigh was afraid that he could not help himself. Moreover, since there is no need to keep cultivating like Zoro and the others during the day, it is not too tired. Luffy and Nami also got in and sat in the front seat of Mary's Tank 1. Anyway, they all fly in the sky, so it doesn't matter whether it is day or night. He, it's really surprising that there is such a day of mini chariots. Under such pressure, even if there is observation haki, it is inevitable that there will be bumps. And the experience of these 2 days has also given them a deeper understanding of their own strength. 0. Even though the meal was ready, Chopper trotted out in front of the crowd with bandages and bandaged their respective wounds. Although Usopp and Chopper were also present when Mary Tank 1 was remodeled, they were not able to try it because of the problems with the new ship. Mary's Chariot 1 floated to Thousand Sunny's deck under Nami's control. Former One Piece Gold Roger's vice captain, who came to rescue One Piece's son. This has completely changed in the eyes of the world government. Chapter 319 The Unexpected Person. Although he didn't speak, Rayleigh's last glance at Mary's Chariot 1 made him discover Mary's existence. But Rayleigh didn't explore anything about it, everyone has a secret. Although he and the Straw Hat Pirates knew each other and could trust him, there were some things that Rayleigh didn't need to ask since Luffy didn't say it. Although Luffy may have said it if he asked himself, what's the point of that? Even if you know the secret of the Straw Hat Pirates, what else can you do? So Rayleigh just glanced and walked away. This is not surprising, although you are only the existence of a spirit body, but since you exist, you can be perceived by observation Haki 9. Others may not be able to perceive Mary's presence because of insufficient proficiency in observation Haki 690, but at the level of Rayleigh, the intensity of observation Haki must have reached a certain level, and it is not surprising to be able to perceive the existence of Mary. When I was on Thousand Sunny before, maybe because Mary didn't appear in front of everyone, and Rayleigh didn't specifically launch observation Haki, I didn't find it. But just now, he sat directly on Mary's chariot number 1. At such a close distance, even if he didn't deliberately expand observation Haki, Rayleigh could sense something. Mary, wait for us here, we'll pick up that person and go back to Thousand Sunny. Luffy explained to Mary that there was still some distance from the bridge of number 41 Mangrove. However, there was a crowded downtown area, so it was impossible for Luffy and Nami to drive the Mary chariot number 1 there. Despite the previous uproar, the Mangrove District number 41 has been in a state of marine martial law for the past few days, and there are not many pedestrians. But there are marine patrols from time to time, and it's not appropriate to go in so swaggeringly. This time Luffy didn't come to make trouble, he just came to pick up someone and left. There's no need to waste time here. Then how do we get there? There seem to be quite a few Marines patrolling the streets. Although Mary's tank number 1 was parked in a relatively hidden place, Nami still saw Marine who was constantly patrolling the number 41 Mangrove area. Nami was a little curious how Luffy was going to meet that person. It's not like I just walked over there in a daze, right? It might be better to just drive Mary's chariot number 1 over there. These patrolling Marines on the street can't observation Haki, and we who have master observation Haki, can't we avoid these Marines? Although there are indeed Marine patrols on the street, it is impossible for all Marines stationed in Sabayati Archipelago to come here, or else the other places will be left alone. Therefore, these patrolling Marines are not one after another, but Marines pass by from time to time. As long as you stagger away from those patrolling Marines, there won't be much of a stir. To do this, it is not difficult for Luffy and Nami, who have mastered observation Haki. Oh! Nami stuck out his tongue. No matter where he went on the voyage before, he had never been so sneaky. He even forgot his old line of work. Moreover, it is much easier for me to hide now than before. At that time, although the appearance of the child was used as a disguise, after all, there would be people who didn't care about the child's life or death. But now it's different, not only has Luffy beside him to cover, but he has also mastered something like observation Haki. Moreover, he also ate the convenient ability of lion fruit. Even if he was discovered in the end, as long as he flew up to the sky, no one could do anything to him. As for Luffy, there's no one here who can't get him. So, with observation Haki, the two came to the number 41 Mangrove Bridge without any danger. When the two came under the bridge, Luffy's observation Haki sensed the existence of someone here, and there was more than one person. Although it is impossible to see anyone here with the naked eye, obviously, this is the ability of the transparent fruit. However, it is different from the person or thing that I usually perceive with observation Haki. This time, even with Luffy's special observation Haki, what he saw was only two transparent human figures. The appearance of the two people did not appear in his mind as Luffy had perceived. Is it the reason for the transparent fruit? This is the only explanation. Although his own observation Haki can see, Devil Fruit seems to have another magical power. You two, since you're here, come out. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to have any intention of appearing directly, Luffy spoke directly. There's no one else here, and Luffy doesn't have to hide. Their revolutionary army does not need to worry about being discovered. What? Although he also mastered observation Haki, it is clear that Nami's observation Haki level is not enough, and he did not find people hidden around. Hearing Luffy speak now, he couldn't help but look around curiously. Luffy, long time no see. After Luffy's voice fell, two figures appeared not far in front of Luffy and Nami. At the same time, a familiar voice reached Luffy's ears. I didn't expect you to come, Sabo. Hearing the familiar voice, and seeing the face he hadn't seen for a long time, Luffy couldn't help but be startled. I didn't expect this guy to come here. The person who appeared in front of Luffy was Sabo, who had lived together for a while. Although Luffy's relationship with Ace Sabo is not as close as in the original book because Luffy is a relationship. But Luffy still warned Sabo at the beginning, let him not be impatient, and be patient with some things. Obviously, Sabo listened to Luffy's advice at the beginning, and did not go out to sea alone as in the original book, and was shot down by the celestial dragons and lost his memory. However, Luffy did not expect that even so, Sabo joined the Revolutionary Army. 0.4. Luffy didn't pay attention to the news at the time, so it's not clear whether Sabo has a bounty. However, it seems that the current Sabo should still be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army just like the original. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Drago to tell an unidentified subordinate about Luffy's borrowing from the Revolutionary Army. Hey? Luffy, do you know each other? I originally thought that the person Luffy borrowed should be a stranger, but now it seems that this is not the case? Well, I just didn't expect that this guy would become a Revolutionary Army. Luffy nodded, and Luffy didn't hide Nami's doubts. If I hadn't joined the Revolutionary Army, I wouldn't necessarily have the chance to save Ace now, would I? Hearing Luffy's words, Sabo smiled and said. Chapter 320 Sabo and Koala. Ace and Sabo knew each other before they met Luffy, and now Sabo said that he was going to save Ace. For Sabo, who has no amnesia, it was a reasonable thing. Ah, seeing that you and Sabo-kun know each other, I forgot to introduce myself for a while, my name is Koala. Yes, I ate the transparent fruit, but I am a little curious. Since you also need the transparent fruit, why did you trade the transparent fruit to our Revolutionary Army in the first place? Nami nodded, holding Koala's outstretched hand, and the other hand holding Luffy's. Want to know more about Luffy, who is obviously just a boy a few years younger than himself and Sabo, but dares to do something to celestial dragons. Under the influence of Koala's transparent fruit ability, the four figures began to slowly disappear into the air. So, shall we go now? And he was able to escape safely from Marine Admiral Kizaru's men, showing that his strength is also very unusual. However, there is no way, who can let the man in front of him dare to do something to celestial dragons, but Koala is full of curiosity about this man. As the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo naturally knows something that Koala doesn't. Well, let's go early. For specific matters, when we get to my boat, I will explain it to you in detail. 39. After checking it again, after finding that there is no trace of anyone hiding here, he also turned and left. Therefore, the four of them quickly came to the place where Melly's chariot number 1 stayed. The first one is Luffy's strength. In the case of the Whitebeard pirates blocking the front, there is Luffy's presence. On the way back, because of the Koala transparent fruit, the four of them don't need to be as sneaky as Luffy and Nami just now. Therefore, after seeing Luffy bring two people back, Mary did not show up. Ugh! After all, Luffy is his own son. If Luffy's strength is really as strong as what the bear and the newspapers say, then it's naturally the best, but if not, Sabo will go with him, there will be a little guarantee. Sabo was taught by himself since he was a child. He has considerable experience in sneaking and evacuating, and his strength should not be underestimated. For example, the purpose of their trip was to go to Marineford. Sabo nodded, then glanced at Koala, motioning her to use her abilities. The girl has short orange hair, but unlike Nami's, the girl's hair color is more blonde. Although it was an inquiry, Luffy was basically sure that Koala had eaten the transparent fruit. At this moment, the girl who appeared with Sabo stepped forward, looked at Luffy curiously, and then asked. However, now is really not a good time. Even at the bottom of the bridge, Marines will come to take a look from time to time, so it is better to leave now and then talk about it. Although several people were invisible, Melina's observation Haki, who was amplified by Thunder Fruit, also easily sensed them. Seeing this scene, Koala's eyes lit up and seemed to be very interested. Otherwise, if Sabo eats it, the person who comes here will only be Sabo alone. However, what I didn't expect was that, not long after this, the other party actually put forward a request to borrow the ability of the transparent fruit. As long as Sabo is careful, nothing will happen, and he doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Wearing a hat with goggles on her head, wearing a pink dress, and stepping on a pair of high-heeled shoes, she is a very beautiful girl. And the news from Darag at this time undoubtedly lifted Sabo's spirit. Of course, Luffy couldn't say that he wanted to send out the transparent fruit to prevent some curly-browed chef from coveting it. This kind of thing, it is good for one's own people to know, there is no need to tell others. The person who heard from Drago that he was going to borrow the power of the transparent fruit was going to Marineford. Hearing Luffy's words, Koala was obviously curious, but at this time, Sabo interrupted her. After all, the ability of the transparent fruit is indeed very meaningful, even for the pirates, it will also have a great effect. But on the other hand, there is a brother whom he has known since childhood, and let Sabo watch him be publicly executed. Sabo can't do it anyway. Okay, Koala, these are not the things we should be asking. Koala also temporarily suppressed his curiosity, grabbed Sabo's clothes with one hand, and reached out to Nami with the other, while opening 690 to explain. And that's why Sabo is here. But what Sabo didn't know was that the reason Darag agreed to let Sabo come with him was mainly what he heard about Luffy from Bartholomew Bear. After all, he is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, and his actions may cause unnecessary trouble to the Revolutionary Army. Before coming here, Drago did not reveal who specifically asked the Revolutionary Army to borrow the power of the transparent fruit. How can such a person not be curious? Hey? Are you the one who traded the transparent fruit to us? Didn't expect that you and Sabo-kun have known each other since childhood. Who is this? Although as a revolutionary army, some things should not go to the bottom, but Koala is still curious. Just need help from the bear. I just heard that this is the person who traded the transparent fruit to the Revolutionary Army not long ago. If Luffy was in danger on the battlefield, Sabo would not sit idly by. You're the one who ate the transparent fruit, right? And not long after the four figures disappeared, a group of marine soldiers jumped off the bridge. After promising Drago that he would not mess around, Drago agreed to let him come together. Sabo, who was still thinking about whether to go there secretly, immediately approached Drago and asked him to accompany him. The ability of the transparent fruit to bring others requires contact, whether it is direct contact or indirect contact. Another point is that Drago also has a little selfishness. Luffy nodded and glanced at Nami as well. The surrounding bridges are empty, and it seems that no one has ever appeared here. However, because he was about to leave, he could only forcibly suppress this curiosity. Hearing Luffy's question, the girl, namely Koala, was taken aback for a moment, and then she answered somewhat embarrassedly. Interrupted by Sabo, Koala stuck out his tongue embarrassed. Obviously, his curiosity was a little too heavy. Although I have probably guessed that this girl should be the slave girl Koala in the original 14, but obviously it is better to let them introduce themselves. In this case, why did you trade the transparent fruit to the Revolutionary Army in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to just find someone to eat it yourself? Chapter 321 Memory Metal MENTI1D again. Hey, is this your ship? It looks so strange. Just came to the side of Mary's chariot number 1, and the ability of the transparent fruit has not disappeared, Koala's voice came from the void. And Luffy and Nami, at this time, feel very weird. It's a bit strange to feel that you can clearly feel your own existence, but you can't see yourself. Is it because of the fact that he was given the power of transparency? Or is it that even Koala, who has the power of the transparent fruit, feels this way? However, Luffy has no plans to ask for the time being. After all, everyone is still unripe, even if the transparent fruit is traded to the other party by himself. But that's just a deal, and it's not polite to inquire about someone's abilities at will. Although the world of pirates seems to have the habit of introducing their devil fruit abilities when they see demon fruit power. How is that possible? You don't know how many people there are in Luffy's pirate group, and it's not a ship anyway, right? Sabo's voice sounded again in the empty place. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one around, and if it was seen by ordinary civilians, they would probably think something bad. Not to mention the commoners, even if Luffy and the others returned to Thousand Sunny in this state, they would definitely scare at least 2 people. But there is a problem, the transparent fruit is obtained after Luffy kills Absalom. I hope Perona doesn't have a deep relationship with each other, otherwise it will be another trouble. Slowly, the silhouettes of several people appeared in the air. At this time, Koala was bending over slightly, looking at the merry chariot number 1 parked there with a curious expression. But not only Koala, even as calm as Sabo, there is a little curiosity in his eyes at this time. After all, in this world where there are more seas than land, such land-use chariots are rare. What's more, the merry chariot number 1 transformed by Frankie with the ability of Munch Munch Fruit is obviously more inclined to boys' preferences. It was designed by the boatman on our ship, but this used to be a boat too. Nami took the conversation between the two, and the Mary was the first ship that carried Luffy and the others from East Blue to the Grand Line. It is also the ship that gave birth to the ship Spirit Mary. For Mary, the members who originally joined the Straw Hat Pirates have a deep feeling. It doesn't mean that those who join later have no feelings, but it all requires a process. And this process takes time. Fortunately, now Mary also appears from time to time, and everyone gets along well, including Brooke and Perona, and gradually get to know Mary. Well, was it once a boat too? How did that happen? Hearing Nami's explanation, Koala asked in shock. As Sabo said just now, this thing doesn't look like a boat, and how did it change from a boat to this? Is it Devil Fruit's ability? Sabo touched his chin, and although an excellent boat maker can indeed refit a boat, the one in front of him, this car, is obviously not a refit. And, judging from the material of this car, it's clearly made of a metal. Sabo didn't think the ship would have been entirely made of metal. Then, the only explanation is devil fruit. Otherwise, why would Nami say that this car was once a boat? That's right, and, for this kind of metal, you can bring some back and let Drago see if you need this kind of metal. In business, there's no one who only sells one, and Marine can make powerful weapons out of this metal. Even if the Revolutionary Army doesn't have scientists like Vegapunk, they should at least understand the properties and weaknesses of this metal, right? Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be caught off guard by the new weapons of the world government. Is there anything special about this metal? Since Luffy said so, it means that this metal should have its own unique place. Moreover, considering the topic of devil fruit just now, that is to say, this metal is very likely to be produced because of the devil fruit. The boatman of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Transformer Frankie, the Munch Munch Fruit ability person, did not expect to have such talent in terms of materials. I wonder if your Revolutionary Army has learned about the memory metal theory proposed by Vegapunk. There will be no one around here for the time being, and Luffy has no intention of returning to Thousand Sunny in a hurry. After all, the less people know about some things, the better, especially the things related to the Revolutionary Army. For the time being, don't let the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates know. Although it's not a big deal even if they know, but in the past 2 years, they should still focus on cultivation. As for the sons and daughters who want to go to the Revolutionary Army to cultivate, they will naturally understand some things. This is the kind of memory metal that exists only in theory. Hearing Luffy's words, Sabo suddenly reacted. But then I was a little surprised. As the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, I naturally need to understand these metals that may appear in the future. In any case, once this metal appears, the standard weapons on this sea may undergo large-scale innovation. Provided, of course, that the metal is not monopolized by Marine or the world government. What Sabo didn't expect was that this memory metal, which had existed in theory before, suddenly appeared in front of him now. Since Luffy said so, the material of this car is undoubtedly that new type of memory metal. Unexpectedly, this kind of memory metal is actually master in Luffy's hands. Sure enough, Devil Fruit's energy, Wang Nyohao, is sometimes really amazing. Even Vegapunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of human wisdom, can only put forward theories due to the limitation of materials, but cannot realize them. Now, just a boatman on Luffy's ship, but because of Devil Fruit's ability, he has created this new type of metal. It's not that Sabo looks down on Frankie, but it's enough to see that Frankie's talent in this area can be seen from the theory that he fused this metal not long after eating Devil Fruit. It can only be said that in this sea, the power of Devil Fruit is enough to make many impossible things possible. What is needed is only the ability as a carrier, and the talent or knowledge in this area is needed. Otherwise, some things can only rely on luck, just like Wapol in the original book. Although he doesn't understand this knowledge, he still fuses Wapol metal by mistake. Chapter 322 Keep Silent. I see, I'll bring the words to you. No matter what Luffy's purpose is, memory metal is something that the Revolutionary Army definitely needs. However, as for how to trade, it will be up to Long and Luffy. On the other hand, Nami and Koala were a little stunned. What happened to these two people? It seemed like a deal had been reached in a blink of an eye. Then, come back to my boat with me first, then make some repairs today, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Although there are not many things that need to be prepared, and the people who will actually end the battle will be Luffy and Sabo, there are still some things that need to be explained. Nami opened the door of Mary's Tank 1 and ushered Koala into the co-pilot's seat. As for Luffy and Sabo, they sat in the back seat, because they knew that Lion Fruit was here and Luffy, Sabo, and Koala didn't ask how to get out of here. Still, Koala couldn't help but get a little excited when Mary's Chariot 1 actually floated. This is real flying. For humans who have never experienced flying, being able to fly in the sky is definitely a joy beyond imagination. However, although he was very excited, Koala, who was used to being careful, used the ability of transparent fruit to make Melly's chariot invisible the first time 693 Melly's chariot 1 flew up. This saves Luffy the trouble of using observation haki for directions. The ability of Lion Fruit is really convenient. Sabo, who was sitting next to Luffy, couldn't help but sigh. It's not that Sabo didn't want to say something else, but that Sabo has been working in the Revolutionary Army since the three separated. And in the life of the Revolutionary Army, even Luffy, Sabo will not easily tell. This has nothing to do with friendship, but the current position of the two. And talk about Ace? At this time, in addition to boring yourself, it will not help you in the next action. That kind of thing, let's wait until Ace is rescued. When the three of them are together, they may have more to say. Moreover, when Sabo himself said this sentence, he also considered that if the Revolutionary Army obtained this lion fruit, the meaning would definitely be as important as the transparent fruit. No, it's even more important than the ability of the transparent fruit. Because of the ability of the transparent fruit, I don't know, Bia, when I can get a useful message. But if there is lion fruit, then the Revolutionary Army will no longer need to hide in Tibet. Wouldn't it be better to just float the base camp in the air? Moreover, the transfer of various personnel and the transportation of materials will become extremely easy and convenient. Unlike now, a little food needs to be traded several times before it can reach the hands of the Revolutionary Army. Not to mention wasting time, it will cost more money, and it will be more likely to be exposed or betrayed at any time. Lion Fruit's ability is indeed a top-notch ability in this sea, both in terms of personal strength and strategic significance. It is one of the best. Lion Fruit's ability, being able to master in his own hands, is definitely a very advantageous thing. At the very least, when sailing on this sea, one can master air dominance. Although this sea is not without other abilities that can fly. But compared with Lion Fruit, which only needs to make objects float, and no longer needs to continuously consume physical strength, other Devil Fruit abilities are much inferior. The only weakness of Lion Fruit, which happens to be Nami's strength, is basically equal to directly eliminating Lion Fruit's Achilles heel of being afraid of storms. But there is still a question, that is, whether there is a restraint relationship between Qingxuan Fruit and Lion Fruit. Maybe try to pull Fujitora, no, now I have to call him a smile, onto his own boat? However, Luffy immediately shook his head, although he and others would not do evil at will, but as long as someone offended him, no matter who it was, Luffy would fight back. Moreover, the key point is that Luffy's goal at this time is still to travel around the world, which is not the same as the smile that wants to clear the sea. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sabo, who was originally nodding in response to Luffy, saw Luffy shaking his head, and he was a little confused. No, I just thought of something, but I thought it was impossible, so I shook my head subconsciously. Luffy explained one sentence. Sabo didn't ask any further, just nodded to show his understanding. Under Nami's control, Mary's chariot number 1 quickly returned to Thousand Sunny. Mary's chariot landed on the deck of Thousand Sunny, not making much noise due to Nami's control. But even a little movement made Zoro and others aware of it. These 2 days have been fighting animals on Ruscana Island, and the spirits of several people are tense, and a little movement makes them feel like a bird in the air. Zoro looked around vigilantly, but didn't find anything. The key is that this is still at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and it stands to reason that nothing or people can come up. Is it overreacting? Just a bird accidentally bumped into Thousand Sunny. Although they said that, Zoro and the others did not let their guard down. When others saw Zoro like this, they also gathered around, wanting to see what happened. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Mary's chariot number 1 slowly appeared in front of everyone. Ah! It's Mary's chariot number 1. But what's the matter? Usopp was a little surprised when he saw the Mary chariot number 1 in front of him, but more puzzled. Zoro and Sanji were also confused, but unlike Zoro, there was a glimmer of light in Sanji's eyes, but then he was deeply lost. Unlike Usopp, Chopper, Zoro and Sanji, everyone else knows that Luffy killed the transparent leopard and obtained the transparent fruit. At this time, when everyone saw Mary's chariot number 1 suddenly appearing, they all understood who Luffy was borrowing and who was borrowing. However, everyone did not make a sound, but glanced at Sanji calmly. And it was at this moment that everyone noticed the deep disappointment flashing in Sanji's eyes. This guy really knew about the transparent fruit. This is a transparent fruit? Sure enough, back then, woo-woo. All at once, Perona explained the reason for the sudden appearance of Mary's chariot 1. But just as she was about to continue speaking, she was covered by the fast-eyed Robin. Chapter 324 Consideration and Abandonment. This is Koala, the transparent fruit person, and the one I borrowed from the Revolutionary Army this time. After receiving confirmation from Koala, Luffy nodded, and with this, the operation was almost ready to begin. Perona, who was floating in the air as a spirit body, noticed Luffy's gaze towards her. Jinbei will be released after the war, and once he and Koala are exposed, Luffy really can only release the prisoners. Ah, yes, it can be done, Your ships are not particularly large, and that's perfectly fine. 35. Thinking of Blackbeard, Luffy couldn't help but wonder, without his own intervention, would Blackbeard go to the underwater prison to find a companion? After all, the last collision caused him to lose 2 crew members. Perhaps she joined the Straw Hat Pirates out of frustration, but Luffy hopes that those who join the Straw Hat Pirates in the future, for whatever reason, can let go of everything here. This time everyone went to Marineford together. I thought about it, Lion Fruit's ability is not enough. If they weren't useful to Moonshine Moria, Perona wouldn't necessarily take care of them. After all, Luffy participated in this war, and saving Ace was one thing, but what he really wanted to do was to make his name completely known through this war. Since I took you there, it must be so that you can watch the battle between the top powerhouses in this sea. It might be up to you to save Ace, Sabo. But now listening to Luffy saying that, and realizing it was for his crew? Before coming, Sabo only knew that the other party borrowed people from the Revolutionary Army to participate in that war. During the Moonlight Moria pirates, the only person Perona really respected was Moonlight Moria. When Luffy saw this, he didn't go to see her again. Perona's performance obviously did not intend to pursue this matter. Until then, though, Luffy is still thinking about one thing. After explaining to everyone, Luffy turned to look at Koala, who was still a little uncomfortable, and confirmed. Now that we have Koala, a transparent fruit person, can we go to the underwater prison and see the sea hero Jinbei? Now that Luffy was talking about business, Koala was relieved and returned to his normal state of mind. Like the original Blackbeard, through this war, to achieve their own goals. Hearing Luffy say this, everyone suddenly realized. After seeing Luffy, it was even more preconceived that Luffy just wanted to sneak in with the help of the transparent fruit's ability. Otherwise, maybe with his own strength, he can escape without caring, but for Koala, it is estimated that there is basically no possibility of escaping. Like the original, Jinbei was also temporarily imprisoned by Marine because he refused to participate in the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. However, Luffy is not sure if the undersea prison will have any special monitoring methods, or if other beings who are good at observation haki can find people under the ability of the transparent fruit. So the role of Koala is to make Thousand Sunny and you on board invisible, so that Thousand Sunny can fly closer. Maybe the current Luffy is stronger than Magellan, but in such a small space, Magellan's poisonous fruit will be a great threat to Luffy. Originally, if Sabo hadn't come, he might have to do it himself, but since Sabo came, Luffy's eyes might be on other people. Although they are the same 3 weirdos as Hogback and Absalom, Perona is not impressed by the behavior of the two. Whether it's releasing prisoners or letting Koala be captured or killed, that's not what Luffy wants to see. After thinking for a long time, Luffy decided not to take the risk. Although it's a pity there are some devil fruits in the prison, but if it goes against your will, there's no need to do it. Now, everyone is very satisfied to have a chance to watch this battle safely and steadily. Although they really wanted to fight side by side with Luffy, after just 2 days of experience on Ruskina Island, everyone now understands the current lack of strength. This way you can also watch the battle more clearly. Perona, who turned her head, thought so she secretly looked back. And once exposed, Luffy wants to escape from the underwater prison, and it is estimated that there will be no other way than creating chaos like the original. Luffy is going to explain a little about this borrowing. 0.4 After all, if you plan to enter from the frontal battlefield, if you don't have enough strength, it will be tantamount to going to death. Just now Nami's aura really made Koala, who is also a girl, a little nervous. In this case, Luffy's strength may be much stronger than what Drago told him. After all, Luffy is only strong, but the body's anti-drug aspect, in addition to being a little more lively than normal, can't ignore Magellan's poison. Koala, now you should be able to make the entire Thousand Sunny and the people on board transparent. With lion fruit alone, 1,000 Sunny can only stop at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters so as not to be discovered. So, is the real purpose for your crew? I thought you wanted to save Ace by sneaking in. Therefore, after learning that Luffy and the others had killed Absalom and Hogbuck, Perona did not make it clear that 693 was angry. But then, no one else can find you, and you can't see what's going on below. What's more, it's even more difficult to do with Koala. Perona was still a little embarrassed, but since Luffy could understand her own feelings, she should forgive him this time. Luffy introduced Koala to the crowd, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Perona. After realizing that Luffy was still looking at him, Perona's spirit body blushed and turned his head again, but this time he really let out a cold snort. But Perona didn't do anything strange, just snorted and threw her head aside. But even so, after all, they were the crew members who had been with them for many years. Not only were they killed by Luffy, but they also joined the pirate group of the people who killed them. I didn't think about it that much before, but now I heard Luffy say this, and I realized that it was indeed the case. Although he forcibly threatened him to board the ship, Luffy didn't want to face a crew member who only had a cold face every day. Hearing Luffy's question, Koala immediately came back to his senses, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Chapter 325 Conjecture. Wow, is this what it feels like to fly? Koala didn't feel anything when 1,000 Sunny was in the air. But when Nami controlled 1,000 Sunny and started to move, Koala felt the thrill of the cool breeze brushing his cheeks, and Koala ran to the edge of 1,000 Sunny's boat. I want to close my eyes and feel it, but I also want to enjoy the scenery from the sky that I have never seen before. For a time, Koala was caught in a difficult decision. Miss Koala, your drink. Just when Koala was in a tangle, Sanji brought a drink and handed it to Koala. Hey? Thank you, Mr. Sanji 9. Koala, recovering from the tangle, took the drink from Sanji and thanked him. No thanks, Miss Koala, you can tell me anything you want to eat at any time. Thanks to Koala, Sanji, who was still a little serious, immediately floated up, and even his voice was a little distorted. 14 hee, I will. Looking at Sanji, who had turned into that color Mimi again, Koala took a sip of the drink in his hand and laughed dryly. However, after taking a sip of the drink, Koala's eyes lit up. I have to say that although Sanji feels a little weird to Koala, this drink is really delicious. Hey, curly eyebrows, where's our drink? The one who would speak to Sanji like that would be either Zoro or Galtino. And Sanji, who was still fluttering at first, seemed to be a different person after hearing this voice. He looked at Galtino who was talking with a fierce look in his eyes. It's all in the kitchen, I won't go get it myself. Then, his tone changed immediately, his expression relaxed, and he opened his mouth to Koala. Miss Koala, please take your time, I'll bring some to Miss Nami and the others. Then, under the twitching gaze of Koala's mouth, Sanji's feet turned into a whirlwind, and the words Miss Nami, Miss Robin floated away. Here, drinks are here for you. Although it's a starfish, it's okay for Papagu to bring some drinks. Thank you. 39. Galtino thanked him habitually, except for Sanji. Galtino treated others politely. Wait, why are you still here? After taking a sip of the drink, Galtino finally remembered, why didn't these two guys leave with Rayleigh before? Hee, maybe our sense of existence is too low, so Mr. Luffy, Mr. Rayleigh didn't think of us when he went down, suck. Papagogan laughed twice. Can he say that he and Cammy were both attracted by the appearance of Mary's chariot before, so they forgot to mention that they wanted to go down together? So that's the case, then your sense of existence is really low. 99. Galtino nodded, agreeing with Papagu's words. Then it seems that you can only leave after this incident is over. Galtino added that although there was still a day before Marine publicly executed Ace, it was not far from naval headquarters. Can't go back to Sabayati archipelago on purpose to put them down? Or just drop them here? At the speed of a merman in the sea, it doesn't take much time to swim back to the Sabayati archipelago. Summit War. Sitting on the bow of Thousand Sunny, Luffy couldn't help muttering to himself. In this war, in addition to letting his name resound in this sea, can he gain anything else? If Whitebeard still dies, is there any way I can get shock fruit? If Blackbeard appears on the battlefield, can you kill him directly? Even take his body away and let Chopper study it together? It's not experimenting with innocent humans, so Chopper wouldn't refuse. Moreover, if they can really research something, then the Straw Hat Pirates may be able to have the ability to double fruit per capita. Hey, Luffy, what are you thinking? Nami came behind Luffy with 2 drinks. Although Luffy was only habitually sitting on the bow, Nami still knew that Luffy was thinking about problems at this time. Luffy took a sip of the drink Nami handed over, and said, "The culprit of this war." "The culprit?" "The Blackbeard. Ace is caught by Marine, and others may not know the truth of the matter." But Nami, who had heard Luffy say that Ace might be defeated by Blackbeard and sent to Marine, had some reactions. But what's so strange about that man? Although the last battle with Luffy in Magic Valley seemed that the opponent was not weak, but in terms of the pressure given by Marine Admiral, it was completely incomparable. "Yes, it's him." Luffy nodded, indicating that Nami was right. However, although he is also very strong, judging from that battle, he should not be as strong as you, right? Why do you care so much about him? 55. If it is because of Ace, Luffy once warned that Ace Blackbeard is not easy to mess with, shouldn't it be because of this? A person can only eat 1 devil fruit, you should know this. Even though Nami only ate lion fruit not long ago, but Nami once knew about devil fruit. A person can only eat 1 of the secret treasures of the sea. If 693 eats too much, the person will explode immediately after eating the second one. Well, what does this have to do with it? Luffy will not bring up insignificant things for no reason. Since Luffy said this, it means that the man has something to do with it. Could it be that the man named Blackbeard could eat more than 1 devil fruit? But how is this possible? If people can really eat the second devil fruit, it is impossible for no one to try it for thousands of years. There must be the consequences of the explosion, and there will be such a statement, and future generations will take it as a warning. Blackbeard, there is a way to use the second devil fruit ability. Although I don't know if it's because of dark fruit, or because his body structure is different from ordinary people. Or maybe the Blackbeard that he saw before crossing may have eaten a certain fruit in advance, so he could eat the other 2 fruits. Either way, just kill Blackbeard and let Frankie use the Munch Munch fruit ability to capture his devil fruit. You can know whether it is because of devil fruit's ability or because he is different from ordinary people. This. Although there has been speculation, but when Luffy said it, Nami was still shocked and didn't know what to say. Is this kind of thing really possible? Chapter 326 Kami and Papagu disembark. The topic between the two did not last long, and no matter how much they think about it now, there will be no result. If you want to know the specific situation, you still have to see if you can catch Blackbeard. However, if someone like him is not killed directly, there may be accidents, which is really difficult. Do you want to go down with Frankie? Taking another sip of the drink, Luffy fell silent. Nami didn't continue talking, just stood behind Luffy, watching Luffy quietly, taking a sip from time to time. Whether it's Whitebeard or Blackbeard, the Frankie Munch Munch fruit ability is essential if there is a chance to get their devil fruit. And under such public eyes, Blackbeard may not have any problems because of his low reputation, but Whitebeard is different. If you do that yourself, you will basically offend the people of the Whitebeard pirates. But it's useless to think about it now, because with his intervention now, whether or not Whitebeard will die is still a question. But Blackbeard's words, Luffy is not going to let it go, as long as there is a chance, he will definitely kill him directly, and also save what unpredictable things will happen in the future. After all, when Luffy traveled through, the original book had not yet officially shown the chapter of Blackbeard. If the Blackbeard that has not yet developed can be killed directly, it will undoubtedly save a lot of trouble in the future. Luffy, what about these two guys? While Luffy was still thinking, Galtino brought Papago and Cammy to the bow. No way, that's what it says, but if you really want to take these two guys to Marineford, who knows if something unexpected happens. So let's ask Luffy what to do with them. Hey, are you two still here? Luffy looked back and was stunned. When he sent Rayleigh down, he forgot to send Cammy and Papago down together. 66-99. After being questioned by Luffy, even Galtino, who brought them here, was speechless. Good guy, these two guys really have no sense of existence, even Luffy forgot. Hey, Canned Lemon, why are you rushing Miss Cammy away? Sanji's voice came from the deck, and there was visibly unpleasantness in his tone. This is a mermaid, a real mermaid. It would be nice to stay on the boat and keep your eyes peeled. Are you an idiot? Curly eyebrows, we're going to naval headquarters, although there are Nami's lion fruit and Koala's transparent fruit, but who knows if it will happen again by accident. This idiot nympho cook really got kicked in the head by a donkey. What kind of market is Marineford really? Can come and go casually? What's more, this is when Marine and the Whitebeard pirates go to war. Cut, if we don't get off the boat, what danger can there be? Even so, Sanji's voice was quiet. What Galtino said was true, Thousand Sunny would definitely be not far above the battlefield, which is why Luffy invited Koala over. And Sanji, who had already seen the attack range and power of the Marine Admiral Logia Devil Fruit, also understood that in that case, accidents might indeed happen. You and the others might be able to escape with observation haki. But Cammy and Papago are not, although with Nami's control, Thousand Sunny won't be hit so easily. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case, this kind of thing can't be said. And, maybe there will be stray bullets flying over again? That. Cammy and Papago were also a little embarrassed. After all, they had forgotten about it, and if it really caused trouble to Straw Hat crew, it would be bad. It's better to put us down here, it's not far from Sabayati Archipelago, and at our speed, we can reach Sabayati Archipelago soon, and it's easy to go back to the Fishmen Island. Papago was the first to speak, and if Cammy was to speak, he probably wouldn't know when. Luffy glanced at the one-man fish Starfish, and after thinking for a while, nodded. Galtino is right, Cammy and Papago don't have any strength, and Thousand Sunny will definitely be floating not far above Marineford. At that time, it is likely to be hit by an unintentional attack. You must know that the range of the attack released by Akainu in the original book is quite large. The burning lava falling from the sky, once hit, no, even if it is rubbed, Cammy and Papago are basically dead. If Luffy is on the boat, it's okay to say, with Luffy's strength, there is no problem in protecting two more people. But Luffy is going to the frontal battlefield, and it is impossible to take care of Thousand Sunny all the time. Even Zoro and the others will need to rely on them to pay attention. I'm really sorry that I didn't bring you with me when I went back to Sabayati Archipelago, but you can only leave now. No one objected to Luffy's words, and it was better to let them go now than to let them face dangers that were not suitable for them. Even if he ran a little longer, it would be better to be safe, and, with the speed of the mermaid, it would not take long to reach Sabayati Archipelago from this position. Hearing Luffy say this, Nami controlled Thousand Sunny and began to descend, and Koala also activated his abilities at this time. When Thousand Sunny fell, the hull was completely hidden. Did something happen? Just after finishing the call with Durag, Sabo found that Thousand Sunny and his figure had disappeared. Knowing that it was Koala's ability to activate and that Thousand Sunny was also falling, Sabo thought something was wrong. Expanding observation haki, Sabo walked towards the deck. No way, if you don't open the observation haki, Sabo doesn't know where to step on it or where there is a door. This is also what happens when the person with the non-transparent fruit ability is made transparent. The speed of Thousand Sunny's descent was very fast, and it didn't take long for Thousand Sunny to stop. Looking to the side, there is not much distance from the sea. Boom! A crashing sound reached everyone's ears, and then there was a soft whistle. The figure of the mermaid Cammy appeared, but her posture was a bit wrong at this time, and a red envelope appeared on her forehead. Why didn't I jump into the sea? Cammy, covering her forehead, wondered. Then, the edge of Thousand Sunny's ship was revealed, and Cammy realized that she was still a long way from the edge of the ship. 66:99. Even under the power of the transparent fruit at this time, and not using observation haki, Luffy can guess that everyone is speechless at this time. Chapter 327. Thump. There was a sound of entering the water, and Cammy jumped into the sea with Papagu. Goodbye then, everyone, thank you for taking care of you all the way, and a smooth journey. I hope to see you all at the Fishmen Island. 99. Cammy jumped into the sea with her upper body rising to the surface, holding Papagu in one hand and waving goodbye in the direction of Thousand Sunny with the other. Although Cammy couldn't see the Straw Hat Pirates because of the transparent fruit, she knew that they must also be waving goodbye to her. Cammy didn't hesitate anymore, dived down, and then, at an incredible speed, swam towards the depths of the water. On Thousand Sunny, after seeing Cammy leave, Nami controls Thousand Sunny to continue to ascend. When Thousand Sunny rose to a certain height, Koala also released the ability of transparent fruit at the same time. Aren't those two your crew? Sabo, who was already on the deck, did not speak until Koala released the transparent fruit's ability. Before Sabo thought that the mermaid and the starfish were also Luffy's crew members. After all, even ordinary humans would not dare to sail on a pirate's ship. Not to mention the merman who is at great risk of being caught, not to mention. Although Sabo knew that Luffy and the others weren't like that, those ordinary people didn't. They only know that this is a pirate ship, and there are 693 pirates on board. Therefore, most people do not dare to ship a pirate ship. Well, we accidentally got on our ship before reaching Sabayati Archipelago, but thanks to them, we managed to get to Sabayati Archipelago. Although it left soon after arriving at Sabayati Archipelago. That's it, I don't think you, Luffy, are like those pirates, and everything you do is all kind of good intentions. Why don't you join the Revolutionary Army? Along the way, Luffy has reported incidents in the newspapers, and the Revolutionary Army also has intelligence. However, the information received by the Revolutionary Army was completely different from what was reported in the newspapers. Whether it's what happened at East Blue, or what happened after the Grand Line. What Luffy and the others did was more like what Marine would do. So, Sabo is a little curious, since Luffy and the others have a heart for justice, why didn't they just join the Revolutionary Army? With the information brought back by the bear, Luffy knew the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing Sabo's words, Koala also looked at Luffy curiously. Before coming here, of course, she also read the information of Straw Hat Crew and knew that what Sabo said was true, so she also wanted to know what Luffy thought at this time. Also, even if you don't join the Revolutionary Army, as Luffy, joining Marine should be the best choice, right? Sabo had seen Garp before and knew that Luffy's grandfather was the Marine hero. My dream is to travel around the world, and what I do, it just happens. Luffy said it very simply, but Sabo nodded knowingly. If this is the dream, then it is understandable. Neither the Marine nor the Revolutionary Army could ever achieve true freedom. To travel around the world, neither the Revolutionary Army nor the Marine system could support Luffy in doing that. Travel around the world. A flash of longing flashed in Koala's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by firmness. Luffy's dream is to travel around the world, but what about his own? Isn't that what he wants, to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's world government? Otherwise, I don't know how many children like myself back then. I was lucky at the beginning, just in time for the Murloc hero to liberate Marie Joyce. But what about those who were later enslaved? They wouldn't have such luck. Therefore, in order to prevent more people from being enslaved by celestial dragons, Koala joined the Revolutionary Army without hesitation. Speaking of which, why did Sabo join the Revolutionary Army in the first place? But I remember you and Ace were both clamoring to become one piece. Recalling that when they were young, Ace and Sabo, because they were older than Luffy, told him every day that they would go out to sea first, and then become one piece before Luffy. That is, Luffy is no longer the original Luffy, otherwise he will definitely fight with them every day. Just like Zoro, Sanji and Galtino now. When Luffy mentioned the embarrassment of his childhood, Sabo couldn't help but scratch his head, blushing. Hey, does Sabo still have such a past? Koala looked at Sabo with scrutiny, never heard of such a thing before. Being stared at by Koala like that, Sabo didn't know how to answer. At the beginning, because of my parents, I always wanted to escape the home that bound me. After meeting Ace and knowing from Ace that pirates are the freest existence in this world, Sabo can be said to be attracted to pirates at once. And after Ace said that he wanted to become the Pirate King, at that time, the childish self, when his mind was hot, also shouted such words. Why did you join the Revolutionary Army? It has to start after we separated. It turned out that when Sabo listened to Luffy's advice, he didn't rush out to sea as soon as his brain became hot. Instead, he chose to forbear for a period of time and learn some relevant knowledge. However, this kind of days did not last long, and Drago happened to be in the Goya Kingdom at the beginning. When the two met unexpectedly, Durag's thoughts hit Sabo's heart. At that moment, Sabo knew that the Revolutionary Army was his destination. As for pirates, don't talk about that kind of thing. But I'm curious, Luffy, you don't seem to have changed at all except your body has grown up. This is also a matter of course, as an adult travels to this pirate world, although more or less influenced by this world, it is not so easy to completely change an adult's character. Hey? Was Luffy like that when he was a kid? Hearing Sabo's words, a picture appeared in the minds of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, who was only a few years old, folded his hands on his chest and looked at Ace and Sabo, who were fighting because of the title of One Piece. However, does this seem normal? The crowd substituted a bit inconceivably, and found that there seemed to be no sense of disobedience at all. Was Mr. Luffy so good as a kid? You must know that a child, unless there is something extraordinary, is basically impossible to get rid of the childish nature. The so-called precocious puberty also needs to experience certain things before it happens. Could it be that Luffy experienced something different when he was a child? Chapter 328, Marineford. Although the execution is still a day away, Marine's deployment seems to be all in place. After a half-day flight, Thousand Sunny finally came to the legendary naval headquarters Marineford under the control of Nami. For the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, it can indeed be described as a legend. After all, as a pirate, it is estimated that there are not many who came to Marineford. Ordinary pirates, when they see Marine, their first thought is to escape, even if they are stronger than Marine. There are only a few pirates who take pleasure in killing people, perhaps, who would have a hard time with Marine. After all, even if you kill a batch of Marines, the next batch of Marines will continue to chase. Instead of wasting your energy trying to kill them one by one, it's better to keep this group to chase after yourself. After all, old opponents will always be easier to deal with. If you kill this batch, the next batch of Marines will be stronger. Isn't that causing trouble for yourself? As for the pirates who have been to Marineford, it seems that only the former governor of the Air Pirates, the great pirate Golden Lion, is known. The other pirates who came here were probably caught by Marine and prepared to be executed. Even the great pirate Golden Lion, who broke into this place alone, was only locked in the great underwater prison in the end. Although he was finally escaped by the Golden Lion, and broke the legend that no one can escape from the underwater prison. The huge naval headquarters building, like a round castle, is flanked by the iconic seagull wing stone pillars. On the front, the huge marine word is engraved on it, giving a solemn feeling as a whole. At this time, Thousand Sunny stopped at an altitude of several thousand meters, and still maintained a state of invisibility. After all, there is no enemy in front of Marine now. If Thousand Sunny is too close, they will be discovered. But even so, you can still clearly feel the solemn atmosphere of naval headquarters. On this stately island, there was no marine stationed around at this time, save for an entire ring of walls. I think it's to recharge and face tomorrow's war, right? As for whether someone will make trouble at this time? Don't be kidding, this is naval headquarters. There may be a Golden Lion arrogant, but normal pirates don't come to Marineford for trouble. This is naval headquarters, it's a little different from what I imagined. Although Usopp didn't dare to walk around on the boat because of the transparent fruit, it was precisely because he was in a transparent state that he could directly see the appearance of the naval headquarters below. In the face of such naval headquarters, Usopp couldn't help but sigh. Oh? So what do you think naval headquarters looks like? Although they can't see each other, it doesn't affect everyone's chat. Hearing Usopp's sigh, Frankie asked. Even Frankie has to admit that this naval headquarters is really stylish. Ugh! The naval headquarters I imagined should be a gloomy and terrifying environment, with a fierce-looking marine everywhere, and a bloody execution platform. 35. 6699. Wait, what book did you read about marine like this? Don't you think marine is very scary because you are a pirate? Everyone could not help but ask speechlessly, is this really what normal people can imagine the naval headquarters look like? Ah? Is it? Isn't that what you imagined naval headquarters to be? Usopp was surprised, and some didn't understand why their thoughts were different from their own. Aren't everyone a pirate? For the commoners of this world, marine is a positive image in any way. As Marineford, the naval headquarters, how can it be what you say? Nami said angrily. If she could see it, she would be able to see that she was rolling her eyes in the direction of Usopp's voice. Although there are indeed many scum in Marine, but after all, his adoptive mother is also Marine, and it was Marine who rescued him in the first place. For Marine, Nami still has a rather complicated attitude. Looking at naval headquarters like this, if this world didn't have celestial dragons and those hypocritical nobles, I might have joined Marine. Sabo's voice came from one side, and when he was young, he said that he wanted to be a pirate, but he had never seen what a pirate was like. After joining the Revolutionary Army, after seeing that most pirates are ferocious existences, Sabo realized that it may be a very ridiculous thing for him to want to become a pirate. Seeking Flowers 0. Without the existence of celestial dragons, there would not be so many pirates in this sea. Most of the pirates were forced to go out to sea because they could not survive. But even so, those who became pirates were not worthy of sympathy. After they became pirates, they never thought about what kind of disaster they would bring to other civilians. But this is not necessarily, after all, there is such a thing as devil fruit in this world. Once people have power, their hearts will expand, and once their hearts change, disputes will unfold accordingly. Hey, does Sabo still want to join Marine? Then it seems that when we work together in the future, I have to be a little wary of you? Koala spoke in a playful tone. Hey, it's said if it is, Koala, don't make fun of it. Although he knew that Koala was joking, Sabo couldn't help but wave his hands. Let's take a good rest today? Koala, can you maintain your ability while you sleep? Luffy ended the conversation and asked Koala instead. Today, even Luffy as well, needs a good rest. Tomorrow's battle may not be easier than the one with Aokiji. The ability of the transparent fruit requires me to stay awake all the time when it is activated, but it doesn't matter to me if I don't sleep for one night. This is a bit different from Nami's lion fruit. Nami's lion fruit, as long as Nami is not passively unconscious, the floating object will always be in a state of no gravity. Even sleeping is no problem, which is why the golden lion has been hiding in the sky before. After all, it is impossible for a person to go without sleep for more than 20 years. Of course, Blackbeard may be an anomaly, but there is no specific performance in the original work, and no one knows what the real situation is. No need, you just have to take a rest as usual after disarming your ability. You can't afford to lose your mind in tomorrow's scene. 35. Even if they don't have to go down. Chapter 329 is about to begin. Nami, you control Thousand Sunny to fly higher, everyone should have a good rest today. It doesn't take much time to control Thousand Sunny to fly up and down. The execution time will be at noon tomorrow, and the time will come in a hurry. It's a question of how Luffy and Sabo will get down, though. If Luffy is flying down with Sabo in Gear 4, unless he joins the battle immediately, he will not be able to use armament haki for the next few minutes. In such a scene, armament haki cannot be used, even Luffy is very dangerous. Should Nami and Koala be sent down? Find a place with fewer people and it should be no problem. I see. Nami nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Thousand Sunny began to rise rapidly. The marine ford below moved further and further away, eventually disappearing from view. 697. And after Thousand Sunny flew to a height of 10,000 meters and stopped, Thousand Sunny suddenly appeared under the sun. Koala's abilities are disarmed. Now that it has flown so high, naturally there is no need to maintain a transparent state. Sanji, let's prepare dinner. After eating, let's all go to rest. Sanji nodded and walked towards the kitchen, while everyone else walked towards the dining room. Although Luffy said to have a good rest, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Are you going to start? 35. In the various squares of the Sabayati archipelago, video phone bugs began to work. At this time, Sabayati archipelago, even though the big incident like Luffy's hijacking of celestial dragons just happened 2 days ago, it was still crowded with people. And Marine did not appear at this point in time. For no other reason, the picture played by the video phone bug was the Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, which was waiting for it. In the picture, the magnificent Naval Headquarters Marine Ford has countless Marine soldiers on standby at this time. Several phone bugs cast a screen showing Marine Ford in every direction. Dozens of warships surrounded Marine Ford, leaving only a single crossing. At the same time, surrounding Marine Ford, stood several huge marines, and those marines were a family of giants. Before that, Marine had laid out a crescent-shaped bay. On the walls of the bay, countless forts stick out, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to appear, then it will be a scene of catching turtles in the urn. The execution platform for Ace was set up right in front of the Naval Headquarters building. At the port, there were already 100,000 elite soldiers from Naval Headquarters on standby. These soldiers, with the lowest rank, are all colonels of the headquarters, because no matter how low the rank is, those soldiers have only one possibility of losing their lives in this battle. Among these troops, there is a group of people who are particularly conspicuous. They were not as disciplined and prepared as the Marines, but stood and sat at will. Either with a calm face, or with a wild laugh, in such a serious scene, these people seem a little out of place. 7 Warlords of the Sea. In the square of Sabayati archipelago, many people looked at the 5 figures that appeared on the screen and murmured to themselves. And right below the execution platform, 3 tall figures were sitting there quietly at the moment, looking calmly at the only exit of Crescent Moon Bay. The strongest fighting force in Naval Headquarters, the 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, are quite oppressive. Many pirates have serious expressions on their faces when they see the 3 Admiral appearing on the screen again. And many reporters around, are facing the screen constantly filming. Although they couldn't shoot on the spot, even if they could shoot on the spot, they wouldn't be able to send back the photos they took. Haven't seen the Whitebeard pirates yet, are they really going to save that Fire Fist Ace? 9. It's almost time for Ace's execution, but there is still no Whitebeard pirates in the whole picture. Many pirates and civilians watching the live broadcast of the screen are guessing whether the Whitebeard pirates will really come to fight Fire Fist Ace. After all, Whitebeard has not appeared in the newspaper for a long time. Anyone who knows about the Whitebeard pirates knows that Whitebeard is very old. In the eyes of some, Whitebeard is already a pirate of the past. Even the title of the strongest man in the world cannot be worth the ravages of time. What's more, if only one Whitebeard pirate group can compete with Marineford at this time, then Marine may soon cease to exist. But no matter what, if the Whitebeard pirates appeared today, no matter whether they win or lose, the sky of this sea will definitely change. You stand back a little. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the screen. Then, a man with a goatee, glasses, and a hat with a seagull standing on the hat appeared on the screen. And the position he was standing at this time was right next to Fire Fist Ace, who was being placed on the execution platform. It's Martial Marine, Sengoku. What does he want to do at this time? It stands to reason that Sengoku does not need to stand on the execution stand even if the execution is announced. I have something to tell you about the great significance of the man Porgas Ace dying here today. 95. Sengoku's voice resounded through Marineford, as well as in the ears of the pirates and civilians in front of the screen. And just when Sengoku said these words, Ace, who was kneeling there motionless, ready to close his eyes and wait to die, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of shock flashed across the embarrassed face, and a bad premonition lingered in Ace's heart. Did Marine know about that matter after all? Ace bit his lower lip, just expecting the blade of execution to fall quickly. Where Sengoku used to be, Garp stood blankly in that 0.4. You are innocent, Garp. Beside him, Marine Chief Staff Crane, glanced back at Garp, and said, Haha, Tsuru, women will be very considerate at this time. 35. Hearing his old buddy console him, Garp burst out laughing, but then shook his head again. I'm not worried about myself. Years. Garp has never regretted the adoption of One Piece's son, and even if this matter is exposed now, Garp will not have any images for him. Is that intolerable to that kid? After all, Garp was raised from childhood to adulthood, so it is not surprising to have such feelings. On the contrary, if Garp didn't feel anything, Crane would doubt whether this man was the Garp she knew. Chapter 330 The News That Shocked the World. This is the path Ace chose by himself, and although it will be a bit unbearable, I will not stop Sengoku. 99. And the eagle eye who heard Boya Hancock's opening, glanced at Boya Hancock somewhat unexpectedly. She did this to hide from us, no, even from the world. Ignoring Ace's hoarse voice, Sengoku just spoke to the phone bug to himself. Gecko Moria's angry voice sounded, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. There's an island in South Blue called Baitrilla, and the mother's name is Portcas de Rouge. Garp looked up at the sky, and those eyes, which were usually quite spirited, were now a little hazy. Boiled, I didn't expect Our Lady Empress to actually know those little devils. That's right, because your mother put her life on the line to give birth to you. 39. No. 9. I didn't expect that the Queen of Nine Snakes Island had actually seen Luffy. Then she tried so hard to give birth to you, and died on the spot. In front of the screen of Sabayati Archipelago, those who were watching the live broadcast were a little confused about what Sengoku meant. Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, responded hoarsely for the first time. Regret? There should be. Although I really don't want everyone from the Whitebeard pirates to save me, but Ace knows that they will definitely come. Although he was smiling, Doflamingo's eyes flashed coldly under Doflamingo's sunglasses, and blue veins burst out near his temples. It wasn't that Ace was about to be executed, nor the Whitebeard pirates that Marine was about to face. Boiled, it said. Right. How can such news not be announced to the world? Where the 7 warlords of the sea was, sitting on the ground, Doflamingo in a flamingo costume let out a weird laugh and said arrogantly. Boiled, I heard that your fellow was recently defeated by a group of brats who just went to sea? Now you still have the face to participate in this battle. Garp had a very strong premonition that his grandson would definitely appear in this war. What are you trying to do, Luffy? What? That guy Sengoku, what the hell is going on? At such a time, he would ask such a well-known question. 99. With an arrogant gesture that made Doflamingo angry, he spoke words that made Doflamingo even more angry. Ace, say your father's name. The little devil who just went to sea? If that man appeared in front of you, and you dared to speak like that, then the concubine can admit that you, Doflamingo, are a person. At this time, Ace just listened to Sengoku to tell the facts one by one with no expression on his face. Every word of Sengoku's words pierced Ace's heart like a sharp sword. We can only rely on the information and possibilities obtained by the CP to try our best to investigate the born child and the mother who gave birth to the child, but nothing has been gained. There is one of these, which can be said to be the perseverance of being a mother. Doflamingo, you guy is. Then, words in 2s and 3s began to appear, and finally an unbelievable voice broke out. It's you. There's no way you didn't know? Your father is One Piece Gol Roger. Moreover, it will appear in a way that shocks the world. Seeing Tsuru turned his head and continued to look at Ace and Sengoku on the execution platform, Garp's expression changed again. Angry? Maybe. Because his mother, as Sengoku said, died to give birth to herself. You can think of it that way. After all, you're always a Marine. Garp doesn't hide his feelings for a partner he's been with since joining Marine. The man named Whitebeard. And Ace, who was asked, probably understood why he was publicly executed, but we were desperately trying to find, there might be some man's child on some island. I'm not wrong. I have only one father. That's Whitebeard. This woman's actions are far beyond the common sense in our minds. She is pregnant because she is distressed for the child. 20 months. Boya Hancock glanced sideways at Doflamingo, standing proudly. Sengoku's voice finally fell, and both Naval Headquarters Marineford and the square where Sabayati Archipelago cast the screen fell into an eerie silence. Obviously, Doflamingo, the king of the underground world, knew the news. Even Luffy. A year and 3 months after his father's death, the child who inherited the most evil blood in the world was born. Staff Officer Crane glanced at Garp. He still knows Garp's character quite well. Since Garp has said so, there is no need to worry. Gecko Moria, who had been spared a yard by Luffy before, was not revoked as 7 warlords of the sea. My father is Whitebeard. Whether it is the soldiers of Naval Headquarters, or the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the screen, they are all quietly waiting for Sengoku's next words. Sengoku's voice was strong and sharp, the answer he wanted to hear was not this. In Ace's heart, Whitebeard's kindness to him is much stronger than that of the father who left his mother and himself to start the so-called Age of Pirates. Anyone who knows about the Whitebeard Pirates knows that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates have a common father, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He has been staring coldly at the Eagle Eye, the only outlet in the bay, and glanced coldly at the 697 guys who laughed, and didn't say much. Hearing Gecko Moria's laughter, Doflamingo glanced at Gecko Moria maliciously, then taunted. They had a feeling that what Sengoku said next might not be what they expected. He, this is really an incredible news. It was his grandson who had just made a fuss about Sabayati Archipelago. Moreover, it seems that Luffy also made a deep impression on this arrogant queen. Even if Ace doesn't care that his true identity will be known to the world, in his heart, his father is only that man. At this time, Sengoku's voice spread all over Marineford through the 14-tone of the phone bug, and also resounded in everyone's mind in front of the Sabayati archipelago screen. At the critical moment when the war is about to begin, Marine and the world government have no spare time to find another person to take on the role of 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 331 Reaction of all parties. Hawkeye doesn't know how far Luffy is now. But when he was fighting against himself, Luffy's use of Haki's physical skills far surpassed most of the people in this sea. As far as the degree of Haki's use is concerned, the Doflamingo in front of him is indeed not as good as Luffy, who has made further breakthroughs under his own pressure. Except that Devil Fruit has not awakened, in other respects, it can be said that it has completely surpassed Doflamingo. And after these few months of adventure, presumably at this time Luffy's strength should be higher, right? After all, Luffy is the master of Conqueror's Haki. With the improvement of experience, his strength must also improve rapidly, right? Although Doflamingo also master Conqueror's Haki, but one has been famous for many years, and the other is still in the period of rapid development of strength. If the two fought, Luffy would have a bigger chance of winning. The Bartholomew Bear standing next to Hawkeye didn't speak, nor did he show any expression on his face, and seemed completely uninterested in what Doflamingo and the others were discussing. But they weren't partners, and Doflamingo didn't care about Bartholomew Bears. However, Gecko Moria, who was interrupted, did not intend to speak again at this time. Just being provoked by Doflamingo, I can't wait to refute. But Gecko Moria calmed down after being interrupted by Boya Hancock. Gecko Moria still had lingering fears when he remembered the last punch that knocked him out. If it weren't for the fact that the other party seemed to take a fancy to Perona, he might have died at that time if he wanted to make Perona his crew. Thinking of Perona, Gecko Moria's face darkened. Once again, his partner was killed and taken away. The current Gecko Moria, if the Marine's summoning order is not mandatory this time, may still be depressed on the thriller bark. Fire Fist Ace is the son of One Piece. When Sengoku said this news, even the Marines who were waiting in the line could not help but fall into shock. I originally thought that this time it was to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, so I chose to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. But now it seems that it's not just that, no, maybe the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is just incidental. Perhaps the real purpose is to completely kill the bloodline of One Piece? Give the world a wake-up call? Ace is One Piece's son? How is this possible? Among them, there are Marines who don't want to believe this fact. Marine Colonel Isksa, who once chased Ace all the way, is a little hard to accept at this time. Although he is a Marine and Ace is a pirate, Iska discovers that Ace is actually a good person in the process of chasing Ace. The relationship between the two is like the relationship between Garp and Roger that Iskar had heard about. But unlike Garp and Roger, Isksa, as a female Marine colonel, gradually develops a crush on Ace during the hunt. Originally thought that Marine invited Ace to become Shishibukai, maybe it would be an opportunity for the two, but unexpectedly Ace rejected Marine's invitation in the end. However, now, the news announced by Sengoku has completely made Iska desperate. Maybe Marine and pirates, it was impossible. Maybe after today, the name Ace will be completely removed from the sea. Iska stared blankly at the figure on the execution platform. Maybe this will be the last meeting between the two? Hey? Are you all right, Iska? Now Hina, who is next to Iska, noticed the strangeness of Iska and asked with concern. The battle with the Whitebeard pirates is about to begin. If you are uneasy at this moment, it is very dangerous on the battlefield that is about to start. Hey! I'm fine, I'm just a little surprised. 35. Iska shook his head, suppressed a certain emotion in his heart, and said to his colleagues around him. It's fine, Hina thinks you're uncomfortable. Seeing Isksa say this, Hina didn't doubt anything, and continued to look in the direction of the execution platform. Come on, it's really troublesome. With a cigar in his mouth, Smoker also saw something wrong with Iska. But he didn't talk too much. Although Ace's matter was surprising, it didn't make Iska show such an expression. There's obviously something else going on, the job of hunting down Ace in the first place, but being dispatched to Iskar. But Smoker didn't want to get into it, so why wasn't he himself? If the people on the execution stand were replaced by the Straw Hats, maybe Smoker himself would have a different mood? Some people, no matter whether they do bad things or not, as long as they endanger the world government, they are the enemies of Marine and the government. It's actually like this, One Piece's son, is still alive. On the Sabayati archipelago, the audience was equally stunned listening to Sengoku's voice coming from the screencast. Some of those reporters even dropped their pens on the ground. This is big news. If it doesn't work, report it to the company immediately. Some reporters reacted quickly, picked up the pen that had just fallen from the ground, and quickly recorded Sengoku's words in the notebook. Then, the first time to dial the company's phone bug. There's no way, if you don't act quicker on such a hot news, you will be preempted by your peers. If you let your boss know that you are one step behind the other because of your absence, you may face the risk of being resigned. Similarly, with this reporter taking the lead, other reporters also took out the phone bug and began to dial the phone bug number of the dead company. Aren't all the people related to One Piece punished, Wang Nyazeo? Does his biological son still exist? In the crowd, someone said incredulously. Most of these people are old people, but they heard about it at the beginning. In order not to spare the possible bloodline of One Piece, Marine captured an unknown number of pregnant women and newborn children. However, even so, is it still not possible to capture the son of the Pirate King? Roger, is this your son? It looks like he is in the same situation as you today. In the crowd, Rayleigh looked at Ace's face on the middle screen and muttered to himself. However, he doesn't seem to be as calm as you. Besides, he doesn't recognize you as a father. For Ace, Rayleigh didn't feel anything special. Just comparing the current Ace with the original Roger, Rayleigh couldn't see any trace of Roger on Ace. Chapter 332 Arrival. It should be 2 years ago, when you used your mother's name, and when you used the power of penultimate as the captain of the Spade Pirates, and you made a name at sea at a very fast speed, we finally discovered Roger's bloodline did not cut off. But Whitebeard, who discovered this at the same time as us, let the son of his former nemesis get on board in order to nurture you into the next One Piece. Sengoku's voice continued to reach everyone's ears on the phone bug in Marineford and on the live Sabayati archipelago. No. I only boarded my father's boat to make him the Pirate King. Ace's voice sounded at this moment, however, it was quickly interrupted by Sengoku. Only you think so, we have never been able to easily attack you, because Whitebeard has been protecting you. Sengoku's words made Ace look up suddenly. Ace never thought that Whitebeard actually had the idea of making him the Pirate King. And what Ace just said is indeed Ace's real thoughts, but it seems to be just wishful thinking. If you don't care, you will definitely stand at the top of this era of pirates and start to exert your power. Sengoku didn't pause for Ace's shock, his face was equally serious. Because, what Sengoku said, in his mind, could very well be true. Therefore, it is of great significance to put you to death here today. 697. Even if there is a full-scale war with Whitebeard. Finally, Sengoku's voice was full of excitement. Oh! At this moment, the Marine generals and captains, who were waiting for the execution platform, also burst into impassioned roars. Whether Ace is the son of the Pirate King or not, at this moment, it is just a Marine, roaring before he is about to fight with the pirates. And just after Sengoku finished speaking, a liaison officer trotted over from behind, a little flustered on his face. Marshal Sengoku, there is news from Impelton. And Sengoku, who had just finished motivating the soldiers, immediately turned ugly after hearing the words of the liaison officer. At this time, it can't be a trivial matter to be able to get Impelton to contact him, that is, what happened to Impelton, Bia? What happened? Although the timing is not right, it is still necessary to ask clearly. The phone bug in Sengoku's hand has been hung up, so there is no need to worry about being broadcast live. Someone has invaded Impelton, targeting the eternal hell on the 6th floor. The liaison officer did not dare to delay, and hurriedly reported the received news to Sengoku. Damn, who is the person who invaded Impel Down at this time? Is it someone from the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku's first thought upon hearing the news was whether this could be a conspiracy of the Whitebeard pirates. No. No, the news from Impelton, it was the Blackbeard gang who had just become one of the Shishibukai who invaded Impel Down 5. Hearing this, Sengoku's originally nervous heart relaxed a little. With the strength of Blackbeard's group, Magellan should be more than enough to deal with it. Well, I know this kind of thing Magellan should be able to handle, and now the most important thing is the Whitebeard pirates. 35. While Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, he wanted the liaison to notify Magellan and give him full control. But, according to the news from Pelton's side, Shiryu, the former wardens, joined the Blackbeard pirates and seriously injured Director Magellan. This is also the reason why the liaison officer ran over in such a panic. If it's just a report, there is absolutely no need to come and report at this time. What? Shiryu, that bastard, actually betrayed. Sengoku naturally knows about Shiryu. Originally thought that locking him on the 6th floor would make him change, but he didn't expect to defect directly. Damn it. These bastard pirates really don't have a good thing. Sengoku spat secretly. If it wasn't for the order of the world government, how could Marine possibly tolerate the existence of the 7 warlords of the sea? After this matter, we must throw this matter in front of the 5 elders. It was their confession that made Impel Down invaded again. What's going on with Impel Down now? But no matter how angry you are now, it won't help, just hope Magellan can stop. The criminals on the 6th floor of Impelton killed each other under the instigation of Blackbeard. Some of them survived and joined the Blackbeard pirates, but some of them escaped. Now, Deputy Director Han Yabal is rectifying the front. The prisoner on the 5th floor. What about the Blackbeards? Did they run away too? Couldn't have been worse news than this. Blackbeard, the bastard, joined the 7 warlords of the sea with such an idea. Now I can only hope that the Impel Down side can stabilize the situation, and those prisoners who escaped can only talk about you later. The most important thing right now is the Whitebeard pirates. The Blackbeard gang should have escaped after they went missing after a lot of trouble. Here. It's the Whitebeard pirates. Just when Sengoku was about to say something, someone shouted from below the execution stand. Sengoku quickly looked towards the entrance of Crescent Moon Bay, and at some point in time, countless pirate ships had appeared on the sea not far from Crescent Moon Bay. Suddenly appeared? Where did it come from? Sengoku was startled, and cold sweat fell from his forehead unconsciously. It's not that he was afraid of the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, but he was a little surprised by the way the other party suddenly appeared, which completely disrupted Sengoku's deployment. But now is not the time to be suspicious. Impelton can only rely on themselves for the time being, and now, Sengoku has more important things to do. After sending the liaison back, Sengoku jumped up to the high podium. All ready to fight. 35. Under Sengoku's order, the marine generals and captains who were also a little surprised at this moment were also ready to fight and drew their weapons one after another. And Ace, who also heard the shouts from the people below, looked up at the only exit. The pirate ship that appeared there, and the figure standing on the ship, were all familiar partners of Ace. Although they are not members of the Whitebeard pirates' ship, they all belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Ace didn't know how to face these people. Obviously do not want them to appear here, however, they have really come. So, Daddy, is Daddy here too? Ace looked towards the pirate ships that appeared, but did not notice the existence of the Moby Dick. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 333 Tsunami. Marshal Sengoku, are you going to attack? Seeing the sudden appearance of the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, many people in Marine panic for a moment. It was only natural that the enemy appeared in an unexpected way, which shocked the soldiers who were waiting with a sigh of relief. And this moment of panic also made the originally high momentum have some stagnation. However, these Marine soldiers were the elites of naval headquarters anyway. After a moment of panic, they recovered immediately and waited for Sengoku's order. Wait, Whitebeard hasn't shown up yet, he must be nearby. Based on Sengoku's understanding of Whitebeard, since all the pirates under his command have appeared, it is impossible for him to be absent. This is completely inconsistent with his habitual style, so Sengoku spreads his knowledge and wants to sense whether there are other pirate ships nearby. At the same time, Observation Haki, the three Admiral, Aokiji, Kizaru and Akainu, who were sitting under the execution platform, also sensed something strange. At the same time, in the Crescent Moon Bay, countless bubbles suddenly began to rise on the sea surface. What's that sound? Not all of the Marines waiting on the shore will observe Haki. They were completely unaware of what was going on when the sound of bubbles popped. As soon as Observation Haki unfolded, Sengoku sensed the once familiar aura. And the direction of that breath is impressively under the sea in Crescent Moon Bay. Did we get our formation wrong? Standing in the rear and coordinating the entire army, Staff Officer He, just in case, also turned a little ugly. As soon as Observation Haki sensed it, she realized that Marine's actions outside Crescent Moon Bay might have been useless. No, it can't be said to be useless, at least those pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates are still blocked from Crescent Moon Bay. If they want to get in, they still need to attack through the layers of Marine, which is the only effect of this arrangement. The person who really wanted to guard was unable to guard against it, and he could only say that he was indeed an old opponent who had been dealing with each other for so many years, and his understanding of each other was extremely deep. A huge black shadow appeared under the sea in Crescent Moon Bay. Crash! The waves rolled, and a huge ship emerged from under the sea. This huge ship that floated to the surface, at this time, the film that covered it on the surface also shattered after the ship floated to the surface. A tall figure appeared at the bow of the huge ship. The captain's coat was draped behind him, and the bare chest muscles and scars coexisted, and the handle of the huge naginata in his hand fell on the deck. That conspicuous crescent moon beard signifies the identity of a man. My dear son, are you all right? Whitebeard carried Haki's voice throughout Crescent Moon Bay. Dad! Ace couldn't help but screamed, not hoping that Whitebeard could hurry to save him, but wanted to question Whitebeard why he came to save himself. Why would you risk the lives of the entire pirate crew for yourself? Ace understands that the Whitebeard pirates' operation, whether successful or not, will not result in one or two sacrifices. Taking the lives of so many companions in order to save himself is definitely not what Ace wanted. At this moment, Ace suddenly regretted why he didn't follow Whitebeard's advice and gave up chasing Blackbeard. However, teach that bastard, Ace didn't want to let him go anyway. Perhaps, he should have listened to Luffy's words and honed his haki before going to teach to settle the account. However, now it's too late, because of their own reasons, the Whitebeard pirates have officially started war with Marine. Why do you still care about me? All this is caused by my willfulness. Facing Whitebeard who appeared in front of him, Ace finally couldn't help shouting. No, son, I told you to go. Sengoku hasn't given the order to attack yet, and the Marines haven't attacked when the Whitebeard pirates appear. And Whitebeard didn't mean to be in a hurry at all, preventing Ace from wanting to take all the responsibility on himself. Come on, don't talk nonsense. At that time you stopped me, but How could Ace not know the reason why Whitebeard did this, and wanted to deny it loudly, but was immediately interrupted by Whitebeard. Seeking flowers. Marco, was I the one who asked him to go? Whitebeard didn't say anything to Ace, but turned his head and asked the pineapple-headed man standing next to him. Yes, I heard it too. Ace, thank you for your hard work. Everyone on this sea should know what will happen if they dare to attack our partners. 39. Marco responded with a sound, and then said to his companions. Ace, we won't let anyone hurt you. Wait a minute, we'll save you right away. The others on the boat also shouted at Ace, with no fear of falling into the enemy camp at all. You actually brought these people here. .00. Below the execution platform, Aokiji looked at the Whitebeard group who were shouting loudly, with a dignified expression on his face. It may not be so good, but those marine generals don't know how many people will be killed in this war. Is it too late to say that now? Akinu folded his arms around his chest and the brim of his hat covered his eyes, making it impossible to see what he was thinking at this moment. It's disgusting. Kizaru was still negative as always, and the eyes under the sunglasses were full of laziness. However, none of the three had any plans to make a move at this time. Before Whitebeard did it, these marine admirals were not suitable for hands. And at this moment, a huge sense of vibration came. At the same time, in the distance on both sides of Marineford, a huge tsunami rushed towards Marineford in a double-teamed manner. Did that fellow Whitebeard cause a sea earthquake before coming here? Everyone in the arena, whether it's marine or pirate, is very aware of Whitebeard's shock fruit's abilities. That was enough to destroy the earth, and under the traction of that shock, the tsunami was covering Marineford at an extremely fast speed. When the tsunami was approaching, the height of the two tsunamis had completely surpassed the tallest building in Marineford. Once these two tsunamis fall, let alone other things, the 100,000 marine elite will definitely lose more than half, and even Marineford will be destroyed at the same time. Chapter 334 The War Begins. It's a tsunami, so big. Marineford's marine soldiers, even if they are all elites at the level of generals, are actually facing a big pirate like Whitebeard for the first time. In the face of the huge tsunami caused by Whitebeard, the marine soldiers didn't know how to deal with it. This kind of tsunami that is enough to destroy the entire Marineford, ordinary human beings are completely worthless in front of it. But after all, they are the elite soldiers of naval headquarters. Even in the face of this huge tsunami that can destroy the world, they have not lost their way. In addition to lamenting the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit, they are also waiting for their own admiral shot. In this case, presumably the admirals would not sit idly by. With a tsunami of this magnitude, the ability of shock fruit is really exaggerated. 55. Under the execution platform, the three Admiral Taishan collapsed in front of them, but 700 did not change his face. A tsunami of this magnitude may be equivalent to the end of the world to ordinary people, but to them, it is just a bigger wave. Aokiji murmured, dodged, and disappeared into the chair. Wow, haha, it really is a legendary monster. It's really strong and terrifying. 35. The 7 warlords of the sea who were also in the marine camp, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing wildly as he looked at the huge tsunami that was overwhelming the sky. However, the marine soldiers around him, even if they knew that the admiral could not just sit by and watch, could not help but feel a little scared at this juncture. Wow ah ah! Woo la la la! Whitebeard's wild laughter came along with the huge tsunami. Although they were also within the coverage of the tsunami, neither Whitebeard nor the other members of his pirate group felt any fear, but all shouted. The war is about to begin. Come on guys! And just as they were about to wash up on the shore and fight with the marines, a lazy voice entered their ears. Ice Age! And at this moment, the boundless cold air spread all over the body of everyone present. Both marine and pirate shivered at this moment. and the huge tsunami that was about to engulf Marineford at this moment condensed into solid ice at an incredible speed. Those two huge tsunamis, at this moment, completely turned into huge ice sculptures blocking both sides of Marineford. The cold air continued to emerge from the two ice sculptures, and the temperature of the entire Marineford seemed to suddenly change from summer to cold winter. Aokiji, that's really capable, kid. Whitebeard grinned, not surprised that the two tsunamis would be stopped. The ability of Logia Devil Fruit is really advantageous in this situation. Aokiji, who was covered in cold air, was half human and half ice not far from the Moby Dick. In front of Aokiji, several sharp ice spikes formed, targeting Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Ice cubes, 2 spears. The razor-sharp icicles wrapped in the cold air and shot at Whitebeard at an extremely fast speed. And as soon as Aokiji left, Sengoku gave the order to fire. Boom! Along with the continuous roar, the gunners who had been on standby for a long time ignited the line of fire of the artillery. The muzzle on the crescent moon barrier began to pour out firepower continuously. The sharp icicles and the roaring shells attacked the Moby Dick at the same time. Facing Aokiji's ice thorns and the bombarding shells, Whitebeard calmly put down the naginata in his hand and squatted down slightly. His fists were crossed in front of his chest, and just as the icicles and cannonballs were about to arrive, Whitebeard's fists slammed toward both sides. Crack! The fist wrapped in white light slammed into the empty air, but it was like bombarding a mirror. On both sides of Whitebeard's body, the air shattered like cobwebs. Whether it was Aokiji's ice thorns or the shells shot by Marine, they were all shattered by the shock wave caused by the shattering air. The Marines are attacking, we can't be left behind, let them see how good we are. After the first wave of Marines' attack from Whitebeard shattered, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, who had been blocked a little, raised their weapons again. This time, they completely washed up on the harbor in the bay. After washing up on the harbor, Marine's next attack followed. Under the hail of bullets, it is impossible for ordinary pirates to have a chance to survive. However, the one who washed up on the harbor for the first time was nothing. At this time, on the Moby Dick, only Whitebeard was left standing proudly on the bow, quietly watching Ace on the execution platform. Number. Looking at Whitebeard standing on the bow, and his companions who were rushing on the shore, Ace was stunned. Hey, are you the only one left? This is a great opportunity. 99. Kizaru's figure appeared in the air at some point. After noticing that Whitebeard was standing alone on the Moby Dick, his mouth pouted, his hands folded across his chest, and countless flashes of light began to condense in front of Kizaru. Bayou, bayou, bayou. The light bullets condensed by sparkling fruit swept toward Whitebeard as if they didn't need money. Puff puff. The energy wings burning with cyan gunpowder spread out in front of Whitebeard, blocking all the light bombs that were pouring in. It won't let you hurt Dad. The horse appeared to Marco in front of Whitebeard, and his hands turned into flaming cyan flame wings. The parts hit by Kizaru's light bullets formed holes that were burned with cyan gunpowder. The face with only half of the head was also burning with cyan gunpowder, but there was no blood flowing out at all. After all of Kizaru's attacks were over, 0.4 Marco's tattered body that was bombarded with light bombs recovered after the cyan gunpowder burned. Captain of the first team, Marco the Phoenix? It's really outrageous ability. It's really powerful and terrifying. It was originally just a tentative attack, and it was not surprising to be stopped. However, Kizaru's frightened appearance made people want to beat him up no matter what. Stop pretending there, people like you are afraid that's the most ridiculous thing. Although he didn't expect a peaceful solution, as soon as he saw Kizaru's face and heard his strange tone, Marco felt a sense of anger. This guy, the taunting force is too strong. No matter who, at this moment, seeing Kizaru's appearance and hearing Kizaru's tone, they must want to put a smack on his wretched face. Chapter 335 War. Such power is it too exaggerated? Sabo's voice came from behind Luffy. He had seen Durag go all out, but he wasn't much afraid of the power displayed by Whitebeard and Aokiji. Although it is possible to sacrifice for the sake of justice, an unnecessary sacrifice is meaningless. Faced with such a devastating force, Nami was instinctively afraid. However, the attack at the beginning was only a momentary thing. Luffy. Even if he had seen Eagle Eye, Golden Lion, and other powerhouses before, the movement caused by them at the beginning was completely incomparable to the intuitiveness of these two huge tsunamis. Hawkeye explained it rarely. Whitebeard, the man with the reputation of being the strongest in the world, is an existence that anyone who wants to climb to the top wants to surpass. Although he wanted to try the Jinliang of the strongest man in the world, it was obviously impossible to do such a scene. Really, everyone is going up so fast, who will come to see the execution platform? With a hard break, a hockey puck with a diameter of more than 10 meters was lifted up by Xiao Ziai. Come to think of it, the seemingly exaggerated attacks of Luffy and Kizaru a few days ago were just two people testing each other. And Diamond Kiazi saw that Hawkeye did not continue to shoot, and while running, hugged a 700-piece huge ice sculpture. The power that ripped apart the sky made everyone see the top power of the sea for the first time. Guru. Lu. Luffy, why don't you go down? And those marines backed away after seeing the huge ice puck smashed over. If such a puck was hit, the person would be gone. 14 However, when the ice sculptures of the two giant tsunamis appeared in front of the crowd, for the first time they really understood the strength of Marine Admiral. He folded his arms across his chest, silently looking at the battlefield below, his robes rattling under the gust of wind. When the two tsunamis just came, even though the height of Thousand Sunny would not be affected at all, Nami still subconsciously raised Thousand Sunny. The solid lava fist collided with the huge ice ball, and the high temperature of the magma was released at this moment. Boom! And Hawkeye, who has the title of the world's #1 swordsman, naturally wants to try it and see how strong the strongest man in the world is. The huge hockey puck was melting rapidly at the same time as it shattered. The cyan slash pierced the ground and flew towards the Whitebeard and the Moby Dick at lightning speed. Isn't there Koala? With Luffy's strength and Koala's transparent fruit, it shouldn't be a problem to rescue Ace in the chaos, so why risk going to the frontal battle? The slash just now was struck by Eagle Eye. However, Hawkeye himself was not surprised that his slash was stopped. Nami also wanted to say something. Although he had confidence in Luffy, how could he calmly say caution to Luffy in this situation? Usopp swallowed and said with some difficulty. Although Luffy could not be seen, Usopp subconsciously wanted to persuade Luffy not to go down. In such a battle, does Luffy really want to get involved? Is this the power of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? The other people also looked at Hawkeye. Although they didn't see each other, they were the 7 warlords of the sea and had a certain understanding of each other. Luffy, what are we going to do? Wow! You can't believe me like this, Nami, let's you take a look today, Straw Hat Luffy, a captain you can trust. Maybe Luffy's strength is really strong, but Luffy doesn't need to take this risk to fight those people head-on. Although he asked himself if he was facing Hawkeye's slash, he would definitely not be able to take it, but at least it didn't seem so exaggerated. However, at this very moment, Akainu, who was sitting in the seat, also stood up. And the original Golden Lion, what really impressed people, was the last fight against Luffy. Luffy turned his head, observation haki had spread out, and tapped Nami on the shoulder. Under the execution stand, there was only Akainu left in the 3 seats. I just wanted to see the real distance between us and that man. Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye, who had the black knife in his hand, with interest. Although the slashing slashes wielded by Hawkeye at the beginning were extremely sharp, it was still within the range that everyone could accept. Are these guys from the Whitebeard Pirates monsters? Even the slash of the world's #1 swordsman can be taken unscathed. 35. As for the fight between Luffy and Aokiji at the beginning, because of Luffy's request, everyone didn't really see Aokiji's strength. Looking around at all the crew on deck at the same time, Luffy chuckled. Go back. That tentative slash is the best proof, and it is precisely because of this that Hawkeye seems to have lost the interest in continuing to do it, and the black knife withdrew its back. As for Xiao Zai, who held the ice hockey above his head, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and the huge hockey puck was thrown to the marine-intensive place on the harbor. The collision of ice and fire, the magma fist that is constantly exerting force, is obviously better. The same is true for the others. At this time, they stared blankly at the chaotic battlefield below, not knowing how to express their feelings at the moment. The captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Joe, and Hawkeye's slash were blocked by him. Great eruption. The power displayed by the two has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. During the sizzling sound, the white mist was transpiring, and the shattered ice balls were continuously scattered towards the surroundings. Whether it was Whitebeard, who caused the two huge tsunamis, or Aokiji, who solidified the two tsunamis into ice. Marine around Shishibukai hadn't joined the battle yet, and he couldn't help feeling emotional when he saw Hawkeye's slash being blocked so easily. And Luffy just stood quietly on the bow of the invisible Thousand Sunny, his face still as calm as ever. On Thousand Sunny above Marine Ford, everyone was in deep shock. However, Hawkeye's plan obviously failed, and it was not Whitebeard himself who stopped the slash, but a strong man whose body had turned into sparkling diamonds. Hey! You guy actually shot so early. At this moment, a feeling that had not appeared in a long time appeared in Nami's heart. The huge magma fist slammed out, and in an instant, it hit the huge ice ball that was flying towards the harbor. This guy doesn't look like someone who will work hard for Marine. Chapter 337 The War Continues. Don't come here again, Ounce, you're going to die. On the execution stand, Ace looked at the battlefield that was already filled with gunpowder, clenching his teeth, not letting himself shed tears. However, when Ozzy's huge body walked towards him step by step, but was continuously attacked by Marine, Ace couldn't help shouting out. Ounce's overly huge body gave him unimaginable strength, but at the same time it also made him a living target on such a battlefield. Ace, who was handcuffed by Sea Stone, could not make any extra moves even if he was left unattended at this time. He could only watch helplessly as his companions were continuously attacked and could do nothing. Even with Ounce's physique, under the constant fatal blows from Marine's guns and Bartholomew Bear's, he was already bleeding. It's like a dead end. At least, get one of the Shishibukai. Ozzy, who was still trying to move forward, felt that his body was about to lose his strength, and he looked at the Shishibukai who were closest to the execution platform. The huge fist in his hand was clenched, and he seemed to want to attack there. Feeling the real gaze, Doflamingo raised his head slightly, watching the huge fist that had been raised. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. In the face of 700's fist that was about to fall, Doflamingo was not afraid at all, and a wild smile appeared on his face with strange sunglasses. His hands were wide open, and the pink feather costume spread out, like a flamingo with wings outstretched. Transparent, invisible threads shot from Doflamingo's fingers. The strong silk thread only faintly reflects a ray of light under the sunlight, but even such a fine silk thread is clearly visible. Swish! The sound of silk threads cutting through the air came out, Ozzy's eyes widened to the limit and the pupils shrank sharply, and a severe pain came from under his feet. The huge soles were separated from Ounce's huge body, and blood spurted out at this moment. At the same time, Gecko Moria, who had not been able to make a lot of shots, also seized the opportunity of Ounce's absence and activated the ability of the Shadow Fruit. The long spear formed by the black shadow penetrated from the back of Ounce's neck without any hindrance. Shadow Gun 35. Gecko Moria's voice was heard as the shadow gun was inserted into the back of Ounce's neck. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ounce's mouth, if a severed sole of his foot wasn't a fatal injury. The piercing attack of the shadow gun really took away Ounce's last vitality. At this moment, Ounce's body finally couldn't hold back and fell in the direction of Ace. Those already white eyes looked straight at Ace, as if they wanted to say something, but until the end, they just called out Ace's name. Ounce. Seeing his former best friend collapse in front of him, Ace cried out in a heart-wrenching moment at this moment. However, no matter how Ace shouted, Ounce would never wake up again. The huge body slowly fell, and finally fell on the only exit of Crescent Moon Bay. The shadow gun inserted in the back of Ounce's neck slowly dissipated, and at the same time, Ounce's last breath of life disappeared. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were fighting on the battlefield also noticed the fallen Ounce. However, at this moment, they did not retreat, and they were ready to die long before they set off. In this war, there is no way out, either save the entire Ace team and evacuate, or the Whitebeard pirates will be destroyed here. Ha ha ha, awesome! This is war. 99. Doflamingo's laughter was particularly harsh at this moment, casting a shadow on the faces of the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield. Ounce. Whitebeard, who had been taunting with Akina for a while, didn't make a move. When he saw Ounce's huge body collapsed on the battlefield, his face couldn't help gloomy. Whitebeard, you have a flaw, and now there is no time to make you sad. The giant marine in the iron helmet caught Whitebeard's moment of daze, and the weapon in his hand smashed towards Whitebeard fiercely. However, even by surprise, there was absolutely no chance of hitting Whitebeard. Even after Whitebeard came back to his senses, he was grabbed by the head of the iron helmet and smashed to the ice. Whitebeard, who was angry at this moment, appeared in the hand holding the iron helmet's head, and the ability of shock fruit was activated directly at this moment. The iron helmet shattered in an instant, and the giant marine's head came into direct contact with the ice surface, and the ice surface was also shattered by the shocking force. The sneak-attacking giant marine's eyes turned white at this moment, and blood was left on his head. With a flick of his left hand holding the giant marine's head, Whitebeard threw the unknowing giant marine aside, and then shouted, "Go ahead on Ounce's body." 39. Although Ounce died, at this moment, Ounce's body became a bridge for the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates to enter Crescent Moon Bay. The roar of the artillery fire had ceased, and from the moment the Whitebeard pirates entered the Crescent Bay, Marine could no longer use the artillery fire. Because in this Crescent Moon Bay, not only the members of the Whitebeard pirates, but also Marine's 100,000 elites are also in it. Therefore, from this moment on, it is a real hand-to-hand battle. And at this moment, Sengoku's figure once again appeared on the execution platform. However, this time, Sengoku was not alone on the execution platform. Old man. Seeing the familiar figure appearing in front of him, Ace couldn't help but murmured, "Garp, what are you doing here? Do you have an opinion on this operation?" Sengoku was a little surprised, but he didn't think it was wrong. After all, Ace was also raised by Garp. Just hope Garp doesn't do anything stupid at this time. No. He's a pirate, so don't feel sorry for him. Garp's voice entered Ace's ears, which made Ace stunned. That's right, after all, the old man is a marine, but he is a pirate. In this case, what else did Sengoku want to say? The battle plan he just discussed with Crane. Sengoku didn't want an accident at this time. Shut up, it's okay to just stay here, right? Garp directly interrupted Sengoku's words. If Luffy was kneeling there at the moment, Garp might have already acted directly. Although I don't sympathize with the pirates, but the family is different. What should I do? Chapter 338 Blackbeard appears. Garp slumped down, folded his arms and folded them across his chest. Ace. Why don't you live the way I say? At this time, Garp had a tone of hatred for iron not becoming steel. Maybe Ace is not Garp's grandson, but looking at Ace at this time, Garp always has a feeling that Luffy might be the same. Old man. Looking at Garp like this, Ace remembered what Garp said when he was a child, to train himself and Luffy into the strongest marine. However, at that time, after learning about his father, Ishin wanted to become a pirate and surpass the title of One Piece in his own way. At that time, Luffy never said anything, and to Garp's warnings, Luffy was always silent or rolled his eyes. And it seems that 5 years ago, 3 years before he went to sea, Garp never said anything like that about making himself and Luffy marine. Now that I think about it, Luffy seems to have gone to sea with Garp back then. I thought Garp was taking Luffy out to meet some relatives. But now that I think about it, maybe that was what happened at that time. After returning, Garp never said anything about becoming a marine. But when Ace was silent and didn't know what to say, Sengoku's warning sounded. Garp, if you want to mess around now, I won't let you go. Sengoku glanced at Garp, and Sengoku didn't want to push too hard for his old friend. But at a critical moment in the battle, Sengoku didn't want an accident at this time. Humph! If I wanted to do it, I would have done it already. 33. Garp snorted coldly. At this time, even if Sengoku and himself were old friends, Garp didn't give a good face at all. But Sengoku didn't care about Garp's tone. Now, Sengoku has more important things to do, which is to execute Ace in advance. At this time, continuing to consume it will not do Marine any good. Rather than wasting manpower and continuing to draw attention to Ace's possible rescue, it's better to execute Ace first and focus on dealing with Whitebeard. At this time, someone from the Whitebeard pirates suddenly shouted at Whitebeard with a contactor. Dad, I learned through the communication to the Marines that they want to execute Ace early. And this news, even on this chaotic battlefield, the pirate's voice was clearly conveyed to the ears of everyone in Crescent Moon Bay through countless confusions. After hearing the pirate's words, both marine pirates had different expressions. The people of the Whitebeard pirates were visibly impatient. Execution in advance? Now that the whole world is broadcasting live, are they marine shameless? Even though they said that, once the news is true, then with the current situation, it is too late for them to rescue Ace. The Marines also didn't look very good looking. They had just learned the news, but they didn't expect to be directly known by the pirates. However, Sengoku on the execution platform was not worried because the news was leaked. Rather, the Marine who leaked the news was exactly what he arranged. Calm down, that guy Sengoku is known as the resourceful general. He should also know that the leaked information will make us very anxious. To accidentally let the enemy hear combat information. He would never do such a thing. Whitebeard let out a loud shout to calm his men. Whitebeard has been dealing with Sengoku for so many years, and he has long known Sengoku's temperament. Such a blunder at this time? No, it wasn't a blunder, but Sengoku did it on purpose. And with Whitebeard's reminder, the members of Whitebeard's group who had not yet calmed down. However, at this time, they were in high spirits. Although the news was leaked on purpose by Sengoku, the expressions on the old Marines' faces, they obviously did receive the news. In other words, the news that Sengoku wants to execute Ace early is true. The reason why it was leaked was just to throw myself into chaos. Did the lure tactics fail? It seems that I was too anxious. Watching the pirates calm down after Whitebeard's reminder, Sengoku said to Garp, who was sitting there with a little regret. However, although the battle plan that threw the pirates into chaos failed, but as those pirates thought, Sengoku was indeed ready to execute Ace in advance. 4 Flowers 0. Before that, though, there's a plan to wait for its implementation to complete, but the live stream will always be cut off anyway. The weapons of war brought by Marine Next are not suitable for ordinary people in the world to see. Have all communications been cut off? After waiting for a while, Sengoku picked up the phone bug in his hand and asked. Not yet, not yet, there is another. After several liaisons completed the task, there was still one liaison who responded in a panic. "What's the matter, why hasn't it been cut off yet? Sengoku has a bad premonition, and now the Whitebeard pirates have entered the Crescent Moon Bay in time. .00. At this time, as long as the pacifists appear, even if they can't completely kill the Whitebeard pirates, they can still hit them hard. However, such weapons are not suitable for display in front of the public. Now you tell me that there is still a communication that has not been cut off. Isn't this delaying the fighter plane? Jean. Marshal Sengoku, another communicator is missing, and the soldier who originally controlled the communicator was brutally killed." The liaison who reported the report said hesitantly, in front of him, the colleague who used to operate the communicator was lying there covered in blood at this time. "What did you say? Damn it!" Sengoku was shocked when he heard the news, and now there is no time to continue searching for the missing communicator. Moreover, even if they were found, it was too late. The pacifist had already appeared at the only exit of Crescent Moon Bay. On the Sabayati archipelago, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast suddenly saw that the projection screens in the square were going out one by one, for some unknown reason. A human face appeared on the only remaining screen in the middle. It was a fat, rough face with slightly curly hair and a wild smile on his face. However, the mouth that lacked a tooth made the face a little more ridiculous. "Who is that guy?" On the Sabayati archipelago square, both civilians and pirates showed confusion about the faces that appeared on the only screen. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. 4. Chapter 339 Blackbeard Pirates. Although Rayleigh hasn't seen anyone from the Whitebeard Pirates since the Roger Pirates disbanded. But the face of Blackbeard, Rayleigh did not forget. After all, a person with strange characteristics will never be forgotten so easily. When he heard that Blackbeard never slept, Rayleigh paid more attention to him. Although so much time has passed, Rayleigh can still tell from that little changed, more mature face that it is Blackbeard. At the stand where Marine cut off the live broadcast, Blackbeard took down a live communicator. It seems that this guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. First defected from the Whitebeard pirates, then defeated Ace who went after him, then gave Ace to Marine in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. And the source of this war seems to be the guy 700. Now Blackbeard has taken Marine's live communicator, apparently with the same intentions as Luffy. "I want to achieve the goal of becoming famous through this war." But Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. When Marine cut off the live broadcast, Rayleigh was still a little worried about how Luffy would show his strength to the world. Now, what Blackbeard did might just be a wedding dress for Luffy. Even in the end, it is still unknown whether this Blackbeard's life can be embraced. You know, with such a blatant slap in the face, Marine probably won't have time for him during this war. But once Marine has dealt with the Whitebeard pirates, or the Whitebeard pirates have successfully retreated, the guy who came to Sengoku shouldn't let him go, right? Also, when it comes to handing Ace to Marine, Luffy probably won't let him go. Is this guy confident enough that his strength can handle all emergencies? Or is it simply arrogance? However, I would also like to thank Blackbeard for this action, otherwise, if this war cannot be seen by the world, it will become a pity. Hello everyone in front of the screen, I'm Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Because Marine cut off the live broadcast, the next battle scene will be shown to you by our Blackbeard Pirates 5. Blackbeard on the screen obviously knew that he was not famous at this time, so he introduced himself first. Then I saw the screen zoomed out. The screen originally only had Blackbeard's face, and all kinds of people appeared. Blackbeard Teach's fat upper body and a small lower body stood in the middle. On his left is a man wearing a strange hat and a sniper rifle on his shoulder, Van Oka, a sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. On his right is a man wearing a white marine coat and marine hat, with a cigar in his mouth and a long knife hanging from his waist. It was the original Impel Down Warden, Shiryu of the Rain, who rescued the Blackbeards from Magellan and brought Blackbeard and others into a riot. Behind the three was a man in a white and dark brown fur coat with blue hair and two horns covering his head. A tall, strange-looking woman with a long nose. And a man who also had a long nose, but with a red complexion and stuck out his tongue. And in a place that the audience watching the live broadcast could not see, the pale man with crutches stretched out his wings on his back, and dragged the communicator in his hand to face Blackbeard and the others. It is the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, Lafitte, who is known as the Sheriff of the Devil. He's Blackbeard? Doesn't he look good? In the square of Sabaody Archipelago, after hearing Blackbeard's self-proclaimed name, some pirates could not connect the man on the screen with the man heard in the newspaper. Yes, there have been reports of Blackbeard defecting to the Whitebeard pirates. But the newspapers at the time did not include a photo of Blackbeard, but simply explained the matter. I don't know what the people who made the news were thinking at the time. A man who was able to defect from the Whitebeard pirates and survived, why couldn't he just perfunctory things like that? So much so that when they see Blackbeard on the screen now, they can't recognize anyone. However, when the image of Blackbeard really appeared in the eyes of these pirates, they were a little disappointed. Although as a pirate, you should not judge people by their appearance, but such an image is really quite different from the image imagined by the pirates. However, I always feel that the people around him, have I seen them somewhere? Many pirates have a familiar feeling when they see the people around Blackbeard. I remembered, shouldn't those people be caught and impelled down? How did they get involved with Blackbeard? Some pirates who have not gone out to sea may not know it, but those pirates who have been out to sea for a long time have recognized those few people. The evil king Ibero Pizarro, the moon hunter Cather and Daime, and the great wine Basque Chote. No matter which one they were all famous pirates when they were still active at sea. But these people should have been caught and impelled down. How could they get involved with Blackbeard now? Could it be that these pirates have a bold guess in their hearts, that guy Blackbeard actually broke into impel down and brought out these prisoners? Hey? Interesting, actually went into the big prison and brought these people out? Is that why you traded for the position of 7 warlords of the sea? Rayleigh immediately understood the reason for Blackbeard's actions. If you want to quickly grow your own power, it is suddenly important to cultivate trustworthy subordinates, but it will take a lot of time. As for Blackbeard, who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, it can be said that the most lack of time is time. There are some famous people in the sea at present. Either he is unwilling to offend the Whitebeard pirates, or he looks down on Blackbeard himself. Since 0.4, it is impossible to join the Blackbeard pirates. Well, for Blackbeard, the prisoners in Impel Down are a great resource. They have great strength in themselves, and they are all famous big pirates. The point is that as long as Blackbeard can get them out, there will definitely be people who will follow him. After all, being able to break into Impel Down and let them out is itself a proof of strength. It seems that Blackbeard's ambition is not small. He has been dormant in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, but now he has defected. It seemed that the devil fruit was indeed an indispensable part of this plan for him. However, in this era, how do you face the new star that is about to shine in the whole sea? Rayleigh doesn't think Blackbeard's strength has reached the top of the sea. Chapter 340 The Entry of the Pacifists. War. Marshal Sengoku, news has come from Sabaody Archipelago that it was Blackbeard Marshal D-Teach who took the communication. Just when Sengoku was still annoyed, the liaison who just couldn't find the communicator contacted Sengoku again. Damn, Blackbeard, what the hell is he trying to do? Is that what he's doing as Shishibukai? Even Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, could not have anticipated Blackbeard's actions in advance. After all, in Sengoku's view, Blackbeard showed an arrogance. Although he had a little strength, it was not enough to be seen by Sengoku. But it was such a man who used Shishabukai's identity to cause trouble for Marine at this critical moment. It's no wonder that Shishibukai, who was forced to recruit this time, didn't come. First he forced Impel Down, and now he stole Marine's communicator. This guy, when the matter of the Whitebeard pirates is resolved, must not let him go. But now there is no other way, things have reached this point, it is impossible to hide and tuck. However, since it is a pirate, it doesn't matter even if it is seen by the public. It is only natural for Marine to eliminate the pirates. The appearance of pacifists may also deter some guys who want to go out to sea and become pirates. At this time, Sengoku could only comfort himself like this. Notify gendarmerie and put the pacifists in. Sengoku picked up another phone bug and gave the order. Sengoku's call was not hidden from Garp and Ace on the execution stand. Ace aside, he couldn't do anything with the sea stone handcuffed there. As for Garp, he already knew the plan, and, for Garp, even though Wu's tone was not good before, Sengoku still believed him. Moreover, Garp stayed here, even if someone did break through Marine's siege and ran up, they would have to face Garp's iron fist. Boom! The pacifist attack had arrived, and the lasers shot out from the mouth of the pacifist who looked exactly like the Bartholomew Bear, swept across the ice in the Crescent Bay indiscriminately. There, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Bastard, what are these things, why are there so many violent cunbears? Dangerously dodging a rush of laser light, a pirate from the Whitebeard pirates looked towards the only exit of Crescent Moon Bay. All at once the Bartholomew Bears appearing there. Don't worry about those things, hand them over to the friends who are still outside the bay, and you continue to rush towards the square. Whitebeard punched the air in front of him, the atmosphere shattered, and the power of concussion swept out, smashing several lasers that shot over, and then shouted at his men in Crescent Moon Bay. If it's time to nod to deal with those Bartholomew Bears, then if Sengoku does it directly, no one will have time to save Ace. Before Ounce fell, Whitebeard's crew also rushed towards the Crescent Bay, and at this time they collided with those Bartholomew Bears. Those Bartholomew Bears, just leave it to them. Hey? Squard, you're all right. And after saying that, Whitebeard glanced from the corner of his eye and saw Squard, who he had never seen before. Although it is not clear why he was not fighting at this time, he appeared here instead. But out of trust in his sons, Whitebeard didn't doubt anything, turned his head and continued to look at the battlefield ahead. Sorry, Dad. Squard said something inexplicably, and then walked slowly to Whitebeard. Those things, what are they? Is it Shishabukai's Bartholomew Bear? But why are there so many? On the Sabayati archipelago, because there is still a screen that is still broadcasting live, the square is still full of people. At this time, what was playing on the screen were the pacifists who had just appeared. Hey, is Marine hiding some secret weapon? How is the power of the lasers so similar to Admiral Kizaru's attack? Although I don't know what these things are, it is certain that this is Marine's secret weapon. Because these Bartholomew Bears have been attacking the Whitebeard pirates. That is, the reason why Marine wants to cut off the live broadcast is to hide the weapons? Many people in the square guessed so, but some people thought that Marine wanted to cut off the broadcast because of this. After all, this weapon will be used against pirates sooner or later, so why hide it? It is better to take this opportunity to deter the pirates. So, what was the real reason Marine wanted to cut off the stream? Compared to these pirates paying attention to these pacifists, Rayleigh was more concerned about the man who appeared beside Whitebeard. I don't know how the people at Blackbeard did it, at least on the live broadcast screen, the entire battlefield was completely displayed. Among them, it naturally also includes Whitebeard, who is still standing on the Moby Dick in the Crescent Bay. However, unlike before, the current Whitebeard is not standing there alone, beside him, there is a man with a long knife hanging around his waist. Rayleigh recognized the man who once killed the entire pirate group by Roger and himself, the big vortex spider Squard. Now at 700, he should be fighting on the battlefield as a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Why did he appear by Whitebeard's side? Rayleigh didn't understand. At this time, Whitebeard was on the Moby Dick, ready to fight at any time, and you, a captain, were there for what? Rayleigh looked at Whitebeard and Skewered, who seemed to be talking on the screen, and couldn't understand. It seems that Marine is planning to annihilate us here. Next, I will also attack. If Marine's eyes are on me, you will definitely have a chance to rescue Ace. Whitebeard still looked at the execution platform in front of him, and said to Skewered, who came to his side. That's right. All of us owe you a favor, as long as it's for the Whitebeard pirates, we don't even have to die. 35. Squard lowered his head and continued to speak unintelligible words. On the surface, he was swearing allegiance to Whitebeard, but the real meaning was probably only known to him. Whitebeard didn't notice the strangeness of Squard, he just held Kong Yunqi's hand slightly, preparing to walk towards the battlefield. Hey? Squard, what are you doing next to Daddy? Because of Kizura's sudden departure, Marco took time to glance in Whitebeard's direction, but unexpectedly saw Skewered next to Whitebeard, and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Chapter 341 Ready to end. It's almost time for us to end, Sabo. On Thousand Sunny, a distance of several hundred meters above the battlefield, this distance, for everyone on Thousand Sunny, is just at a relatively safe height where they can see the entire battlefield clearly. That's why Luffy asks how far Galtino can control. But that's the end of it, this time is not the time to fight. Otherwise, with her ability, maybe we can go down together. I'll save Ace no matter what. There's also a problem, the handcuffs that hold Ace are made of sea stone, if you can break the handcuffs, maybe it will be easier to move. Then, Sabo-kun, remember to be careful. Mr. Luffy too. Luffy was quite surprised when he saw the people around Blackbeard. However, in this way, it also gave Luffy convenience. I was still thinking about whether Luffy's end could achieve the expected effect without the live broadcast of the clown buggy. First cut off the live broadcast, then the pacifists entered, and the soldiers who were executed were already standing on both sides of Ace. I don't know if other prisoners have escaped, if so, maybe I have a chance to get those devil fruits. He didn't expect that without his own riot, impel down, that guy Blackbeard still let him find these prisoners and bring them out. Gartino's wax fruit does wonders at picking locks. At that time, after the Whitebeard pirates appeared from the sea, Marine might wonder if the Straw Hat pirates would appear from the sky. But if it was someone else, even if Sabo also knew Garp, Luffy didn't think Garp would show mercy. The key to unlocking Ace's handcuffs is now gone, at least without going exactly like the original. If you want to be capricious, and if you want others to dare not insult Whitebeard, the only way is to keep getting stronger. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Although the sea stone handcuffs can't be undone, it may also prevent Ace from going to die. If it doesn't work, forget it, Sabo, you can adapt to your own needs. Anyway, you are not a demon fruit power, even if you encounter sea stone. Nami, you control a wine barrel to send Sabo to a place where no one is there. 99. Even without the clown buggy, will the Blackbeard gang still play the livestream role? Koala's voice sounded, this time, her task was to maintain the transparency of Thousand Sunny. Although there are reasons why the original Luffy is not strong enough, if you ignore Akainu at that time, you can run away completely at that time. However, the Blackbeard guy actually went to the impel down, which Luffy didn't expect. If the candle does not leave my body, this distance is naturally fine, but if the candle is separated from my body, the distance that can be controlled is extremely limited. 39. Che, canned lemon, are you too useless? This can't help. But if Galtino were to follow along, the goal would be even bigger. However, in the original book, Blackbeard seems to be the 7 warlords of the sea to find a partner in Impel Down. The implication is that Galtino cannot control the candle at such a long distance. 66 I see, but how are we going to get down? I can only kneel there and watch those comrades who are struggling to save myself, this feeling is not so good. Now, the law feat of the Blackbeard pirates, because of the ability to fly, can make the live Sengoku better. Didn't you see that Marco was directly punched down in the original book? Even if Akainu is mocking Whitebeard, you don't wait for your strength to become stronger in the future to find your way back, but just go up and do your best. Sabo wasn't frightened by Garp sitting there. Although Luffy saw Marine cut off most of the broadcast, Luffy also saw the Blackbeard pirates steal a communicator. Sabo was ready to face Marine Admiral before coming here. Does it end at this time? Since it doesn't work, Luffy didn't force it. Although his strength is much stronger than the original, it seems to be a lot more difficult to save Ace. At this time, Luffy looked at the sword of filial piety that was about to be staged below, and said to Sabo, "Is this level of sacrifice necessary?" Moreover, looking at his current appearance, it is obvious that he also wants to end the battle. Although this probability is very small, it is not impossible for the lion fruit to reappear after the golden lion has disappeared for so many years. Thinking that in the original book, Ace was provoked by Akainu and then went desperately, Luffy felt that this kind of behavior was stupid. Ace is also Logia's Maramara fruit. If there is no restriction of sea stone handcuffs, how can it play a role? If he went to save Ace himself, Garp might pretend. The hardness of sea stone, with the strength of Sabo's armament haki, is not necessarily broken, so it still needs a key. Luffy has nothing to do with it, it was originally for fame, the more sensational the appearance, the better the natural effect. But Sabo's purpose is to save people, so he still needs to be concealed, and it is best to make some disguise. 3. How far can your wax fruit be controlled? Nami didn't speak, and because of the transparent fruit ability, no one could see her expression at this time. However, with Garp sitting there, it's probably a little harder for you to save Ace. Strong enough that others dare not say such words, instead of going to death in vain. Luffy and Sabo can't be invisible after leaving Thousand Sunny. Now it's just that Admiral has been replaced by Garp. Although it may be more deterrent, maybe Garp will not kill Luffy because of Luffy's face. Although Sanji couldn't help much either, it didn't stop him from mocking Galtino. If you wait any longer, the war will probably be over, and, looking at Marine, it seems that he wants to execute Ace early. Although it is not at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the height of several hundred meters, Zhao's, is also not a height that Sabo can jump directly. And this may also give Marine a message that the Straw Hat Pirates are probably all here. With Blackbeard's character, it seems a bit inconsistent with Blackbeard's style to go to impel down without taking the lead. But there is still a wine barrel slowly floating in the air, out of the effect of transparent fruit. Sabo looked at the pacifists who appeared below, his eyes were a little inexplicable. The big bear guy, in the end, agreed to the world government. Chapter 342 Betrayal. Mary, give Sabo a little support at the right time. Lion fruit's control distance is not limited. Swish. Although at first there was something wrong with Skewered appearing beside Whitebeard, Rayleigh was quite surprised when Skewered did it. The sharp long knife was already unsheathed, and Skewered's face showed a hint of determination, and he stabbed the long knife in his hand towards Whitebeard's chest. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is quite familiar with Luffy's abilities. Moreover, Observation Haki, who was augmented by Thunder Fruit with Melee, was able to sense the crisis before Sabo appeared. When possessed in Mary's Tank 1, Mary can become invisible along with Mary's Tank 1. Sabo also knew that this was not the time to get to the bottom of things, and jumped on the barrel of wine that was floating under Nami's control. And when Nami controlled the barrel to send Sabo down, Luffy also jumped directly off Thousand Sunny. Moreover, Luffy also wanted to see to what extent Whitebeard's power had reached. If he suffered this filial piety sword, it would probably be the same as the original. Luffy has noticed the Skewered who is about to go down below. 700. To talk about a more shocking appearance, it is undoubtedly the best way to talk to Whitebeard. However, the matter has come to this point, they have no choice but to watch the next battle. As long as it is under Nami's control, even if the floating sky island where the golden lion was before is moved now, there will be no problem. Maybe that's why Skewered chose to do it. Hey, isn't that guy a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Did he want it? At this time, Whitebeard, who was fully focused on the battlefield, did not notice the long knife stabbing at his chest at all. I see, Miss Nami, I'm ready. 33. However, these are all matters of their Whitebeard pirates, and have nothing to do with this old guy. And just when everyone thought that Whitebeard would be stabbed by this knife, a shock wave of sakura pink suddenly fell from the sky. One day on Thousand Sunny, Sabo and Koala hadn't seen Mary. Others might not be able to help, but Mary, the ship spirit who ate thunder fruit, was able to provide remote support. Or, was someone provoked? Under Luffy's guidance, Nami took control of the barrel carrying Sabo and floated towards a place where no one was there. Marco's cry could not help attracting the attention of Whitebeard, and also attracted the attention of the pirates and marine who were fighting. And then, without his explanation, Sabo, who showed his body after leaving Thousand Sunny, Nami already knew that Sabo was ready. However, Whitebeard didn't notice it, but many people on the battlefield who followed Whitebeard's movements did. Even if Whitebeard really died, he would at most regret it. When I didn't know Ace's identity before, I could take my life to save it calmly. Now I know the truth of the matter, so my emotions are completely reversed. When Luffy showed his figure, Koala couldn't help but ask. Luffy is a rubber fruit capable, as long as he doesn't fall into the sea, he just falls from the sky, there will be no problem. That's Whitebeard, who doesn't know in the sea, once Whitebeard takes him as his son, then Whitebeard really treats them like his own. When Luffy jumped down, Skewered, who was beside Whitebeard, suddenly moved. And Lafitte, who was flying in the air with a communicator, also saw this scene. Hey? Who is this? Dad. However, he would choose to shoot against Whitebeard, and under such circumstances, shouldn't it be a choice made in a hurry? He directly hit the long knife that stabbed Whitebeard's chest, and smashed the knife that was supposed to hit directly away from the original trajectory. There was a hint of astonishment on his pale face, but then the corners of his mouth grinned, and the communicator in his hand was perfectly pointed in Whitebeard's direction. Rayleigh also looked at Skewered and Whitebeard on the screen with some surprise. However, this man would actually choose to stab Whitebeard at this time? After all, it is hundreds of meters high in the sky, so it is a bit exaggerated to just jump down like this. Although it is said that there are many strange devil fruits in the sea, if it is just demon fruit power, why haven't you seen it before? Damn, someone would betray at this time, is he really a pirate? What they worried about was whether Luffy would encounter any danger in this war. Now Mary suddenly appeared, and it was still a little illusory, which surprised both of them. The sudden appearance of Mary was not affected by the transparent fruit. Koala and Sabo were surprised at the same time when faced with the sudden appearance of Mary. So lion fruit is really outrageous, in every way. What the hell is this guy thinking? We'll talk about Mary later, or you can explain it to Koala later. But after leaving Melly's chariot number 1 at this time, Melly's figure lost the invisibility effect brought by the transparent fruit. In the square of the Sabayati archipelago, because of Lafitte's special attention, the only screen that was lit was giving Skewered and Whitebeard a big close-up at this time. Rayleigh laughed self-deprecatingly, whether Whitebeard was alive or dead, what does it have to do with him, the retired old guy? Now, the person Whitebeard is trying to save is the son of the enemy he hates. Seeing Skewered's actions now, Marco didn't have time to think about the reason for Skewered's actions, and immediately shouted at Whitebeard. I see! Marco yelled, wondering just now that Skewered appeared in front of Whitebeard. The ethereal voice sounded, and at the same time, the illusory figure of Mary appeared in the air 100 meters high. But when facing Marine together, someone stabbed a knife in the back. This is an act that makes all pirates shameless. Also, they've seen Luffy briefly fly through the air, so don't worry about that. Is it really okay for Mr. Luffy, Bia, to jump off like that? However, Rayleigh soon had some ideas again. Squard had been destroyed by Roger and himself and others, the entire pirate group, and then joined Whitebeard. For the pirates present, there may be grievances between everyone, and when they encounter each other, they will fight each other with various conspiracies and tricks. Chapter 343 Luffy arrives. Then, a vigorous figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Whitebeard and Squard. In the Sabayati archipelago square, watching the man who suddenly fell from the sky and blocked the long knife that was about to stab Whitebeard, the pirates in the square wiped their eyes in disbelief. Hey? Has it finally appeared? Especially at this time, it's really unexpectedly appropriate. Rayleigh looked at the figure appearing on the screen, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, looking forward to the next development of the situation. A red waistcoat, blue cropped trousers, and the iconic yellow straw hat. Although the figure's feet were tied at a horse's pace, his hands were on his knees, and his head was lowered, everyone couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly. But as long as anyone who has read the newspapers for the past 2 days, can recognize at a glance who this person is from the sky. Straw Hat, it's Straw Hat. As it happens, even if they haven't read the newspapers for the past 2 days, the pirates in Sabayati archipelago are deeply impressed by the incident of hijacking celestial dragons 2 days ago. That guy, actually appearing there, what does he want to do? First Blackbeard, and now Straw Hat, all of them suddenly appeared in this war, what is it for? Is it true what the newspaper says? Dare to meddle in the war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine at this time, does it mean that he really has the strength of Admiral? Those pirates who read the newspaper scoffed at the fact that the Straw Hat Boy was able to tie Admiral Kizaru in the newspaper 2 days ago. A guy who's only been out at sea for a few months and is only 17, 8 years old, you tell me he's already on par with Marine Admiral? No kidding, okay? Is Marine Admiral so worthless? Can any supernova have the power of Admiral? However, the man who appeared on the battlefield now made them feel that, perhaps, not all the news in the newspapers was nonsense. After all, if you dare to appear on the battlefield at this time, if you are not confident enough in your own strength, who would join such a war for no reason? After all, they didn't know about Luffy and Ace's relationship, and, even if they knew, it was worth their surprise that Luffy dared to do it. After all, not everyone has the courage to face the admirals of naval headquarters. Yahahai, there's a big trouble. Aokiji, who had been paddling since the opening of the scene, froze 2 tsunamis and fired the first shot of the war, couldn't help but murmured when he saw the figure falling from the sky. The expression on his face, which had been a little restless at first, also became slightly serious. This is no small role, and Aokiji glanced at the execution platform, where Garp's face was as black as coal. To have such a terrifying guy here, Fire Fist Ace's face is really terrifying. 55. After notifying Gendarmerie to let the pacifists enter the arena, Kizaru, who has been trolling, although his tone is still strange, his wretched face is also rarely serious. As Kizaru, who has also dealt with Luffy, and only 2 days have passed, Kizaru can be said to be the clearest about Luffy's strength. Although the two didn't actually fight at the time, observation Haki wouldn't lie. This guy, as the newspaper said, has the same strength as himself. Is that the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of Durag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? It really is the descendant of sinners, and it is against Marine. 99. Although Luffy didn't attack Marine, Akainu knew that the man was friend or foe from the moment Luffy blocked the attack. As the only existence in the 3 admiral who had never been in contact with Luffy, Akainu didn't know exactly how powerful Luffy was. But since it appeared on this battlefield and stood on the opposite side of Marine, then it was an existence that needed to be obliterated. There was a murderous look in Akainu's eyes. Others might take Garp's face into consideration, but he, Akainu, wouldn't bow his head. Not only a pirate, but also the son of Darag, such a person, like Ace, should be publicly executed. Road. Luffy. On the execution stand, Ace looked at the figure that appeared on the Moby Dick, his eyes widened, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Knowing that Luffy might come to his rescue, Ace doesn't want that. 4 flowers. Ace, who was already remorseful for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, hated himself even more the moment Luffy appeared. Garp. At this moment, Sengoku, who had no expression even before the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, finally couldn't help roaring at Garp. Sengoku is arguably the first among the Marines to learn about Luffy's true strength. When Aokiji sent back the information, Sengoku already knew the approximate strength of Luffy. At that time, Sengoku didn't take any measures against the Straw Hat Pirates because Luffy and others didn't do evil, and in Garp's favor. Luffy's strength is not even reported to the world government. Point 0. Because in Sengoku's view, the actions of Luffy and his party will not cause a real conflict with Marine, and even the Straw Hat Pirates may be able to do something that Marine can't do. The Alabasta thing is the best portrayal, so Sengoku has always taken measures to open one eye and close one eye to the Straw Hat Pirates. However, it was such a person who suddenly appeared on the battlefield between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, and rescued Whitebeard. Such behavior is not good news for Marine. That means, Marine may have to face a character who is comparable to Marine Admiral. In the face of Sengoku's roar, Garp didn't say anything, but the old face was blackened like the bottom of a pot. Even before the war started, Garp had anticipated that Luffy might come to save Ace. Garp's heart throbbed, however, when Luffy actually showed up. This time, Garp really didn't know what to do. Luffy, but his own grandson. Not to mention Luffy's strength, if Luffy is in danger, can he really be as indifferent as he is now facing Ace? At that time, compared with Luffy's life, his own justice, how should he choose? Straw Hat Luffy? You're giving Marine a real problem. Behind the execution stand, Crane looked at Luffy who had suddenly appeared, and muttered to himself inexplicably for. Chapter 344 Famous. Humph, I actually made my concubine wait so long, but for the sake of your actions against celestial dragons, I won't care about you. On the battlefield at this time, because of Squart's actions and Luffy's sudden appearance, the scene of the fierce battle seemed to be paused by someone. Both Marine and pirate looked at the Moby Dick in amazement. Where 7 warlords of the sea was before, Boya Hancock ignored the surrounding Marine and pirates who were petrified by her, and snorted coldly at Luffy who appeared beside Whitebeard. It sounded like he was complaining about Luffy's coming so late, but there was no dissatisfaction on his face at all, instead there was a hint of anticipation. Is it really coming? Moreover, it gives the impression that the breath seems to be much stronger than before. Eagle's sharp eyes also swept across Luffy's figure. I'm not afraid of 703, and your eagle eye will be surprised that Luffy, who appeared on the Moby Dick at this time, is much stronger than when we first met. Now Luffy, to Hawkeye, seems to have been able to really fight with himself. Damn Straw Hat Boy! How dare you appear here? Gecko Moria stared fiercely at Luffy who appeared on the Moby Dick, gnashing his teeth, trying to swallow Luffy alive. But this is also a matter of course, Straw Hat crew can't help but kill 2 of his own capable men, and even kidnap Perona, who is like his own daughter. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if Gecko Moria didn't hate Luffy to the core. However, Gecko Moria is not impulsive, although he does hate Luffy, but he is not stupid. The original Luffy was able to kill himself at once, and if he wanted to fight him head-on, he obviously had no chance of winning. However, this was the battlefield where Marine and the Whitebeard pirates fought, and he didn't believe Luffy would survive such a battle. At that time, it may be his chance, just like he just killed Ounce, so that he can add another admiral to his army of zombies. Monkey-d-Luffy? Ha 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 ha, that's funny, this is the man you're looking for? Dare to show up at this time, that's all, I have to say he really impressed me. Stopping the cannibalism of the pirates who were controlling the Whitebeard pirates through parasite string, Doflamingo looked at the Moby Dick with interest. Although he was smiling, the eyes hidden under the sunglasses flashed a stern look. Before Boya Hancock, several people actually said that they were inferior to that kid, but Doflamingo wanted to see what the kid was capable of. It makes them feel like they can't beat that kid, Doflamingo, who is not a big-hearted person. Straw Hat Boy, this guy, actually appeared here. Among the Marines, Smoker still had a cigar in his mouth, thinking that he was so vulnerable in front of him back then. Smoker's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. Although he understood the relationship between Tolls and Ace, Smoker never thought that Luffy would choose to fight Fire Fist Ace. Colonel Smoker doesn't seem to see the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Is he the only one here? As Smoker's lieutenant, Tashigi naturally joined the war. At this time, after seeing Luffy appear, he subconsciously glanced around and found no trace of anyone else. Hina is curious why this guy dares to show up at this time. 35. Hina, who had a relationship at the beginning, looked curiously at the man who made Smoker suffer continuously. But not everyone dares to appear at such a time. Hey, what the hell is that bastard trying to do? Looking at the knife blocked by Luffy, Marco breathed a sigh of relief and looked angrily at Skeward, who was also stunned. And that man, that Straw Hat, is what Ace often mentions, little brother. Then, Marco couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Dad had said before that Luffy's strength might really be like what the newspaper said, and he could compete with Admiral. Now that Luffy is on the battlefield, does it mean that they have a strong reinforcement for the Whitebeard pirates? Although before the battle, the Whitebeard pirates were quite confident in their own strength. But after the war, the development of the situation exceeded their expectations. It's just the ordinary Marines and the 7 warlords of the sea, and they're too tired to deal with them except for Papa and a few captains. Now that there are so many robots that look exactly like Stormcun bears, the situation is even more serious for them. And this sudden appearance of Luffy, no doubt then raised a hope in Marco's heart. As for whether Luffy is really that strong, it can only be said that Marco never doubted Whitebeard's words. Hey, it's better to be famous if you meet him, has Whitebeard, observation Haki, the strongest man in the world, regressed to the point where he couldn't even perceive the attack right in front of him? Seeing that because of his appearance, he was caught in a scene that could be temporarily stagnant, and Luffy couldn't help showing a smile on the corner of his mouth. Luffy stood up, glanced at Skeward, who was stunned, then ignored him and looked at Whitebeard with a prickly tone. Luffy has no fear or admiration for the man who has long been known and seen only in the comics. It should have been a long-awaited meeting, but at the moment of this meeting, Luffy found himself surprisingly calm. Killua, that guy, what are you talking about? Although Luffy's voice was not too loud, in the silent battlefield at this time, Luffy's voice still spread to everyone's ears. And then, they fell into a deep inconceivable. 0.4 Straw Hat, how dare he? Obviously a newcomer pirate, but to a man who has long been standing at the top of the sea, he said that it is better to be famous than to meet. And he also mocked Whitebeard's decline in strength. He really did this kind of thing. Cut, Ace never said that his brother's mouth is so poisonous. Although he was very grateful to Luffy for saving his father, but when he heard that Luffy dared to speak to his father like this, Marco still felt uncomfortable. Goo la la la, boy, it's you, it's better to be famous than to meet, but Lao Zi is not observation Haki can't perceive it, it's just that Lao Zi trusts his son. Is it true that he is a man standing at the top of the world? Luffy couldn't help but look at him with awe. Chapter 345 Irony. Old Daddy. That guy in the straw hat dares to speak to Whitebeard like that, isn't he afraid of being killed by Whitebeard in a fit of rage? Although Luffy didn't come here to scold Whitebeard, it was quite outrageous for the Whitebeard pirates to betray one after another. Squard, who was a little embarrassed by Luffy's sneer, looked at Luffy and shouted, "Skewered!" Whitebeard glanced at the man in front of him, and said to Luffy with a bad tone. Although reason told Marco that now is not the time for infighting, Skewered's behavior undoubtedly violated the bottom line of the Whitebeard pirates. But now, his heart is still a little unhappy. Even though his pirate group was wiped out by Gol Roger, Whitebeard still has to accept Ace. What answered him was a sneer from Luffy, "These guys, one by one, really want to suffer." And he also concealed the news and didn't tell these people. Could it be that Whitebeard is really so biased? "Boy, the purpose of your coming here is not just to provoke me, right? As for whether Luffy will be killed by Whitebeard, Sengoku is not too worried about this." "Oh. The bloodline of One Piece shouldn't exist in the world? Then the celestial dragons you fear should exist in the world? I know." Pfft. Skewered stared closely into Whitebeard's eyes. Although he already had guesses in his heart, Skewered still wanted to hear Whitebeard say it himself. Once so, this will definitely be good news for Marine. After all, they are Marines at the general level, so even if they don't know it, they will be told by their superiors. Luffy looked coldly at Sengoku on the execution stand. Although it was the world government's death order, Marine acted mercilessly. Maybe Luffy is not Whitebeard's opponent, but it is impossible for Whitebeard to kill Luffy, at least not in a short time. Or, even if celestial dragons asked your wives and children to be slaves to them, you would be willing. At this time, Squard, when he was blocked by Luffy, already understood what was going on. At that time, maybe Garp will just go crazy. Luffy's words directly ignited Marine's anger, and many Marine Kabuto glared at Luffy. After being ridiculed by Luffy one after another, even though he knew that Luffy's purpose was not to provoke him, Whitebeard was still a little angry. "Oh, what about you Marines too? You must have killed a lot of babies and pregnant women for an innocent baby too? What absurd justice! Or, have you Marines been kneeling for too long, willing to be the dogs of those celestial dragons? Hey, this battle isn't over yet, and your Whitebeard pirates have had an infighting first? Let me guess, someone must have said something to your good son? You bastard, what are you talking about? One Piece's bloodline shouldn't exist in this world. Is it being swayed by Marine? Or, is this the true face of the Whitebeard pirates? But so what, Ace is Ace, One Piece is 703 One Piece, such a big man, can't even tell the difference." Listening to Marco's loud questioning, Luffy looked at Whitebeard jokingly, wanting to see if the real Whitebeard still loves his son so much. The other Marines don't know Luffy's strength, how can he not? "What the hell is going on with you bastard? Why did you betray Daddy?" Luffy restrained the smile on his face, glanced at Skewered, who was a little stunned by Luffy's straightforward words, and then looked in the direction of the execution platform. Climbing up from the deck, Skewered wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth from Marco's punch. Marco stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, questioning Skewered, who had been smashed against the side of the ship by his punch. "Old Whitebeard, have you already negotiated with Marine that the lives of our pirates will be exchanged for your Whitebeard pirates and Ace?" Marco's voice came from a distance, and then, Marco, whose hands turned into wings and flew over, returned to his human form and punched Skewered's face without a word. Sengoku finally couldn't help but shouted angrily, and then Luffy continued, "The world government would not be able to explain it." And, in the same way, Whitebeard also wanted to know why his own stupid son betrayed him at this time. However, Sengoku was destined to be disappointed. Although Whitebeard expressed his dissatisfaction with Luffy's words, he had no intention of doing anything. At this time, I heard the conversation between Luffy and Whitebeard 14, and I was a little worried that Whitebeard would directly kill Luffy. Although Luffy prevented Skewered from stabbing himself, the Whitebeard pirates are not something that anyone can insult. However, Luffy's mouth can be quite vicious at times. However, Luffy's appearance is definitely not to help Marine, even if one of Marine's Garp is his grandfather. A prince and a general, would you rather have a seed? It was the 20 kings who established the world government, not the scumbags who are inferior to the animals now. Boy, even if you're Ace's younger brother, be careful when you speak. Shut up, Marine, it's not your pirate's turn to make irresponsible remarks. Since it's not helping Marine, then, Luffy's existence, for the Whitebeard pirates, the road team's advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Are you Ace's younger brother? Then do you know that your younger brother is the son of One Piece? Now, what the Whitebeard pirates lacked most was time. Sengoku understands the truth, how can he Whitebeard not understand? Squard stared blankly at Whitebeard, and suddenly, an emotion called regret filled his heart. Sengoku also heard the conversation between the two, and he really hoped that Whitebeard would shoot Luffy at this time. For Straw Hat Luffy, Marine who was present knew a little more or less. Still, Whitebeard held back the thought of trying to teach Luffy a lesson. It's not that Sengoku wants to kill Luffy, but once Whitebeard takes action against Luffy, then the Whitebeard pirates are likely to push a top combat force to the opposite side. Trust? Before Blackbeard killed his partner and fled, and now this guy stabs you in the back, is this the benevolence of the Whitebeard pirates? Chapter 346 Exit. Bastard. Does that bastard know what he's talking about? I'm here to cause trouble, otherwise why do you think I'm here? Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard felt a little strange. But now, the words of the Straw Hat Kid made the 5 elders a little angry. No matter how corrupt the world government is, and no matter how vicious the celestial dragons are, it is better than throwing the world into chaos. However, he was curious now why Luffy chose to say such a thing on such an occasion. Although Luffy's communicator was a little far away from the battlefield, what Luffy said still reached the ears of everyone watching through the communicator. After saying this, Whitebeard's eyes swept across none of the pirates present, and then squatted down, white light emerging from his fists. Luffy glanced at Whitebeard amusingly, never expecting the strongest man in the world to say such a thing. Cough. I just wanted to say something. When their subordinates came over and reported that there was still one live broadcast of Sabayati Archipelago, they didn't pay much attention to it. Although Gecko Moria himself was defeated by Luffy, he didn't think that Luffy who said such words could leave here unharmed. After all, pacifists and early executions have little to do with the world government, and they can completely accept it. However, after saying such rebellious words, how are you going to survive this war? Luffy gave Whitebeard a strange look, but what he said surprised Whitebeard. This world needs order, and perhaps the old order has many shortcomings, but it cannot be broken by Marine. Celestial Dragons. Celestial Dragons, well said, next time I see Celestial Dragons, I will go up and punch. The fear and hatred of Celestial Dragons made her feel a deep sense of what Luffy said. Combined with his devil fruit, the 5 elders couldn't allow the Straw Hat to live any longer. The sudden appearance of the Straw Hat Boy and his words will definitely have a certain impact on the world government. Although Luffy, as a pirate, is indeed able to say things like that with impunity, Marine also has the principle of Marine. And the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, his thoughts are too dangerous, it is definitely not a good thing for the world government. What did that guy at Sengoku do? Why didn't the live broadcast outside cut off? No, that guy Whitebeard is really scary, everyone, block that exit and don't let any pirates go. Although celestial dragons are indeed some pigs, but saying such words in front of people all over the world is a naked slap in the face of the world government and Marine. His eyes flashed inexplicably under Doflamingo's sunglasses. For a person with that kind of daring, to be able to say such a thing, Hawkeye didn't think there was anything wrong. Nah, I really dare to say it, this brat. 35. Oh? Didn't you come here to save Ace? Monkey-d-Luffy, what kind of man are you? This kid is really ignorant. Straw Hat, how dare he say something like that? And in front of Marine. I will open a Zhao's path for you, whether to stay or go is up to you to choose. Gu la la la, boy, if you say something like that, you'll get yourself into trouble. This can already be said to be naked in the face of the world government. This is why Marine has always obeyed the world government. Whitebeard did not answer Squid's words, because it was no longer necessary. This is not only said to Squid, but also to those pirates under his command. But, as Doflamingo said, will Luffy, who said such words, survive this war? As pirates, you have the right to choose your own path. No, inform Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates can be spared, but Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy must stay. 35. That person was also hot, and Luffy's words sounded good, but for people like them, it was still a little far away. Squid, don't you think I betrayed you? In this case, I will open a path for you. If you want to leave, just leave, but if you stay, be prepared to lose your life. 35. However, if you say this, your flag will not be a deterrent, but a talisman. Boom. As the five elders, this war concerning the situation of the sea naturally requires attention. So, you who said this, Straw Hat Boy, how much do you really think about the ordinary people in this world? The matter of saving people, isn't it the matter of your Whitebeard pirates? Some pirates are already eager to try, and they seem to want to find a celestial dragons to beat them right away. Even if he blocked Squid's knife, it was in order to allow himself to rush forward and block most of Marine's power. However, what they did not expect was that the development of things seemed to be out of their control. The picture of the air shattering appeared again, and the terrifying power of shock was washed out, and the shock wave formed directly shattered a channel from the barrier surrounded by Crescent Moon Bay. Gu la la la, boy, you are right, saving people is our Whitebeard pirates' business. Fire Fist Ace is the bloodline of One Piece. Executing him can greatly increase the majesty of the world government. The five elders cannot miss this opportunity. He had always thought that Luffy was here to save Ace. Doflamingo, who has a certain understanding of the five elders, can be sure that the current five elders must be furious and want to kill Luffy soon. Come on, you, at that time, I am afraid that you will be killed by Marine and the world government before you start. The Holy Land Marijoys and the five elders each sat on the sofa, and in front of them also had a video phone bug. On the battlefield, although Sengoku interrupted Luffy to continue speaking, the words just now were enough to touch everyone on the field. Then, Whitebeard laughed. This guy is really a worthy tyrant, even in front of Marine Supreme Commander Sengoku, he still dares to say such a thing. They didn't have the strength or luck to escape under Marine Admiral's hands. At this time, Boya Hancock was staring at Luffy with splendid eyes. Fortunately, the person next to him was reasonable and held him back. Chapter 347 Surrounding. That guy in the straw hat actually appeared there. Although he was kicked out of Sabayati Archipelago by pacifists before, how could supernova-like kid miss this feast of Marine and Whitebeard pirates? It can be said that this battle allows them to understand how strong the real powerhouses in this world are. Therefore, they secretly returned to Sabayati Archipelago the night before their execution. Maybe it's because Marine has been transferred to Marineford, or maybe Marine doesn't want to care about these pirates at this time. All in all, the supernovas returned to the Sabayati Archipelago without a hitch. And after the war started, the scenes in the live broadcast did not disappoint them. Whether it was the huge tsunami caused by Whitebeard or Aokiji's complete freezing of the huge tsunami, they all learned how big the world really is. However, what they didn't expect was that in this war, there would still be betrayer. Is it an irony that the Whitebeard pirates, known for their benevolence and righteousness, have been betraying one after another? However, the most difficult thing for Kid to accept is that the bastard in the straw hat, after making a lot of trouble with Sabayati Archipelago, actually appeared in Marineford again. This damn guy, is he destined to only chase after him? Kid is a little unwilling, his goal is One Piece, how can he be crushed by his peers? However, although he was not reconciled, Kid did not leave. He wanted to see what kind of existence that Straw Hat Boy was going to play in this war. Whitebeard betrays a partner. It's impossible to think about it, right? He's a living legend because he can't do it. The strange Monkey-d looked at Skewered, who had a remorseful look on the screen, and could not help but sneer. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could they fall for such a simple plan of alienation? It seems that the pirates of the New World are not all that scary. In this way, the plan to go to New World may be slightly advanced. Captain Bonnie. The gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie suddenly burst into tears when she saw that Taiwanese pacifist appeared. Those subordinates didn't know why and wanted to say something, but they were immediately stopped. Ugh, don't be wordy, leave me alone. The men looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a while. Trafalgar Law also saw the picture on the screen. But while Luffy was surprised to be there, Trafalgar Law didn't pay much attention. What Trafalgar Law really cared about was Doflamingo, who flashed across the screen. But Trafalgar Law didn't pay attention to Luffy, his crew did. However, they did not understand that Luffy dared to appear there. Was he not afraid that he would die on that battlefield? Moreover, that guy dared to talk to Whitebeard like that, so he wasn't afraid of being killed by Whitebeard directly? That is the legendary Whitebeard, the Whitebeard who is known as the strongest man in the world. X-Drake was still sitting alone on the roof somewhere, looking at the screen playing on the square, dazed and a little dazed. Marine had planned to shut down the live broadcast before, did he want to hide something? Apu flexed his arms for a few sections, groped his chin, and muttered to himself. However, in addition to the Straw Hat Boy, the Blackbeard pirates also seemed to need attention. He dared to openly oppose Marine, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, when Marine closed the live broadcast, he was able to grab a communication and maintain the live broadcast until now. How did he avoid being discovered by Marine? But now is not the time to care about these. What is Whitebeard going to do next? If any pirates leave, the situation of the Whitebeard pirates, which is already at a disadvantage, will be even worse. The survival rate of the Whitebeard pirates. Basil Hawkins continued his divination with his tarot cards. Suddenly, Hawkins seemed to think of something, put the card drawn in his hand back, and started a divination again. Straw Hat Boy. Put down the surrounding wall and absolutely cannot let them escape. Sengoku's voice came through the phone bug into Marine's ears, who had been on call. The rumbling sound spread all over the battlefield, and then, in front of the stone wall of Crescent Moon Bay, a surrounding wall of metal material rose again. However, even so, the newly raised surrounding wall still failed to completely surround the Crescent Moon Bay. War. Marshal Sengoku. Ounce's body is too big, and the surrounding wall at the exit is stuck by Ounce's body. And, because the sea is frozen, the surrounding wall doesn't fully rise. The successive situations came from the liaison officer, and Sengoku's face became a little more ugly. However, there is no way, without this layer of freezing, the tsunami just now would be enough to submerge Marineford. Oops, the escape route is blocked. Although the surrounding wall was not completely raised, it was still enough for the Whitebeard pirates to block their footsteps. The road that Whitebeard blasted out just now has been covered by a new surrounding wall, and the only exit is also guarded by a large number of pacifists. It will be very difficult to break through by force, and it is necessary to guard against Marine's attack. Now the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be under attack. Akainu, melt the ice, so that those pirates have no place to stand. The others, guard the square and don't let them go ashore. Although it cannot achieve the expected goal, this level should be enough. Sengoku glanced at the situation around him and gave an order decisively. Now, let's see what Whitebeard does. As an old rival, Sengoku knows Whitebeard's abilities very well. Therefore, the material of the surrounding wall is the kind of metal that has a very good shock-proof effect. Even Whitebeard couldn't easily shatter the surrounding wall. And once the Whitebeard pirates couldn't break through immediately, for Marine, it was catching a turtle in the urn. However, Sengoku couldn't just wait for Whitebeard to make a move, and Akainu's side was already ready to do it. Hey, Whitebeard, how about a negotiation? Looking at Akainu who was about to start, Luffy opened his mouth to Whitebeard, who had already posed and was about to start. Hey? Is there something wrong? Whitebeard paused and looked at Luffy with some doubts. Now is not the time to chat, if it were a little later, people like myself might have lost more than half of it. Chapter 348 Equality. I'll help you hold off an admiral, how about you give me the Fishmen Island afterwards? The Fishmen Island is inevitable for Luffy. Even if Whitebeard did not die in this war because of his intervention, Luffy has no plans to back down. Boy, do you know what you're talking about? Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but glance at Luffy, and his subordinates' just paused movement continued. His hands were claw-like, and they swung violently in the empty air as if they were grabbing something. Then, a shaky feeling spread throughout the battlefield. No, not only this battlefield, but also many other surrounding islands are tilted at this moment. At the moment, the Straw Hat Pirates who were in the air, and Lafitte, who was flying live in the air, clearly saw what happened. At this moment, the originally calm sea was like a pile of building blocks, which began to split apart. As for the Marines and the pirates in the center of the battlefield, at this moment, many of them were already unsteady, and they were overturned. This is the power of Whitebeard. The clear picture through the live broadcast of the communicator was printed into the eyes of no one watching. At this time, these talents truly understand what kind of existence the so-called strongest man in the world is. In the face of such power, ordinary human beings appear so insignificant. Even for some well-known pirate groups, to face them with this level of power, the only way to think about it is to sink into the sea. This is really exaggerated power. Even an existence as arrogant as Kid has to admit that Whitebeard's power completely exceeded his expectations. Staring blankly at the marine fort that turned upside down, for a while, the square of Sabayati archipelago fell into a dead silence. Boy, are you sure you still want the Fishmen Island? After doing all this, Whitebeard's breathing was a little short, but he still stood upright. At this moment, he glanced down from the corner of his eyes and glanced at Luffy who was much shorter than him. Although considering that his subordinates are still in Crescent Moon Bay, Whitebeard's ability does not work within the surrounding wall. But beyond Crescent Bay, the square where Marineford executed Ace, and the whole of Marineford, fell apart at this moment. If Marine hadn't evacuated the people beforehand, Whitebeard's action alone would have been enough to destroy countless Marines' homes. Now, this battlefield, apart from the execution platform and the frozen Crescent Moon Bay, has not much foothold. If Akainu still obeys Sengoku's orders and starts attacking, then pirates and marine will definitely lose both. Sure enough, Whitebeard, but how much strength do you have to deal with Marine's 3 Admiral, or even Sengoku Garp? After all, Whitebeard is old, and it can be seen from his rapid breathing after using this trick that he is not as strong as he was when he was young. You must know that in this world, unless there is a huge disparity in strength, physical strength is the key to winning a battle. And now, in order to make Marine dare not easily destroy the ice in this Crescent Bay, Whitebeard used such a wide-ranging attack to destroy the entire marine fort. At this time, let alone facing 3 Admiral, just 1 Akainu is enough for him to drink a pot. Straw Hat, what do you want the Fishmen Island for? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Luffy with scrutiny in his eyes. However, Whitebeard no longer regards Luffy as a junior, and it can be seen from his address to Luffy that he is speaking with an equal tone. He knows his state, as Luffy said, he is not strong enough to resist 3 admiral attacks at the same time. However, it is impossible for him to hand over the Fishmen Island just like that. He and Neptune were old friends for many years. Wouldn't it mean betrayal to hand over the Fishmen Island? This is not something Whitebeard can do. Just to keep a layer of insurance. Luffy looked at Whitebeard calmly. Although Luffy needed to look up at Whitebeard because of his height, no one would think that Luffy was looking up at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and the look in Luffy's eyes changed slightly. You seem to know something. What Luffy said is to keep a layer of insurance. You must know that although the Fishmen Island has a special geographical location, it is located in the deep sea of 10,000 meters, and it is the first stop of New World. 4 Flowers 06. However, this is far from the title of insurance. That said, Luffy knows something else special about the Fishmen Island. However, how is this possible? Neptune can't tell this kind of thing to others, and this guy in the straw hat has never been to the Fishmen Island. How on earth did he know such a thing? Whitebeard has no doubts that Luffy's so-called insurance is to say that Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess who is Poseidon, is an intuition. I know, not just some. Luffy wasn't surprised that Whitebeard could guess that he might know Shirahoshi was Poseidon. Or rather, that's exactly what Luffy wanted Whitebeard to know. Point 0. For example, the Blackbeard guy, right now somewhere on this battlefield, waiting for the moment you die, to take your shock fruit. It wouldn't hurt Luffy to reveal such a thing. Not only can it make Whitebeard value himself more, but it can also add a block to Blackbeard, so why not do it? As for whether Whitebeard would ask how Luffy knew such a thing. Don't make trouble, okay? He, Whitebeard, is also a face-saving person, so how can he casually inquire about other people's secrets? Even if you really want to know how Luffy knows, you will only investigate it yourself, not ask Luffy himself. Take my shock fruit? This news really surprised Whitebeard. He never knew that Teach had such abilities. Not only can I get the reborn devil fruit, but even listening to Luffy, it seems that I can eat the second devil fruit? Well, Whitebeard, do you agree? Marine is about to attack. Akainu did not continue to carry out Sengoku's orders, but at this time, the 3 admirals appeared not far from where Whitebeard and Luffy were at the same time, as if ready to act at any time. Number. Marco on the side has been keeping an eye on the 2 of them, and he doesn't know why Luffy, who should be with their Whitebeard pirates, asks for the Fishmen Island at this time. To put it badly, Luffy is completely taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 349 Prologue. Also, now that both sides are grasshoppers on a rope, there is no way Marine could let go of Luffy, who suddenly arrived and said those words. Dad shouldn't agree to him, right? Marco thought to himself. Even though he is Ace's younger brother, the relationship between Dad and the Fishmen Island is not just an ordinary affiliation. If it was another island, Dad might still agree, but if the Fishmen Island... I see, the Fishmen Island can plant your flag. Whitebeard didn't think for a long time. After all, he was still on the battlefield, and he couldn't allow him to think too much. Dad. Marco was startled and wondered if he had heard it wrong. Dad actually agreed to the Straw Hat Boy? But since you know those things, you should also know about my relationship with the Fishmen Island. If you let me know what you have done to harm 703 the Fishmen Island, even if you have red hair to protect you, Lao Zi won't let you go. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Luffy couldn't help laughing, and he agreed. As for the threat behind him, Luffy just listened to it. Whether he will endanger the Fishmen Island is another matter. By that time, Whitebeard is still there, or whether he has beaten himself or not. If that's the case, then I won't talk nonsense. How about it, you should choose your opponent first. Well, next, it's stage time for Luffy. Since that's the case, then I'm welcome, let Lao Zi clean up the candle lighting brat. The kid who lights the candle naturally refers to Akainu. For Whitebeard, most of the people present can indeed be regarded as kid. Just now Akainu's fatal attack on the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard saw it in his eyes, and now he's finally getting it right. He naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Hey, I chose a hard stubble, you don't want to capsize in the gutter. Luffy wasn't too surprised that Whitebeard chose Akainu. After all, the two had the most intense fight in the original book. However, even though he suffered a short knife, what chance would the current Whitebeard have against Akainu? Gu la la la, who do you think Lao Zi is? Lao Zi is Whitebeard. Whitebeard just laughed confidently at what Luffy said. But there are 3 admirals on the other side? You chose one, you don't want me to deal with 2 alone? Then you look down on me too much. The thankless thing Luffy didn't want to do. What's more, no matter how confident Luffy was, it would be impossible for Luffy to deal with 2 admirals alone. Aren't you underestimating our Whitebeard pirates too much? Marco's dissatisfied voice sounded from the side. Maybe it's true that these people can't last long in admirals' hands one-on-one, but if they only last for a while, it's completely fine. What's more, the pirate captains didn't leave, and the captains were able to support themselves with empty hands. However, we are all facing Marine Admiral, who will save Ace. Whitebeard wasn't here to fight Marine Admiral. If the Sengoku guy suddenly attacked Ace, even Whitebeard didn't have the confidence to come to the rescue right away. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy. From just now, Whitebeard didn't see anyone else. Did the Straw Hat Pirates come? That's right, after all, it's just a group of rookie pirates who just went to sea. It's already an incredible thing to have a Luffy, and others haven't come to that level. But, speaking of it, this guy just came down from the sky, right? There is no ship around, how did this guy suddenly appear? Someone came with me, let him save Ace. Luffy said this so quietly that only Whitebeard and Marco, who was standing beside him, heard it. Sabo's existence should be concealed a little, so that when saving people, the chance will be higher. However, how to get Sengoku and Garp off the execution stand is the key. Wait, when they are executed, shouldn't those 2 continue to stand on the execution stand? Whitebeard didn't ask any further, since Luffy said it in a low voice, he obviously didn't want others to know. At the same time, he glanced at Marco, who wanted to ask, and shook his head at him. Marco was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't speak again, also realizing Luffy's intentions that he didn't want others to know. Then, leave Kizaru to me, Sabayati Archipelago didn't fight last time, this time it will continue. Aokiji's words are relatively mild, so if you leave it to Marco and the others, there shouldn't be any problem. How scary! Is this allocating us as prey? The conversation between Luffy and Whitebeard, except about Sabo, is not deliberately hidden. Therefore, the way the 2 of them distributed their prey naturally reached the ears of the 3 admiral not far away. Humph, it's just a group of pirates with a big tone. The grandson of the hero Garp and the son of the leader of the revolutionary army, he is also a criminal bloodline who needs to be executed. Akainu snorted coldly, ignoring Garp's face in the slightest, and scolded him when he spoke. Aokiji glanced at Akainu, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the angry Garp on the execution stand. If Sengoku had not put a hand on Garp's shoulder, maybe Garp would have rushed up to teach Akainu a lesson. Ace, who was kneeling there, couldn't say a word, just stared blankly at Whitebeard and Luffy, who were confronting the 3 admirals. That guy in the straw hat, actually negotiating terms with Whitebeard at this time. Needless to say, Marine's equipment is really good. Even though the communicator is far away from the battlefield, it can still clearly transmit the sound of the battlefield. At this time of Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates looked at the 30.4 generals of Whitebeard, Luffy and Marine in disbelief. They just heard that the guy in the straw hat asked Whitebeard to give up the Fishmen Island at this time. This is really taking advantage of the fire. The point is that Whitebeard actually agreed, How is this possible? That was Whitebeard, who gave up the island under his command so easily, and it was a place like the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island? 35. Rayleigh's eyes flickered a few times, and he remembered the prophecy he had heard when he and Roger arrived at the Fishmen Island. And what Roger once said, what he heard when he left the Fishmen Island. The meeting between the two kings. At this time, Rayleigh had a very strong feeling, Luffy, perhaps that was what the voice Roger heard said, another king of the distant sea. Chapter 350. Boiled, to be so arrogant to say that he wants to deal with Kizaru, this Straw Hat Boy is really arrogant. Hearing that Luffy actually said that he wanted to deal with Kizaru, Doflamingo couldn't help but sneered. Although he had read the newspaper 2 days ago, in his Doflamingo's opinion, it was just something that guy from Morgan's wrote on purpose to attract attention. If Straw Hat Luffy really has the strength to compete with Marine Admiral, that's a big joke. Are some people, not only arrogant, but not even good at observation haki? Although Boya Hancock said this to Doflamingo, Gecko Moria on the side always felt offended. It can be said that after so many years on the thriller bark, Gecko Moria is not as good as before in terms of physique and haki. Now that Boya Hancock said this, Gecko Moria always felt that the other party was not talking about Doflamingo, but about him. You woman, do you like to find fault so much? Or, the dignified pirate queen, fell in love with a rookie pirate who just went to sea. Doflamingo, who was choked by Boya 14 Hancock again, finally couldn't help but turn his head and looked at Boya Hancock with a bad look. Picking his own thorns over and over again, each time he was evaluating Straw Hat Luffy, which made Doflamingo unhappy, and at the same time, his killing intent for Luffy was even more intense. What? Was stabbed in the sore spot by the concubine. It seems that you, Doflamingo, are just like that. Boya Hancock doesn't frighten him. Doflamingo, he can't even see a person's strength, and he is still talking nonsense over there, which makes people laugh out loud. Hawkeye glanced at the two arguing, and since he swung a slash before, he hasn't made any more shots. And since Luffy came on stage, he has been paying attention to the situation of Luffy and Whitebeard. But one thing Boya Hancock is right, as long as observation haki is more skilled, Doflamingo wouldn't dare to look down on the Draft Hat Boy so much. In other words, this guy has become so arrogant that he judges a person based on his own likes and dislikes. However, Hawkeye didn't care about those two people, but the Bartholomew Bear next to him was more worthy of his attention. The new weapon made by the world government will actually look like him. What kind of relationship does it have between them? Although Hawkeye has never been very cold about this kind of thing, does this event portend anything? Bartholomew, the bear, still doesn't see any expression as usual. He didn't pay any attention to Hawkeye's glance. Much of Marineford's land has been destroyed, and now there are few places where people can stand. Whether it is marine or pirate, most of them are on the frozen ice of Crescent Bay. The remaining part, marine, was firmly guarded in the square in front of the execution stand. This is also one of the few places where people can still stand. After all, people still need to be saved, and Whitebeard also needs to leave a way for his own people to move forward. Luffy glanced at the surrounding situation. The Crescent Moon Bay, which was originally a large venue, seemed a little crowded at this time. When the fight begins, such a big place will not be enough to be tossed about at all. However, these remaining people are obviously not the existences that will be stunned by Conqueror's haki. It is really difficult to do. I thought it would be a good stage, and the old man Whitebeard is real, can't we leave more space? But Luffy also thought that, if Whitebeard had left more space, it would be no different from not doing such damage. Originally, it was so that Akainu would not dare to melt the ice surface of Crescent Moon Bay easily. If there is enough space, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Then Kizaru Admiral, I'm going to shoot. There was no point in dawdling, and what should be discussed with Whitebeard was settled. Next, there was only the matter of fighting. It's really scary? The current rookie pirates. 55. His mouth still had the same strange accent, but his eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses became solemn. As Boya Hancock said, as long as observation haki is strong enough, it is easy to perceive how strong a person is. And it just so happens that Kizaru belongs to the kind of person who is strong enough for observation haki. Although the two only tentatively fought each other 2 days ago, Kizaru could still feel how strong Luffy was. Today, it may not be possible to fool each other by just punching each other twice like before. Because, in Luffy's eyes, Kizaru has seen the burning intent to fight. This guy, he's here just to fight, right? So, the purpose of doing this is to use this war to make a name for itself? It's terrifying. It was the same thing, but this time, Kizaru really felt that way. Since you can't dodge it, let's do it first. The shining light condensed on Kizaru's fingertips, and then, a laser shot straight out. The target was Luffy's location impressively. Straw Hat, get down to Laozi. Laozi doesn't want the Moby Dick to be ruined here. Watching the lasers coming straight from Kizaru, Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, then spoke, and at the same time, jumped off the Moby Dick himself. As he said, the Moby Dick can't be destroyed here, otherwise even if 707 people are rescued, escaping without a boat will become a joke. Although there are many pirate ships under his command, those pirate ships are far away from here in order to prevent them from being bombarded by marine. Leave your stupid son to watch the boat? You really have a big heart, Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard rushing down, Luffy glanced at Skewered, who had not spoken since the beginning, and said sarcastically. Then he dodged the laser shot by Kizaru and got off the Moby Dick as well. This time, it's not easy to fool the past, Kizaru Admiral. 35. Luffy's figure appeared beside Kizaru, even though Akainu and Aokiji were standing beside him. Luffy didn't have any worries. So fast. The marine pirates who were far away had no idea how Luffy appeared behind Kizaru. I only knew that when I heard the sound, I turned my eyes away, and Luffy's skin was flushed red, and the surface of his body was constantly steaming there. You really can't be careless. You smashed your sleeves last time, this time, do you have to leave something behind? Observation haki's fully open Kizaru left a sentence in Luffy's ear while his body turned into golden light. Boom! The shockwave wrapped in haki attacked the ice surface, directly blasting a hole in the ice surface. Chapter 351 The Maliciousness of the Blackbeard Pirates. Straw Hat Boy. Behind the ruins somewhere in Marineford, Blackbeard was gnashing his teeth at Luffy who was fighting with Kizaru. In the last battle at Magic Valley, Luffy not only wounded him, but also killed 2 of his newly recruited crew members. Although for someone like him, the crew can indeed give up when necessary. But being beaten like this by a newcomer who just went to sea is something Blackbeard cannot tolerate. You know, he has been on the Whitebeard ship for 10 or 20 years. It was hard until Dark Fruit appeared, and in order to get Dark Fruit, he even killed his partner who had lived together for so many years. To this end, he also defected from the Whitebeard pirates. He thought it was time for him to show his ambition, but he did not expect to meet Luffy not long after leaving the Whitebeard pirates. What made Blackbeard unbearable was that he was no match for that guy. That's right, Blackbeard really couldn't beat Luffy. Don't look at Luffy's failure to keep Blackbeard, but in that battle, Luffy didn't get hurt at all. And he, Blackbeard, actually gave him a blow. If it weren't for Dark Fruit's ability to absorb damage, the original punch might have allowed Blackbeard to directly catch up with his 2 crew members. Straw Hat? When we were locked up in Impel Down, when did such a character appear in the sea? The few people who followed Blackbeard out of Impel Down, followed behind Blackbeard, and also saw marine and pirates who had fought again. But this time, they focused more on the man who had just appeared and fought with Marine Admiral. No wonder they were so surprised. It was the strength that Luffy showed that made them unbelievable. Whitebeard and the others knew that, after all, even they were listening to the legend of Whitebeard and sailing all the way before being locked into Impel Down. But the Straw Hat Boy, judging from his appearance, is obviously not very old. However, even that Whitebeard would have agreed to the Straw Hat's request under those circumstances. Is it because Whitebeard is not as strong as it used to be and has to compromise? No, Whitebeard's strength is still strong, judging from the fact that Marineford was torn apart with that smashing move just now. In other words, was the guy in the straw hat strong enough and Whitebeard compromised? That guy is a rookie who has just gone to sea for a few months, but he is very strong. 39. Although Blackbeard is arrogant, he still has to admit that Luffy is really strong. However, in the original battle, it stands to reason that he had indeed forced the Straw Hat Boy with all his strength. However, that kind of strength should not be enough for Dad, no, it should not be enough for Whitebeard to compromise. But now, not only did Whitebeard give up the Fishmen Island, but even Marine Admiral thought he was enough to fight them all. Could it be that the Straw Hat Luffy at that time didn't use all his strength when he was fighting with himself? No, it's impossible. Blackbeard really felt Luffy's killing intent in that battle. If Luffy really had hidden strength at that time, he might have explained it there. Then there is only one possibility, that guy in the straw hat, in these short months, his strength has been further improved. And this is also the most difficult place for Blackbeard to accept. Why does this guy increase his strength so fast? Blackbeard's words made a few people who had just come down from Impel in the venue not only slightly stunned. You tell me this is a rookie pirate who has just been out for a month? Is this kind of thing possible? Or are they locked up in Impel Down for so many years, they can't keep up with the times? However, the fact happened right in front of them, and they couldn't bear to believe it. However, it is interesting to chop such a person. 35. Unlike those who were originally pirates, Shiryu had a cruel smile on his mouth and looked straight at Luffy and Whitebeard on the battlefield. Killing is just a kind of fun for him, and killing those strong men will give Shiryu real pleasure. Maybe this is fate. Van Oka, who nearly died in Magic Valley last time, stared at Luffy in the field with his monocular eyes. The fire gun Qingxuan was held tightly in his hand, and he seemed to have the urge to aim at the figure and shoot. Don't be impulsive, Van Oka, this is not the time for us to play. It seemed that he could see Van Okana's uncontrollable killing intent, and Blackbeard had to remind him. On this battlefield where there are many strong men, let's not talk about whether the Straw Hat guy will be hit. Even if Van Oka really hit the Straw Hat, then their position can be completely exposed. Although Blackbeard is arrogant, he still has self-knowledge. Don't look at these guys coming out of Impel Down who are willing to follow themselves now, but once they are really discovered. That Blackbeard was certain that once the situation turned against them, these guys would definitely run away for the first time. However, Van Oka and Lafitte, who are really willing to follow their own, cannot cope with such a scene at all with their current strength. Therefore, Blackbeard hides in the dark, in order to find opportunities to achieve his goals. It's not the first time I've done this anyway, so it's still time to wait. However, what Blackbeard didn't expect was that the Straw Hat Luffy would appear here, and his strength had already reached this level. I hope that the development of things will not be out of my control, otherwise, my dormancy period may continue to be extended. And these guys who come out of Impel Down will definitely leave themselves directly. Ic. Fan Oka naturally knew that he couldn't rush Zhao at this time. The reason why he behaved like that was just a little emotional fluctuation when he saw the man who almost killed him again. As a sniper, you can't be in a calm state all the time, it is a very deadly library. Fan Oka secretly warned himself. The hand holding the fire gun Qingxuan loosened slightly, but his eyes still looked at the fighting figure on the field. Blackbeard, don't let us down, otherwise, maybe we'll break up before we've truly partnered. 99. After the shock, the King of Evil and the others reminded Blackbeard. From their point of view, since Blackbeard cared so much about the man in the straw hat, it was obvious that he had a holiday with that man, so it was very likely that there would be a conflict in the future. And after seeing the strength displayed by that man, they had to think carefully whether following Blackbeard was the right choice. Chapter 352 Marco and Number 039, S Weakness. Those people, the ones that Luffy beat up before. On Thousand Sunny, Mary's expression changed. Under the perception of observation Haki, who had been amplified by Thunder Fruit, the entire Marineford Sea area was invisible. Although Blackbeard's group was very secretive, they couldn't hide from Mary's observation Haki. If the attention of the Marines and pirates below were not on the battlefield, the whereabouts of Blackbeard's group would have been discovered long ago. But it was precisely because of the war that Blackbeard dared to appear there. Listening to that, Blackbeard seems to want to do something to Whitebeard? After Mary's observation Haki amplified by Thunder Fruit, Mary can hear the speech of people within the range of perception, and this ability was also shown in the original Enel. But for Blackbeard and the others, Mary didn't worry too much. Although they seemed to be plotting something, it shouldn't pose much of a threat to Luffy. Even if he wanted to do something to Luffy, Mary was totally able to react and give them a shot. Since eating Thunder Fruit, Mary hasn't used Thunder Fruit's abilities to deal with others. Mary didn't tell Nami about the existence of Blackbeard's group, and even if he did, it would only make them more worried. Instead, it is better for May 707 to solve it by herself. As for the existence of Mary, Nami and the others have explained it to Koala just now. In addition to being a little surprised, Koala was even more curious about the Straw Hat Pirates. But this time is obviously not the time to ask too much, and Koala decided to wait until the incident is over to get a better understanding. Boom! The hot lava bombarded Whitebeard in front of him, colliding with the shock wave formed by Whitebeard's shattering air. Amidst the loud explosion, the billowing smoke continued to rise, and the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu also began. Unlike Luffy and Kizaru's slightly calmer fight, Whitebeard and Akainu came up with a fierce fight. Both are fighting with the will to kill each other. For Akainu, all pirates are objects that must be erased. For Whitebeard, Akainu was the biggest obstacle preventing him from saving Ace. Between the two, it is naturally impossible to test each other indifferently, and it is the collision to the greatest extent. Besides Luffy, Kizaru and Whitebeard, Akainu, who were already fighting together, Bia, Aokiji was watching the battle that had already begun. Not in a hurry, the two most dangerous people have already been pulled by Kizaru and Akainu. The rest of these people, even if they all go together, Aokiji is confident that he can kill most of them in one go. As for Marco's captains, to be honest, except for Marco's ability to be a little troublesome, the others can at best stop him. And Marco's ability is only because of the pervert's resilience of the phoenix fruit, which makes Marco a little more difficult to deal with. But want to use the resilience of the phoenix fruit to kill himself? Aokiji can only say that he thinks too much. And Marco naturally understands this, but his task is not to defeat Aokiji, as long as he properly drags Aokiji. Now Aokiji doesn't mean to do it, and Marco is not in a hurry to do it. However, seeing his companions falling down on the field, Marco couldn't help feeling anxious. Now is not a good time to be distracted. Aokiji's languid voice suddenly came from Marco's ear. Marco's pupils shrank suddenly, and he secretly said something bad, and his body quickly ignited a blue flame. However, Marco was still a step late, and the cold feeling had spread to the entire left half of Marco's body. If you don't think of a way, you will be frozen by Aokiji. If Aokiji attacks himself with ice cubes, Marco is not afraid, after all, his resilience is not covered. But Aokiji obviously understood this, and when he caught his distraction, he directly chose the freezing method. Marco knew that his flames did not have any temperature, and once his body was sealed by ice, he might not die immediately because of the resilience of the phoenix fruit. But if you want to break free from the ice, it is not so easy. At that time, once Aokiji is free, whether it is to help Akainu or Kizaru, it will not be good news for the Whitebeard pirates. However, should it be Admiral as expected? He was only absent for a moment, and the opponent seized the opportunity and approached at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The long sword swung past, and Aokiji's body that appeared next to Marco was divided in two. However, no blood flowed out, and looking from the separated body, Aokiji's original flesh and blood body had now turned into two halves of ice. At the same time, the cold air is constantly emerging from the separation, which is the elementalization of Logia devil fruit. Behind Aokiji was Skewered, who was slashing with a knife and his hair was loose. This move didn't do any damage to Aokiji, but it gave Marco a chance to escape. I saw Marco's arms that turned into flame wings in shock, and his body flew backwards a distance. And after Skewered cut the knife, he didn't rush forward, and immediately retracted the knife and retreated. Squard still knows how much he has. At this time, what I have to do is to create an opportunity for Marco to escape. It's a pity, I can almost solve a captain. The separated bodies were reattached, Aokiji regained his human appearance, and his face also showed a very pity look. However, as you who just betrayed Whitebeard, and now you are helping the Whitebeard pirates like this, are you trying to get Whitebeard's forgiveness by doing this? Although he looked very pity before, but Aokiji did not immediately catch up with Marco, but changed to look at Skewered, who was retreating with a knife, with a puzzled expression. Humph, it's not that you Marines are too cunning, but since I did, I don't expect Dad to forgive me and save Marco, just because I want to save it. Squard held the knife across his chest and looked at Aokiji with a wary expression. Aokiji's words made Squard embarrassed, but there was also a bit of luck in it. He did want Whitebeard's forgiveness. Skewered, you guy. Marco, who had retreated to a safe distance, couldn't help but look at him after hearing Skewerd's words. Although he thanked Skewered for saving him at this time, the stab at Whitebeard just now made Marco unable to express his gratitude. Chapter 353 New Orders. The ice surface in Crescent Moon Bay was already riddled with holes. When Akainu fought Whitebeard, the few footholds dwindled again. The hot lava, even though most of it was shattered by Whitebeard, the high temperature continued to melt this ice field. Moreover, Whitebeard's vibrational power was also destroying this piece of ice. However, the marine pirates on the field, except for a few minions, did not fall down much. It can be said that, continue to let Whitebeard and Akainu fight, this piece of ice will soon be over. At that time, the person on the ice, whether it is a marine or a pirate, will only have to sink into the sea. As for letting the marines return to the square in front of the execution stand, it also means that the pirates can also take the opportunity to board the square. This is undoubtedly more convenient for the pirates they save Ace. Sengoku looked at the Crescent Moon Bay with a solemn expression, but his eyes were not on Whitebeard and Akainu, who were moving extremely violently. Rather, it's tepid with Kizaru versus Luffy who fights. It can be said that the appearance of Luffy completely disrupted Sengoku's plans. Whether it was Skewerd's stab at Whitebeard, or the fact that Akainu could only face Whitebeard alone, it was all due to the unexpected factor of Luffy. Moreover, although he had a certain understanding of Luffy's strength, Sengoku still didn't expect that Luffy was already so strong. Don't look at the fact that the battle between Luffy and Kizaru is not as fierce as Whitebeard and Akainu, but the battle between the two is all about finding each other's weaknesses and attacking at extreme speed. Ming Ming only used Conqueror's Haki's entanglement not long ago, and the battle with Aokiji is still at a disadvantage. It's only been so long, is it possible to play on a PAR with Kizaru without using Conqueror's Haki twist? Such a person has become a pirate. Damn world government, damn celestial dragons. Of course, Sengoku can only think about it. Luffy became a pirate because of his own inaction in the first place. This can be said to have its own part of the reason. In addition, who would have thought that a newcomer who has just left the sea for a long time can grow at such an unimaginable speed? This can no longer be described by genius, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a monster. And it was such a monster that could have become marine, but at this time it stood on the opposite side of marine. Sengoku once again felt deeply helpless. However, since things are a foregone conclusion, it is useless to be upset now. Now the thing to think about, how do we win this war? And leave Luffy. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but glance at Garp sitting next to Ace. Just received an order from the 5 elders, this war Marine can lose, but Straw Hat must die in this war. This was the original words of the 5 elders, and after hearing this order, Sengoku hung up the phone bug for the first time. Sengoku is having a headache now, on the one hand the orders of the 5 elders, and on the other hand, an old friend who lives and dies with him. It's really hard to do. It seems that after this war is over, it's time for him to step down as a marshal. Well, the Qingxuan guy is really good, just enough to get him to fix his slack. However, Sengoku still has a question, what is the reason for the 5 elders to give such an order? Does it really make sense to have to kill the Straw Hat even if you lose Marine's face in front of the world? Even if Luffy's displayed talent is truly intimidating. But they should also know that as long as they don't provoke Luffy, the other party will not easily oppose Marine and the world government. This can be seen from what he has done along the way. Even the Celestial Dragons incident was only done because Celestial Dragons wanted to move his partner. In comparison, Eustaskid, who are also supernovae, should be more dangerous existences. Or, is there any special secret about Luffy that deserves such an order from the 5 elders? Sengoku is not confused, and even he has the title of the resourceful general, so naturally he can think of something wrong. This order of the 5 elders absolutely hides a secret that they do not know. And this secret was the real reason why the 5 elders gave such an order. However, no matter what, he is still Marine, and Marine is still under the jurisdiction of the world government. The 5 elders' orders Sengoku can't disobey, so how to kill Luffy in an accidental situation is what Sengoku has to do. 4 flowers 0. But no matter what, Garp will definitely go crazy once Luffy has an accident, so it is best to use the hands of the pirates to achieve this goal. At that time, even if Garp wanted to kill, it would be to kill those pirates. Now Garp didn't join the battle because he still had a trace of distress for Ace. But if something happens to Luffy, Sengoku believes that Garp will not be able to resist. And the object of this action depends on who caused Luffy's accident. A trace of guilt for an old friend rose in Sengoku's heart, but he was quickly suppressed by him again. Now is not the time to be stubborn, Luffy's life must stay here, and the victory in this war must be Marine's. 0. There was a flash of determination in Sengoku's eyes, and he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, even if Marine had won the war, it would have been a costly victory. Marineford had been destroyed, and Marine couldn't take any more damage. Garp, aren't you ready to start? And to end this war as soon as possible, the best way is to have new combat power join the battle. At this time, the only person who is capable of playing this role is Garp. As for the Luffy thing, Sengoku can only take one step at a time. Although the 5 elders' orders are not easy to disobey, if there is no chance, he has enough excuses to prevaricate it. After all, you only gave me an order, but didn't tell me the importance of this mission, so it is possible that the mission failed for various reasons, right? But specifically, Sengoku still depends on the situation, maybe Luffy is killed for various reasons without having to do it himself? At that time, even if Garp is in any situation, he will only have to play a comforting role, not the villain who ordered the killing of his own grandson. And, if Luffy is really that important, Sengoku would love to see what the 5 elders like so much. At the cost of most of Marine's life in exchange. Kill Luffy here too. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of annoyance at the 5 elders.